fast as lightning. Xia Fei was a speed ability user who could move at more than 30,000 meters per second. Even if he could not reach his maximum speed from the start, lightning could definitely describe his starting speed. Too many confusing things had divided the attention of Duobi and the others. They needed to guard against Hala, against Xia Fei. Besides that, they needed to speculate on who UTI's spy was, who would want to rebel against the Golden Tent, and what they should do next. There were so many things to think about. One person's attention was ultimately limited, and if they could not gather their attention, this was a chance for Xia Fei. Whoosh! October flying snow lightly flashed, and 3 heads separated from their bodies. However, Hala moved faster than Xia Fei had imagined. He released his darkness ability, surrounding Xia Fei in pitch-black darkness. The powerful darkness energy pulled Xia Fei to a stop. At this moment, October flying snow was only 1 centimeter away from Mingjing's neck, but it could no longer move further. This old insectoid said that he was going to spare their lives. Why did you kill them? Hala's furious roar came from out of the darkness. He found it hard to believe that this human had never given up on resistance, even when he was facing an immortal ranked darkness expert. You were the one who said that, not me, Xia Fei coldly said. After killing Duobi, Larish, and Yaden, Xia Fei confirmed that the psychic chain on his body had been undone, but he had still underestimated Hala. Normally, when warriors dealt with speed ability users, they would not rely on speed but their ability to react. Instead, Hala's reaction speed was clearly above first class. Before Xia Fei could kill Mingjing, he had released his darkness and swept up Xia Fei. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and pushed October flying snow another 2 millimeters. To be unable to kill an enemy that was right in front of one was truly a dispiriting feeling. Alas, Hala's rank was far higher than his, and in the meantime, there was nothing he could do to Mingjing. This girl had a very strange reaction. Xia Fei was extremely close to her, his left hand seizing her waist, his right pressing a blade to her neck. But in this dangerous situation, Mingjing had gone completely limp, her breathing getting faster and faster as her body heated up, as if she were coming down with a fever. How could a warrior have such a bizarre reaction at a crucial time like this? Xia Fei did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Hala took in a deep breath. Forget it. Since you've already killed them, you've killed them. In any case, Duobi's group wasn't my main goal today. Still, you must not kill Ryan's disciple. She has an important significance to me. If you let her go, I'll let you go. She's very dangerous, Xia Fei said, pressing his blade through the darkness another millimeter, having no intention of letting her go. At the same time, he urged Furball to attack. Alas, Furball was also wrapped in the darkness, unable to spit out his energy ball. Hala replied, I naturally have a way to control. In any case, killing her does nothing good for you. In addition, she's a member of your race. Do you not feel any empathy? Xia Fei coldly laughed. She's a member of my race, but also my enemy. Only a fool would feel empathy for an enemy. Hala became rather impatient and decided to break them apart by force. In the darkness, Xia Fei felt as if many invisible hands were pulling on him, trying to tear him away from Mingjing. Xia Fei fiercely resisted. With just another few millimeters, only a few millimeters, he would be able to kill High Priest Ryan's disciple. How could he just give up? Hala was surprised that Xia Fei was able to resist him, his darkness ability unable to control him for a moment. Mingjing was limp in Xia Fei's embrace, apparently not caring that Xia Fei wanted to kill her. On the contrary, she seemed to be enjoying it, an inexplicable joy engulfing her body. She had never experienced this feeling before, nor could she explain it. The stalemate lasted for a few minutes. Whoosh! Xia Fei released his strength and gave up on resisting Hala. It was blatantly obvious that he was not strong enough to fight him. Continuing this stalemate was pointless. You've won, Xia Fei said, putting away October flying snow. The darkness suddenly disappeared, sunlight and heat once more striking Xia Fei's body. But that girl remained limp on the ground, her shoulders rising and falling, her eyes on the ground. Xia Fei thought that she had been scared out of her wits, so he did not think much of it. Hala put on a cold face as he asked, Do you know why I didn't let you kill her? Xia Fei shook his head. Because she has Ryan's brand on her body. If you kill her, High Priest Ryan will immediately know. Not only am I not willing to make High Priest Ryan my enemy, none of the people behind me want it either. There is no need to provoke that superior being. Xia Fei stretched his limbs. The ability to control darkness was truly frightening. Every particle of air in the darkness was seemingly an avatar of Hala, and resisting Hala for several minutes had taken up far too much of Xia Fei's energy, so his limbs ached. Hala released a swath of darkness that enclosed the three corpses. When he withdrew his ability, there was nothing left on the ground. Even the remnant energy of Duabi and the others had vanished without a trace. What a pity. I was planning to leave them alive for later use, but you killed them. Xia Fei stared at the dwindling darkness in Hala's hand and said nothing. This was his first time encountering a darkness ability user, and he noted down all of Hala's movements in hopes of finding a solution to them. Hala laughed. What? You still want to challenge me? Xia Fei replied. Not for now, at least. Your darkness ability is too formidable. Hala said. I suppose you have some sense in that brain of yours. If I didn't have the confidence to deal with you, I wouldn't have come alone. By the way, did you know which of Duabi's men was UTI's confidant? That one-armed fellow, Xia Fei simply replied. Hala was startled. How did you guess it was him? Xia Fei replied. He was very calm and collected the entire time. But when you said that one of them had received secret orders from UTI, he clearly became agitated, his heart beat and blood pressure rising. Hala curiously asked, You were able to guess that it was him from just that? Xia Fei nodded, but he did not say any more. At this time, Mingjing stood up. Besides the usual slack look in her eyes, there was also some confusion. She rubbed her eyes, then dejectedly sat on the ground and began to gnaw on her fingers softly. Xia Fei was so close to her, yet it seemed that she could not see him. Xia Fei ground his teeth. It was truly a great pity that he had been unable to kill this somewhat naive and silly girl, but an even greater regret was that he had not been able to find a chance to kill Hala. This girl is truthfully rather pitiable. She doesn't have any particularly strong abilities and was simply sent out to her death by High Priest Ryan, remarked Hala as he looked at the girl. This is because if she dies, High Priest Ryan will obtain information on his opponent immediately. It's lucky that you didn't kill her. Otherwise, Ryan would instantly know about both you and me. That definitely wouldn't be considered a good thing. Xia Fei asked in confusion. She exists to die? If so, why take her as his disciple? Hala smiled. That's how the High Priest has always been. He never takes action unless he's very confident in his chances. UTI requested him to kill you, but he sent his disciple. From this, I can see that the girl is just like the rest of Ryan's disciples, humanoid probes used to determine his enemy's strength. The more it's like this, the more we can't let him succeed. I've used my darkness ability to seal Mingjing. While you can see her being all dejected, she can't see anything. She's alone in the darkness with her thoughts, but there may be something wrong with her head, causing others to find her strange. Xia Fei walked over and waved his hand in front of Mingjing's eyes, but there was no reaction from her pupils. However, she seemed to sense Xia Fei's aura and raised her nose to sniff. Xia Fei hastily drew back his hand. She reacted to you? Hala asked in shock. Is it because you're both humans? I saw just now that she seemed to be particularly focused on you. She's able to sense your existence through my darkness ability? What could be the reason for that? Hala softly muttered to himself, and then he cast the thought at the back of his mind. Forget it. Let's talk business. As I said to you before, you have a chance to live, kill UTI, and even end the war between humans and insectoids. The prerequisite is that you must work with me and the faction behind me. Xia Fei had not cared about the other items, but his ears perked up when he heard that he could kill UTI and end the war. This was exactly what he had wanted. Xia Fei was shaken, but he maintained his silence. Until he determined Hala's goal, silently listening was his best choice. Hala waved his hand, creating a black cube of darkness beneath him and Xia Fei. This object lacked any solidity, yet felt cool to the touch. It was probably created from his darkness ability. It's somewhat of a hassle to talk about, so sit down and listen. After saying this, Hala sat himself on his black cube. This seemingly substanceless object was actually able to hold his weight. Xia Fei became very curious, so he planned to sit down, but Furball got there first, jumping onto the black cube, opening his mouth, and howling. Just now, in the darkness, Furball felt as if someone had seized his neck, preventing him from spitting out an energy ball to kill Mingjing. He had been suppressing this frustration this entire time, so when he saw Hala once more release his darkness ability, he could not help but lunge at it and eat it up. Hala's eyes widened. What he had released was darkness. He had long ago heard about the formidable exotic beast at Xia Fei's side, which could convert matter to energy, but this was the first time he had heard about it being able to eat darkness. There was an exotic beast that could eat darkness? Hala considered himself lucky that he had managed to seize Furball's vital point. Otherwise, that beast really might have been able to break through his darkness ability. Initially, Hala had not taken Xia Fei as too much of a strength, but now, he was forced to reconsider his threat assessment of his human and his pet, and his eyes became wary. Xia Fei sighed as he grabbed Furball and put him away. Revealing his prowess in front of a powerful enemy was not a good thing. He had still been planning to find an opportunity to kill Hala, but Furball's display of power had probably raised their foe's guard. Defeating this immortal rank darkness warrior would now be even more difficult. Please, continue speaking. I'll just stand and listen. Xia Fei deliberately showed weakness, putting on a harmless smile. Please, continue speaking. I'll just listen. Xia Fei deliberately showed weakness, putting on a harmless smile. Hala frowned and darkly glanced at Furball. He did not recognize this exotic beast, but it bizarrely gave off an extremely dangerous and kingly aura. You probably know that the insectoid race has experienced momentous changes in the last several thousand years. After some thought, Xia Fei replied, right now, you have a lot of intellectuals and powerful individuals. You're no longer a barbaric race and currently evolving in the direction of an outstanding intelligent race. Hala bitterly smiled. Yes, the insectoids are truly progressing quickly, producing more and more highly intelligent life forms. Alas, we still haven't been able to escape our barbaric and crude interests. Xia Fei frowned. Hala's tone was very deep and profound, more like a philosopher than a warrior. This was different from any other insectoid warrior Xia Fei had encountered before. Although Hala was also very frenzied in battle, he had an additional air of elegance about him. From his clothes and meticulous hairstyle, one could tell that he had received excellent education in language and fashion. This sort of education was highly likely to have been influenced by humans. We insectoids have evolved into two extremes. On one end are the extremely intelligent ones with no martial strength, and another end are the extremely powerful ones with personalities very much like our bloodthirsty forebears, barbaric and ignorant. Warriors who are both intelligent and powerful are rather rare, and even many of those have eccentric personalities. As the evolution of our race continues, this conflict grows more and more obvious. In the insectoid race that only worships strength, intelligence without martial prowess isn't valued. So the status of intellectuals is even worse than those ignorant warriors who only know how to kill. The intellectuals yearn for culture. They like the music, operas, arts, literature, prosperity, and peaceful life of humans, but the strong ones don't care about that. In their eyes, science is just a way to produce more powerful warships, existing for the sake of war. As for those cultural products, they are met with extreme disdain. Conflicts between the intellectuals and the strong have always existed. The two sides began to compete from the moment the race started evolving, and this entire time, the strong have always held the upper hand. They forced the insectoids to develop down the path they desired. Eventually, they recruited soldiers on a grand scale for their war. The intellectuals naturally don't want to see this. They hope to see the insectoids develop into a multifaceted civilization, not one that emphasizes only on martial might. As a result, the insectoid intellectuals banded together, relying on their brilliant minds to fight back against those fools who only know how to kill. Alas, it has been a very feeble resistance. In the face of formidable martial might, intelligence is incredibly insignificant. A single warrior can easily kill thousands of intellectuals, and the intellectuals have no means of fighting back. The pain persisted, and more intellectuals chose to yield, but not too long ago, a supremely intelligent insectoid with the bearing of a king was born. Xia Fei heard this and smiled, commenting, "You must be speaking of UTI, the strongest intellectual in the history of the insectoid race." Hala replied, "Yes, it was none other than him. Under his leadership, The intellectuals were brought together once more, and they did their utmost to enthrone him in the golden tent, hoping that he would lead the insectoids in establishing their culture, a true race of intelligent insectoids who could stand proud no matter what part of the universe we're in. But he betrayed us. Hala slapped his thigh and bellowed. Before ascending to the throne, UTI swore that he'd develop science and culture, making the insectoids more multifaceted. But the first thing he did upon being enthroned was continue developing the military, and he even started a war against humans. He completely ignored the honest advice of the intellectuals and stubbornly clung onto his goals and ambitions. If that's not betrayal, then what was? Xia Fei found this all rather laughable. In his ears, the story between the intelligent and strong of the insectoid race was just a joke. These insectoid intellectuals, with no strength and only ideals, were too naive to the point of being cute. They had so much intelligence, yet they had forgotten the iron law of the universe. Whoever had the tougher fist made the rules. So you and your intellectual faction want to get rid of this traitor and raise another emperor. As for me, I've been selected as the executor of this assassination because I'm a human. In every aspect, making me do the deed is the most reasonable choice. Not only will this avoid civil war among the insectoids, it also won't expose the existence of the intellectuals. Hala firmly nodded. Correct. It is said that mankind is a race with a high level of intelligence, and from your performance today, it seems to be true. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and smiled. If you elect another emperor, how can you guarantee that he won't betray you like UTI? Hala fell silent. No one dared to guarantee this. UTI served as the finest example of it. It's not like your idea is entirely bad, but you're relying too much on the strength of others, and you don't have the strength yourself. Forget it. I don't want to know that much about insectoid affairs. My goal is reached as long as I can kill UTI and end the war. If I agree to work with you, how can you guarantee that I'll be able to get near UTI enough to kill him? Hala answered, relax. We have an informant at UTI's side, and all of his movements are under our control. As long as you join our side, we can guarantee that you will get a chance to eliminate UTI. Recently, UTI has secluded himself and is not often present in the Golden Tent. If you can't grasp his movements, then even if you have the power to destroy half a star system, your efforts will be in vain. After all, the imperial capital has always been one of the greatest secrets of our race. Pure martial prowess can never be enough to destroy it. Hala spoke very sincerely. Xia Fei's performance had left a good impression on him. He was both a strong warrior and an intellectual, so he knew that by helping Xia Fei would help increase his side's chances of success. Putting aside everything else, just the stars of ruin in Xia Fei's possession alone were enough to leave anyone gobsmacked. One of Xia Fei's greater advantages was his status. For a public figure like Hala to involve himself with Xia Fei was already extremely risky, let alone assassinating UTI. If this news was leaked out, the entirety of the insectoid race would join together to deal with the organization that the intellectuals had formed. The surest method was to push UTI's death onto someone unrelated. Xia Fei nodded. To tell you the truth, I'm truly tempted by your proposal. If I can't kill UTI, I won't be able to rest easy for the rest of my life. But I have my own condition. What condition? I must be an independent existence that doesn't need to take orders from your faction. For example, if you say that I can strike at a certain time and place, I will weigh the pros and cons, only choosing to strike if I think I have a good enough chance. After some thought, Hala asked, are you saying that we should cooperate? Correct. Xia Fei firmly nodded. Our relationship will be one of cooperation, not of employer and employee, or else I won't agree. Since having UTI killed benefits the both of us, we have a basis on which we can cooperate, but the time and method are entirely up to me. Xia Fei took 2 steps back and folded his arms in front of his chest, his face saying that he was not prepared to negotiate. Hala was put in a bit of a spot. According to the original plan, he was to persuade Xia Fei to be their hired killer to serve at their discretion. If Xia Fei did not agree, he was to be killed immediately. However, Xia Fei said that he was willing to cooperate, but also was unwilling to give up his independence, demanding his right to choose and judge for himself. This was very different from the conditions that Qinglu had set down. Please wait a moment. Hala stood up and took 2 steps to the side. Darkness suddenly swelled and engulfed him. From the outside, it was impossible to hear anything or to see him. Darkness ability users are truly formidable. Attack, defense, stealth, they're practically omnipotent. Phantom sighed in praise. Xia Fei replied, truly. Compared to the darkness ability, those abilities that can control water or fire seem like child's play. Phantom frowned. Do you really plan on working with these bugs? This is like trying to pull a chestnut out of the fire. In any case, I find it very hard to trust these fellows. Xia Fei smiled. No need to go so far. This is nothing more than dancing with wolves. If my guess is right, their plan is real, but there's also a plan for afterward. A plan for afterward? They'll do everything in their power to help me kill UTI, and then they'll kill me. Only the dead can keep secrets. They've definitely realized this, so for the sake of their safety, they won't let me live. After that, I'll be labeled as a human assassin, and all the blame will be pushed onto me and the Alliance. Hatred will obscure the vision of the common folks. They can then use the emotions of the mobs to ascend to high places before slowly removing UTI's traces so that they can truly take full control of the insectoid race. Phantom gasped. That's a truly vicious and sinister plan, each step flawless. Since you understand that they won't let you go no matter what you do, why do you seem so indifferent? Working with them is no different from committing suicide. Xia Fei replied. Risks and benefits always go hand in hand. If I don't take the risk, my chances of killing UTI will only be small. Rather than just rushing around aimlessly, it will be better to work with them and see who has the better tricks. You're confident in your chances of escaping? No. So you're going to depend on luck? You don't really think I got all the way here due to luck, do you? This key to this game is whether or not I can cooperate with them. I can't lose my independence. This will give me at least a small chance of survival. In the darkness, Qinglu, far away in the capital, stood in front of Hala as if he was really there, except that his feet were floating in the air. It was apparent that this was a kind of virtual communication device. He wants to cooperate with us? Qinglu stroked his beard and asked. Yes, we provide the information, but he decides the time and method of attack. Qinglu pondered. We'll find it very hard to control him, which bodes ill for our plan. Is this risk worth it? Hala sternly replied. We're already taking a great risk. I can see that the human Xia Fei is very shrewd. He really might succeed. Qinglu's eyes flashed. You have such a high opinion of him. Hala firmly said. Very high. Qinglu chuckled. There are few individuals who can earn your high regard, brother. Why don't we do this? Agree to his request, and then take him to Black Peak Ridge. Black Peak Ridge. Hala exclaimed in shock. Why do you want me to take him to Black Peak? Qinglu gave a cunning smile. I naturally have my plans. He has his conditions, and we naturally have our methods. Whoosh. The vampire set off once more. Its destination, Black Peak Ridge. Hala and Mingjing embarked together with Xia Fei. The stated purpose was that Hala feared Xia Fei would be unable to find the location, but Xia Fei knew that what he really feared was that Xia Fei would use the chance to escape. After all, Xia Fei already knew a lot about the insectoid's intellectual faction, so they naturally needed to take precautions around him. Xia Fei probably would be unable to travel alone again for a very long time. Hala was rather well-behaved. After boarding the ship, he quietly went into the room Xia Fei had assigned to him, closing the door to fiddle around with something. Xia Fei had tossed Mingjing into an empty storage compartment. In any case, she was enclosed within Hala's darkness ability, her vision dark. Even if she wanted to communicate with her master, Ryan, she could not do so. Pod treated Mingjing very warmly. This little robot was created with the duty of helping and serving mankind, and even though Mingjing was Xia Fei's hostage, she was still no exception. Zoom. Pod ran into the kitchen and made some ham and eggs, and after pouring a glass of milk, he began making his way out. Xia Fei glanced at him and asked, What are you doing? Pod replied, Bringing that girl Mingjing some food. She's alone in that storage compartment, and I'm afraid that she'll get hungry. Oh, Xia Fei nodded and said no more. Phantom sighed. That girl is actually quite pitiful. You heard from Hala what she had gone through. She was abandoned in the insectoid territory as an infant and had to serve that monster Ryan, with the threat of death hanging over her head. She's in her teens, but she still hasn't seen a member of her own race, spending all her time mingling with the insectoids. Just look at how she looked at you then. Her eyes were clearly brimming with curiosity and devoid of any killing intent. Xia Fei shrugged and said nothing. Out of his innate caution, Xia Fei would not drop his guard against others just because they were pitiable or because they were women. Enemies were enemies. No matter what, Mingjing was someone who meant him harm. No matter how weak and pitiable she looked, none of it could make Xia Fei drop his guard. Xia Fei had been able to survive this long not merely because of his untiring effort and sharp observation abilities, but also because of his almost stubborn vigilance against others. Zoom. Pod came rushing back, this time taking a towel and some hot water before heading off again. What are you doing now? Xia Fei curiously asked. Miss Mingjing's hair is a mess, and her face is covered in dust. Pod wants to help clean her up. Oh. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Pod was born to serve humans. His service to Xia Fei was meticulous, and so was his service to a stranger. In truth, Xia Fei was very grateful for Pod's service. After all, anyone would be happy to live in an environment which was a little cleaner. Let's not kill this girl Mingjing unless we have to. Once the war is over, we can take her home and look for her family. Perhaps she has relatives who are still alive, Phantom said. Xia Fei fell silent. The talk of family made his heart ache. He had grown up without a family, and now, after making friends and setting up his own company, the insectoids had made a complete mess of things, and he had no idea whether they were alive or dead. He had finally gotten a girlfriend and was really considering starting his own family. In fact, even the decoration of the house was done, but in the end, it had all been a moon in the water. When Xia Fei had embraced Avril in the past, was there any man who had not cast an envious glance? However, in just a few short months, they had been parted by life and death. Though Xia Fei did not say it, his heart was racked by pain. Like a wild beast, he was trying to heal his wound all by himself. But this wound would probably remain unhealed for the rest of his life. Xia Fei did not seem any different on the surface, but his hands were clenched into fists. Silently bearing everything alone had long ago become a habit of his. Zoom. Pod hurried back, an electric tablet in his hand, as he somewhat hesitantly stood in front of Xia Fei. Xia Fei organized his emotions. Pod was among those he considered family, and he did not want to look too bad in front of him. Is there a problem? Pod nodded and handed over the electronic tablet, softly whispering. That girl held in the storage compartment is very pitiful. Xia Fei took the electronic tablet and saw what was written on it. Am I really human? Xia Fei frowned. Hala's darkness ability was very special. Mingjing was not completely cut off from the outside. She did not know where she was or who was standing across from her, but she could receive food from the outside world and could touch. It was clearly Mingjing who had written this question. How pitiful. A lonely little mute who isn't even sure that she's human. Phantom sighed, apparently dissatisfied with Xia Fei's unreasonable caution. Xia Fei rubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and used his finger to write a simple one-word reply. Yes. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Pod went and came back. Another question on the tablet. Are you also a human? What does our tribe look like? Do they all look like you? I am a human. There are many humans in the universe, and they all have different appearances. I feel like I'm very different from you. That's because you've spent too long with the insectoids and lack a human odor. Do I not smell like a human? You do, but not a lot. For some reason, when I look at you, I feel very close to you. Perhaps because we are both humans. But you want to kill me? Because you are my enemy. I've truly never thought about being your enemy. From the moment I saw you, I knew that I would never be able to attack you. Whatever you say. Pod had been serving as the go-between for Xia Fei and Mingjing this entire time. After several dozen rounds, poor Pod felt rather dizzy. Mingjing was very curious about humans, but Xia Fei's answers were always very wary. From her words, it was easy to see that the girl was not very shrewd and barely understood anything, and she instinctively felt a desire to get close to Xia Fei. Perhaps Mingjing really is a girl who doesn't understand anything? Xia Fei asked himself. Shaking his head, Xia Fei quickly cast aside this childish thought. Xia Fei, Mingjing is High Priest Ryan's disciple and is your enemy. Sympathizing with your enemy is being cruel to oneself. You have to remember that. Black Peak Ridge was not actually a mountain range, but rather the name of a planet. This planet's terrain could be described as steep. High peaks and craggy stone forests could be seen throughout, and the largest black mountain had a height of 10,000 meters, its black mountain face piercing through the clouds, occupying more than half of the planet's surface. It was from this that the planet derived its name. Vampire descended into a valley. The complicated mountainous terrain made these valleys natural hiding spots. A warship that descended into them would be very hard to find. Xia Fei followed Hala off the ship, Furball sitting on his shoulder. As for Mingjing, Hala had wrapped her up in darkness as she floated in the air. Hala had to control Mingjing's ability to prevent her from reporting back to High Priest Ryan constantly. Thus, no matter what, he could not be too far away from Mingjing. There were many bridges connecting the mountains, as well as uneven stone steps. Xia Fei noticed that there were many eyes peering at him in the distance. It was clear that this planet, rather than being deserted, had many insectoids living on it. This place can be considered a sort of training ground. We select strong warriors among the members of our race and bring them here for training, to be ready when they are needed, Hallow explained. As they passed through a set of alloy metal doors, they walked through a stone corridor, of which the walls were covered in intricate murals. Such elegance was rare in the insectoid race. It was clear that Hala had not been lying when he said that the insectoid intellectuals yearned for human life. Past the corridor was a large reception hall. Several unfamiliar insectoid elders were standing here to welcome Hala. Xia Fei greeted them one by one. Since all these old insectoids looked at him with strange looks, Xia Fei decided not to meet their eyes. Hala turned on the screen, and Qing Yin's father, Qing Lu, appeared. The old man examined Xia Fei and then asked, "Human, you feel that you are worthy of becoming one of our collaborators?" Xia Fei nodded, neither meek nor proud. "Then how can you prove that you're worthy?" Xia Fei smiled. "If I wasn't worthy, you wouldn't have sent someone to find me, would you?" Qing Lu stroked his beard. "If you were given enough space to work, how could we be guaranteed that you wouldn't leak our secrets, that you wouldn't run away?" Xia Fei replied, "You can't, so you have to take the gamble." Qing Lu heartily laughed. "As expected, an interesting human. Very well, I agree to your request. In return, you must show that you are worthy of bearing this heavy responsibility." Xia Fei frowned. "How do I show that?" Qing Lu answered, "It's very simple. This place has a machine left by a god. If you can agree to my request and complete the assessment, I will treat you as a collaborator. We will share all our intelligence and resources with you, leaving the time and method of attack up to you." The elderly insectoids on the side exchanged glances after seeing Qing Lu agree so easily, indicating that they were worried, but Qing Lu was not swayed and persisted in his course. A god? Could it be the god race spoken of by the Toulons? Phantom softly asked. Xia Fei nodded. The insectoids believed in two gods, one of day and another of night, which is the same to what I learned from that insectoid cerebrum I found on the Toulon's planet. The machine is probably an artifact the god race left to the insectoids. Phantom replied. Those two members of the god race are super experts. They probably aren't any worse than the controllers of laws like Yujiang and Yuhua. They ruled over the insectoids and Toulons for a very long time. I wonder why they left behind something like that. At this moment, Xia Fei raised his head and asked Qing Lu, "How does this assessment machine left by the insectoid gods carry out its assessment? If you want me to take part in an assessment, you must at least show that it's fair." Qing Lu smiled. The machine left by the black and white gods was designed to test one's cultivation, potential, and their decision-making ability, a comprehensive exam. Even if you were to give me 10,000 times the courage, I would never dare to make a joke of that god. I can guarantee to you that the test is fair, but if you can't pass it, then I hope that you can keep your mouth shut and express no opinion on the tactical level, restricting yourself to the role of an executioner. Right after Xia Fei left the reception hall, the elders surrounded Qing Lu and began to question him. All of them were senior figures of the Guild of the Wise, a group of stubborn old pedants who had considerable status in their faction. Qing Lu, how could you agree to work with a human just like that? Giving him independence will pose a huge threat to us. That's right. What if he leaks information about us? UTI will be furious. It won't be just us. All our families will suffer too. He's a human, not a member of our race. No matter what, there's no way I can trust a human. Qing Lu furrowed his brows, apparently annoyed by these stubborn old fools. He then made a self-mocking laugh and shook his head. It's precisely because of you and all your needless fears that the Guild of the Wise has never been able to become anything. I now understand why the Sacred Guild is deeply trusted by the insectoids while we grow weaker by the day. This Guild of the Wise was overthinking things. This had been their habit since ancient times. This was not to say that overthinking was bad, but too many misgivings would eventually lead to wasted opportunities in battle, excessive hesitation, and a lack of decisiveness. Qinglu spoke in a heavy tone. He had been planning UTI's assassination for over a decade, but he had always been unable to execute it for a variety of reasons. One could even say that nothing about it was going right, but in reality, everyone knew that the greatest impediment were the misgivings from the senior figures of the Guild of the Wise. Qinglu intentionally coughed twice. These senior figures wielded considerable influence, and though he was the leader of the intellectuals, he could not offend them too much. Everyone, there's no need to be too worried. We all should be aware that none of us is the right being to kill UTI. Putting aside the matter of cultivation, if we fail, none of us will be able to take responsibility, and if we succeed, we have no guarantees, too. If news got out that we're behind everything, we would be cursed and criticized by the other members of our race, and our families would be humiliated. Fortunately, the gods have opened their eyes and sent us that unfathomable human warrior. No matter what, we must use him to take on this heavy responsibility of killing UTI. The elders nodded. They had no objections on this point. They were neither able nor willing to kill UTI, so an outsider like Xia Fei was the finest choice. But they found it difficult to accept making Xia Fei their equal, sharing with him their intelligence and resources. Pausing a moment, Qinglu continued. The highest level test of the machine left behind by the black and white gods, the initial formation of primal chaos, is a test I'm sure everyone has heard of. Since ancient times, no member of the insectoid race has been able to pass it. Hala was stunned. Brother Qinglu, are you having Xia Fei take the primal chaos assessment? That's a little too sinister. Doesn't he basically have no chance? Qinglu chuckled. Sinister? We've schemed for so many years and never succeeded precisely because we haven't been sinister and vicious enough. We don't need such emotions, and you didn't give UTI your daughter. Who here can understand my pain? The elders lowered their heads and fell silent. In dealing with UTI, the majority of them merely shouted words, and the most they could do was offer money and resources. But for this matter, Qinglu had put up his wife's life and his daughter's body, far more than any of them. This was why he was the leader of the Guild of the Wise, and why his words held more weight. This should set all of you at ease, yes? I don't believe that a little human can pass the initial formation of primal chaos assessment. His arrogance is too much, and he needs to be beaten down a little so that we can use him. Through this trial, we can grind down his spirit and have him sincerely want to serve us, accomplishing two things at once. This is a risk-free exchange. Everyone nodded. If it was the initial formation of primal chaos assessment, they had no complaints. None of them believed that Xia Fei could pass it. Hala sighed. When the black and white gods left behind this machine, they said the primal chaos assessment can only be run 9 times. After 9 times, regardless if anyone passes, it will shut down. The primal chaos assessment is only run for the most outstanding individuals. Over the last several thousand years, 6 of the most outstanding talents of our race took this test, but all of them, including High Priest Ryan, were defeated. It's actually a great honor to give Xia Fei one of these chances. Qinglu smiled. Brother Hala, I know that you're still thinking about trying to take the primal chaos assessment in your lifetime, but with this great foe before us, we must make some sacrifices. Moreover, even High Priest Ryan failed. What do you think your chances are? Hala was rather cheerful, heartily laughing. Brother Qinglu is right. In truth, it's always just been a dream of mine to see what sort of test it is. As for passing, there's naturally no hope. In any case, once Xia Fei is done, there will still be 2 more chances. How could I have any objections? Qinglu nodded. He looked around at the others, but it now appeared that no one else had any objections. At this time, a bald elder, who had said nothing the entire time, suddenly asked, Then what if Xia Fei passes the test? The reception hall was quiet. Then it exploded with laughter as if everyone had heard the most amusing joke. Hala held his stomach and laughed. Impossible. Absolutely not. Xia Fei waited in the adjacent room for a while. Once the discussions were over, Hala led Xia Fei out. He had a strange look in his eyes, and for a moment, Xia Fei could not tell what he was thinking. Perhaps there was a hint of schadenfreude. These fellows seem to be acting differently now. Perhaps they've finished planning everything out and are just waiting for you to walk into it. If we knew this earlier, it would be better not to take part in this test, Phantom said. Xia Fei casually replied, "It's a machine left by the god race. Even just getting a look at it is fine. I might not get another chance like this if I miss this out." Phantom snorted. "Curiosity killed the cat. That's a saying you Earthlings have. When are you going to stop being so curious? You always want to look at something or research something. If you keep this up, you'll run into trouble one day." Xia Fei's curiosity was not just heavy, it was extremely heavy. Of course, his curiosity was only in things he was interested in. For example, he would find no interest in neighborhood gossip. Phantom had always had an ambiguous stance towards Xia Fei's curiosity. After all, this curiosity had brought both opportunities and problems to Xia Fei. Xia Fei pursed his lips. "I'm here in this world to walk around, and what would truly be a loss is if I don't learn anything or see anything. Even if I lose, I don't lose out on much. At the very least, I will be able to see a machine left behind by the legendary god race, and take part in a test left by those mysterious beings." Phantom said no more. Reality proved that once Xia Fei made up his mind, it was not easily changed, and attempting to persuade him further was a wasted effort. Furball lazily yawned, caring nothing about what was going on and falling into a slumber. In the mountain was a pyramid-shaped room. Hala and Xia Fei went in. The room was empty, the walls and floor made of some very flashy silver metal that made one feel dizzy just by looking. When the assessment begins, the surroundings will change and pull you into a virtual environment. As for what to do, there will be someone inside to tell you. Hala was just about to leave when Xia Fei tugged him. "Where's that machine left by the gods?" Hala laughed. "You saw that giant black mountain more than 10,000 meters high, right?" "I did. That mountain is the machine left by the black and white gods. There are two parts, a black mountain and a white mountain." Xia Fei blurted out in shock. "That entire mountain more than 10,000 meters tall is a machine." Hala nodded. "Correct. What sort of assessment will I be taking? What are the contents? How long will it take?" Hala laughed. "How would I know? I've never taken it before." Xia Fei frowned. Not even Hala knew the contents of the test? Was there something fishy going on here? Hala quickly realized that he had misspoken, casually saying, "In any case, you can relax. The assessment is very safe. We still hope that you can remove UTI for us." After saying that, Hala turned and left. Whoosh! The walls and floor lit up. The temperature in the room also began to rise. Surrounded by light, Xia Fei could hardly open his eyes, and even Furball grunted unhappily. Zing! Xia Fei felt his body tremble, and then the light vanished. His footing was rather unstable, as if he was stepping on a cloud. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei saw that he was in a vast universe. There was an earthen yellow planet nearby. It was as if he was standing on the moon and looking down at Earth. "You're not an insectoid?" A shrill voice rang out from Xia Fei's side. Turning to look, he saw a short figure in black, curiously looking at him. This was like a circle together with a triangle. This short figure had no arms or legs, but his face had all the regular facial features. He also had a little domed hat on his head. The pitch-black eyes made Xia Fei uncomfortable, so he asked, "I'm human. Who are you?" "You are the 7th person to participate in the God of Night's Primal Chaos assessment. You may call me 7, said the short figure. He casually added, "To give such a precious chance to an outsider, the insectoids must have gone crazy." Though this was not said very loudly, Xia Fei heard everything. However, he remained silent. He still knew nothing about this so-called assessment. "I am a soul that the God of Night left here a long, long time ago, and I am the supervisor for this assessment." 7 waved his hand, and Xia Fei was taken from the universe to the surface of the yellow planet. Nearby was a large city made of earthen yellow stones, the streets wide and packed with living beings. "Come with me." 7 waved his hand and walked into the city with Xia Fei. The pedestrians on the street were a mixture of insectoids and Toulons. They lived together in harmony, and all was calm and peaceful, everyone with their proper duty in place. He had seemingly returned to that long-ago era in which the insectoids and Tulons coexisted. A passerby would occasionally look at Xia Fei, but there was no hostility or curiosity. It was as if they were accustomed to his existence. This is a virtual planet. Including me, there are 999,999,999 inhabitants. The contents of the assessment are very simple. In a little while, I will become one of them. You just have to find me within 7 days to pass. Xia Fei frowned. I have to find you out of 100 million people. Seven craftily smiled. This planet's surface isn't that large, and there are no underground buildings. All of the virtual inhabitants live on the surface. I could be a butcher selling meat or a gardener taking care of flowers. How you find me will depend on your abilities. Obtaining a reward from the God of Night is no simple matter. You must put forth at least some effort. A reward from the God of Night? Xia Fei curiously asked. A reward from the God of Night? Xia Fei curiously asked. Seven nodded. Isn't that why you came here? In any case, what you must do is find me and kill me. It doesn't matter what method you use. As long as you complete the agreement set down by the God of Night, the reward will be yours. Xia Fei shrugged his shoulders. This assessment clearly was not fair. Finding Seven's avatar among 100 million living beings within 7 days was basically an impossible mission. Finally, I will give you 3 tips, Seven smugly said. Temple, yellow sand, camel grass. The air resounded with Seven's laughter as that small, black figure dancing in the air blinked out of existence. Temple, yellow sand, camel grass. What did he mean by that? Phantom stroked his chin ponderously. Xia Fei shook his head. How would I know? How should we find him? Xia Fei continued to shake his head. There are some things that I still don't understand, but I'm very interested in this strange era when the insectoids and Tulons coexisted. Let's take a walk around first. There's a restaurant on the left-hand side of the street. When patrons inside saw Xia Fei walk over, they warmly greeted him as if he were an old customer. The owner was a short Tulon. Seated behind the counter, he had an account book in his hand. The ones working were all insectoids. They had clumsily tied aprons around their waists and held wash clothes as they greeted customers in their gruff voices. An insectoid accidentally broke a plate, causing the Tulon boss to curse and rebuke him immediately. Scenes like this could be seen everywhere. As the legend said, the ancient insectoids were not very intelligent and could only do simple work. Moreover, they were not very evolved, very unlike the current insectoids, who were growing closer and closer to mankind's appearance. Seven had not actually left. He was hiding in a 3-story building, sneakily observing Xia Fei from the balcony. Seeing Xia Fei casually stroll around, Seven became very curious. Why is that human not in a rush to find me? Has he already given up? Whatever. I'll let him do what he wants. In any case, as long as I'm here, he shouldn't even think of passing. With these words, Seven disappeared to parts unknown. Several minutes, on a small slope on the outskirts, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and pensively looked down at the city below. This fantasy construct is truly exquisite. Every being has unique characteristics, and all the buildings are different. It seems that the God of Night copied the originally existing planet, which he used as a blueprint for creating this virtual planet. Xia Fei muttered to himself. Phantom replied, You should first think of finding Seven. I just knew that the insectoids weren't being sincere. Finding 1 out of 100 million? I must really hand it to them for coming up with this idea. Xia Fei shook his head. I think that not even those bugs know the contents of the tests. They only think that there's no way I can pass it, so they're letting me take it. Phantom replied, That makes sense. Hala said he has no idea about anything here, and he presumably wasn't lying then. But how can we find Seven and get the reward left by the God of Night? Temple, yellow sand, and camel grass? What does it all mean? Xia Fei took out a purple heart of spirit from his spatial ring and threw it at Furball. Eat. We'll be busy soon. Phantom decided to lean back on the slope and say, This planet is covered in camel grass and sand, and the local insects are religious. In this city alone, there are at least 20 temples, all of them worshipping the black and white gods. Seven might as well have not given us any information. Xia Fei smiled. You misinterpreted the information he gave. What do you mean by that? What's important isn't a temple or camel grass, but finding Seven and killing him. Kill him? That's easy for you to say. But there are 100 million virtual beings here. How do you know which one is him? Phantom pursed his lips disapprovingly. Xia Fei was unperturbed as he took out October flying snow and celestial moon from his spatial ring. It's true that he's difficult to find, but I can just kill all this 100 million. He has to be one of them. Phantom jumped off the ground, his face turning red. Kill them all. This is 100 million beings. So what? Seven didn't mention a rule against killing everyone. Xia Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Furball was also affected by the killing intent coming off Xia Fei, turning berserk. Jumping on Xia Fei's shoulder, he began making guttural howls. A moment later, a storm began to stir. When Xia Fei was determined to kill everyone on the planet, Seven was sleeping on a cloud when he heard these words. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zing, zing, zing. 8 identical black forms appeared at his side, all slack-jawed and wide-eyed. Seven, what sort of monster did you run into? How did he think of killing everyone? Seven rolled his eyes at the small black form that had spoken, resentfully saying, How the hell would I know? It's those insectoids who sent him in. Is this against the rules? Against the rules, my ass. When our master left, he never said anything about not killing anyone. 3 glared at him, for seemed to be rather amused by all this. I was the most fortunate, running into that fool called Ryan. That fellow wasted 7 whole days futilely searching before I sent him back. Seven stomped his foot. Why don't you give me some ideas? Master left us here to make things hard for others. Now that that fellow has gotten unreasonable, what are we going to do? One helplessly spread his arms. Seven bro, that's your problem. It's your bad luck that you ran into such an unreasonable fellow. It's got nothing to do with us. True. It's your problem. Brothers, let's withdraw for now. When we go back to see the master, you'd better not say anything bad about us. Whoosh. The 8 black forms left as quickly as they came. The moment they saw that the situation had turned sour, they abandoned Seven. Seven howled in rage, ranting, Democrat Minnesota, human. Who in the world would act so unruly? This man's really driving me mad. Xia Fei had no idea of Seven's anger. He continued with his original plan, massacring city after city. Even remote villages on the road were not spared. In one day, he killed 20 million. 20 million dead in a day. This was a truly shocking number. At this moment, Xia Fei was an authentic death god. It should be noted that these virtual beings were truly no different from actual life forms. The blade truly felt that it was slicing through flesh, and the blood that came out was no different from the real thing. Xia Fei was quite shocked, for this sort of killing felt far too real. He could not help but wonder whether he was killing virtual or real beings. When the warm blood splashed onto his face and that pungent scent struck his nostrils, Xia Fei felt an unprecedented joy. This sort of heedless slaughter seemed to present a sort of bizarre allure to him, which compelled him to keep killing until the world ended. He paused next to a clear lake and washed his face. Furball also happily jumped into the lake, and then he sprawled his back on the ground. A full day of slaughter had left Furball utterly exhausted. Xia Fei threw over several purple hearts of spirit, and Furball swiftly drained them clean of energy, after which he turned around and began snoring. Rest a while. I was almost about to vomit after watching you kill all these virtual beings, Phantom said, his face green. Xia Fei smiled. I'm just killing virtual beings. You're not taking them as real ones, are you? Phantom darkly shook his head. This virtual reality is too real. Every living being has energy, and their reaction before death is identical to a real being. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Xia Fei frowned. So you feel the same? In truth, I'm finding it stranger the more I kill. What level of cultivation will one have to be able to create such an almost realistic world? I don't believe in gods, but the realism of this virtual world truly leaves me without a good argument. The two fell silent, the mood solemn. Phantom suddenly asked, if those beings turned out to be real, would you keep killing? Definitely. Xia Fei nodded and firmly declared. As Xia Fei said these words, in the distance, Seven was struck dumb. Floating in the air was a white crystal ball. From the moment Xia Fei started killing, this crystal began turning black. More than 20% of it was now black. This crystal displayed Xia Fei's progress in the trial. The 6 other participants before Xia Fei had all chosen to search, but Xia Fei unreasonably chose random slaughter. This was why the crystal ball was turning darker and darker. When the crystal turned completely black, it would mark Xia Fei's completion of the trial. 7 muttered, "Master, you're killing me. How could such an unreasonable murderer pass this assessment as well?" Why? In the assessment room, Hala and the others realized to their surprise that the column reflecting progress in the trial had begun to move. Different from Seven's crystal ball, the control room had a column of mercury. When Xia Fei had only been in the test for a few hours, and the mercury column had not made any movement. Thus, everyone believed that Xia Fei, just like the 6 who had preceded him, would return in failure. Just when they were about to let down their guard and rest, the mercury column began dropping. After 15 hours, 20% of the mercury had disappeared. It couldn't be, right? What's the name of that human warrior? Xia Fei. If that Xia Fei really completes the assessment, what should we do? One day ago, a similar question had made all of them break out in laughter, but at this moment, no one was laughing. All of them had grave expressions. Should we inform Qinglu? Xia Fei seems to have found the trick to passing. Hala waved his hand. There's no rush. Perhaps while randomly messing around in the test, he caused it to return some incorrect data. This pillar of mercury went the entire day without disappearing, meaning that he hasn't passed yet. Everyone sighed and nodded. Suddenly, the liquid in the column gurgled and then began rapidly dropping, and it was at an even faster speed. There was an awkward silence, and then Hala swallowed and grimly said, "Ring Qinglu up. I will personally tell him this bad news." October flying snow flew in an elegant arc, and another insectoid collapsed to the ground. Xia Fei put away the dagger, put away Celestial Moon, and lit a cigarette as he seated himself on the steps of a temple. These 3 days, 3 whole days of slaughter, had turned this virtual planet into a land of blood and tears, and it had lost all of its former vitality. In truth, there were still many beings that Xia Fei had yet to kill, but he had surprisingly stopped. 7. You've probably lost. Xia Fei shouted at the sky. I haven't. 7 appeared at Xia Fei's side, looking infuriated. Xia Fei found it laughable. Glancing at him, he indifferently said, "That's the 999,999,999th one. You said that this planet only had that many inhabitants. I've killed enough, and unless you're deceiving me, one of these must be you." The veins on Seven's head bulged. Xia Fei's method truly was the only decision. The test left by the god of night was actually a trap. Temple? Yellow sand? Camel grass? These clues existed purely to misguide others, to make them believe that this was a riddle to be solved. In fact, it was just an assessment of frenzied slaughter. There were only 2 prerequisites. First, to pass this test, one needed outstanding analytical ability which would allow them to conclude quickly the subject of the test. Second, one needed impressive abilities which would allow them to find all the virtual inhabitants scattered throughout the planet and kill them within a certain time. This was truly a cruel assessment. While Xia Fei seemed unperturbed on the surface, he had mentally endured a harsh test of ability and physical strength. Killing someone was not as simple as crushing an ant. They could beg for their lives, weep, and react in the various ways that an intelligent life form would. Perhaps one could be merciless against those exceptionally wicked people, but the innocent young women and children? 100 million innocent women and children? Impossible. If you've completed the assessment, why hasn't the divine consciousness left by the god of night appeared? Although you did kill many people, in the end, you still lost. 7 stubbornly said. In truth, he was not that confident, for that crystal ball representing the progress in the trial had already turned completely black. The only basis for his conclusion was that this virtual planet still existed. Xia Fei lightly slapped his head as he joked to himself. I must be getting senile. How did I forget about that? About what? 7 curiously asked. Xia Fei instantly moved his body from the steps in front of the temple to behind 7. A small dagger appeared in his hand, not October flying snow, but the adjudicator dagger that Serum had given him. A fine wound appeared on 7's head. I almost forgot. You also said that I must kill you, Xia Fei said as he put away the dagger. 7's small black body suddenly exploded. A light blue flame flew out of his body, and 8 other flames flew out from the distance and merged together with 7's flame. The ground beneath his feet began to crumble, causing the buildings to collapse. A few seconds later, the planet had become a beam of light that vanished into the sea of stars. Xia Fei realized that he was once more standing in the universe, the void below and above him. The ball of blue flame roiled, gradually taking a human-like form, but it had a mask obscuring its face. A gasp of surprise came from the blue flame. "You are human?" Xia Fei nodded. The flame said nothing, which weirded Xia Fei out. But he had experienced far too many incredible things, so his sense of surprise had already dulled. Ha ha ha. The human-shaped flame raised its head and laughed, a cold and emotionless laugh, much like the sound a monster or ghost in a movie would make. On Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball bared his teeth at the flame, unhappy that it had disturbed his sleep. "Oh, there's this little fellow too." The human-shaped flame smiled, apparently taking a great liking to Furball. Sighing, he spoke in a quiet and calm voice. "Is it really the will of the heavens? The gift I went at such great lengths to prepare for the insectoids ended up being given by those fools to a human. Ha ha ha. Forget it. What does it matter to me if they don't cherish their opportunities? I'll just let you have it, human." The flame seemed to be speaking to itself. There was a high chance that this was a divine consciousness left by a member of the god race, and Xia Fei was very curious about the god race. Just when he was thinking about what to ask at this time, he felt pain on his left arm, as if something was biting his muscles there. He hastily removed his combat uniform. He saw that a small black snake had crawled and burrowed into the skin of his left arm like a leech. It coiled into a ball around Xia Fei's arm, and then went motionless, turning into a design. It turned darker and darker as numerous thin lines began filling the design. The design was truly profound, seemingly a depiction of the universe. It was so complex that staring at it made one dizzy. "What is this?" Xia Fei clenched his teeth and asked. The human-shaped flame laughed. "This is your reward." "What does it do?" "This? You may not understand right now, but you will in the future. At that time, you will understand the enormity of my magnanimity toward you." The human-shaped flame looked at Xia Fei with satisfaction, and then it sternly said, "Goodbye, human. I hope that we can meet one day." It seemed to look up at the sea of stars and sighed. "Since the insectoids are this ungrateful, it'll be better to just take back the gift." Whoosh! The human flame waved its hand, and Xia Fei was sent back to the pyramid room. Rumble! The room, no, the entire mountain swayed. With no time to think, Xia Fei ran out of the room. It was chaos outside, and a small rock would occasionally tumble from the ceiling. The earth was shaking so badly that it was hard to stand straight. The chairs, tables, and stools toppled over. Xia Fei's first thought was, earthquake. In a sealed room were Hala and Tinsum senior elders of the Insectoid Guild of the Wise. On the screen was Qinglu. Xia Fei, holding Furball, was seated across as if he was holding a negotiation with them. Xia Fei was smoking as if no one was around while Furball snored in his embrace, but the insectoid elders were not so relaxed. Their brows were furrowed in worry, as if someone had come to their door to collect a debt. Qinglu swallowed, his brows creased as he asked, "First, I must congratulate you for passing the primal chaos assessment that no insectoid has ever managed to complete. Starting from now, we are collaborators. Let us kill UTI together and stop this war that none of us wants." As he congratulated Xia Fei, somebody sighed, and this emotion quickly spread to the others. There were many sighs, seemingly made out of envy and resentment. Changing the topic, Qinglu sternly asked, "But can you explain why it is that, after you passed, the assessment system left by the God of Night completely collapsed?" "It happened at exactly this time, and no other." Xia Fei shrugged, unconsciously stroking that still stinging place on his left arm as he smiled. "But I can guarantee that it's not me who did it." Hala was so angry that his beard was flying. Xia Fei naturally could not have caused so much damage. A fissure of 10,000 meters long and 3 kilometers deep had appeared in the middle of Black Peak Ridge. It was as if someone had taken an enormous axe and cleaved the mountain. If Xia Fei had this ability, he would have already become a god. To the insectoids, the loss of Black Peak Ridge was an enormous blow. For tens of thousands of years, this place had served as an important area for training insectoid warriors. After the insectoids began experiencing mutations on a large scale, this place had become even more important. Not only did it teach warriors how to fight, it also taught them how to use their intellect. Alas, this perfect system left by a god had been lost, and no one could be happy about that. Even worse was that this system had most likely been lost because of a human. Moreover, Xia Fei had done what many of their predecessors had failed to do: complete the primal chaos assessment. Let's not talk about this right now. Can you explain to us what happened in the primal chaos assessment? As the highest test left by the god of night, its contents must have been different from an ordinary test, yes? Xia Fei mentally complained. It really was different. I killed so many that my hands almost went numb. What primal chaos assessment? It's just a killing field. Xia Fei looked around and saw the expectant gazes of those around him, and he suddenly had an idea. I met the god of night, Xia Fei solemnly said, his expression turning serious. All of them were aghast. The god of night and god of day were the only gods worshipped by the insectoids, and they held a revered status in their hearts. As a human, Xia Fei had actually encountered a legendary god. The envy and resentment they felt rapidly soared. Really, what did the god of night look like? What did he say? Hala hastily asked. Xia Fei glared at him and sternly retorted, how could mortals like us glimpse the face of a god? His words were the harsh words of an elder reproving a junior. Hala's heart twisted, his face turning pale as sweat began to flow. He could only blame himself for speaking with too little respect. All of you can't understand the powerful pressure I felt the moment the god of night appeared. I could barely breathe, and I immediately dropped on my knees and bowed. I didn't even dare to raise my head. Oh, everyone repeatedly nodded. In their minds, gods were extremely majestic and hallowed beings. What Xia Fei had said completely matched their ideas. Though they had never met a god, the tone with which Xia Fei spoke made their legs go weak. It's truly an absurd strength. I, Xia Fei, believe that I've reached the level of a top-class warrior, but when I encountered the god of night, I understood what true fear was. It's as if that god of yours could crush me with a finger. Xia Fei clenched his heart as he fearfully spoke, his face stricken with fear. This was truly an admirable acting ability, and everyone took it to be true. They were immersed in Xia Fei's story and could not pull themselves out. Did that god impart any instructions? Qinglu cautiously asked, large beads of sweat trickling down his head. Vino Galaxy, the Pan-Human Alliance's former capital. It was now the command center of the insectoid invasion force led by General Tanini. Planet Vino 113 was very far from the star, and the air was cold and dry. Normally, the temperature would drop to around -80 degrees, and the surface was covered in a thin layer of dry ice. When it was controlled by the Pan-Human Alliance, this distant and remote planet had never been the focus of much attention, but things had changed once the insectoids had taken control. General Tanini was leading an excavation team, which worked here night and day. They had dug out a pit of more than 150 kilometers deep on the surface, exposing the insides of the planet in search of something. Pa. Tanini's malahide boots fitted with metal nails crisply clinked against the ground. He had been pacing back and forth in front of the screen for 6 hours now, not resting for one moment. He seemed overcome with anxiety and unease. Sir General, the exploration team is ready to bring out that object, excitedly reported a messenger soldier. Tanini's body froze, and then he quickly walked up to the screen, took up the microphone, and commanded his subordinates. Everyone, get serious. If anything happens to that object, I'll have your heads. The messenger soldier at his side stuck out his tongue. He knew that the general was not joking, but he really did not understand what it could be that they were going at such great lengths to search for, and that could make Tanini so nervous. It must be understood that even in the most nervous few days of the attack on the Pan-Human Alliance, he had not been like this. It was as if what was underground was his most precious treasure. An object covered in black cloth was cautiously raised from its location near the core, slowly rising along the tractor beam. The cloth around it made it impossible to see what the object actually looked like, but from its shape, it appeared to be a rectangular object about 3 meters long. Slowly bring it up. Tanini stared at the image on the screen as he talked to himself. It was as if he was the one being carried up, not the object. Right, just like that. Don't drop your guard. Don't let it suffer any damage. Right. Good. Very good. Several months ago, Chief of Staff Pine Williams proposed that the insectoids had chosen to launch a surprise assault on Venal Galaxy rather than slowly encircling it because they were searching for something in the capital ring. Everyone thought that this idea was too absurd. Even Tai, who trusted him the most, found the idea inconceivable, and in the end, the matter had been left undecided. If the military were able to see today's sight, they would definitely feel regret for failing to strengthen their investigation of the capital ring. No one could have imagined that Tanini really had been entrusted with a mission to search for something in the Pan-Human Alliance's capital ring. What had the insectoid come to find in this innermost region of humanity? This matter was far too bizarre no matter how one looked at it. It stirred up many questions. Tanini continued to stare nervously at the screen. As this object drew closer and closer to the warship, his heart beat faster and faster. The gloves of the engineer controlling the tractor beam were already drenched in sweat. He was well aware of what would happen to him if he made even the smallest mistake. Every second felt as long as an epoch. Finally, that object wrapped in black cloth entered the warship. When the storage compartment closed, Tanini had his heart on his chest, afraid that it would jump right out. Safe, reported the trembling operator through the communication system. Tanini raised his fist, so excited that it seemed like he had just won the most difficult campaign of his life. The warriors supervising the ground are requesting to board. Please give your instructions. Tanini smiled and moved a finger across his neck, giving the kill order. The messenger soldier was taken aback, after which he sent out orders to the other warships. He considered himself fortunate that he had not taken part in the work on the ground. Tanini's meaning was clear. Anyone who had laid eyes on that object must die. Bang, bang, bang. Several dozen insectoid battleships, which had been waiting for a long time, began opening fire, and the surface was immediately turned into a sea of fire. The several thousand soldiers supervising the operations on ground were instantly turned to ashes. Set off. The Special Dispatch Fleet must return at the fastest speed to the Imperial capital. Connect to the encrypted line, too. I want to report personally the good news to Brother UTI. Tanini loudly ordered. Did that god have any instructions? Back on the Black Peak Ridge, Qinglu cautiously asked as large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Xia Fei replied. The god of night first informed me that I only passed the primal chaos assessment through a fluke. Then he asked with relative concern about the insectoids, so I told the venerable god everything I know about the current situation, including how UTI is set on waging a war against humans. The god of night seemed somewhat unhappy about the insectoids attacking the Pan-Human Alliance and asked how the insectoids have developed so far. I told the god that the insectoids are evolving on a large scale, but their lives are basically the same as they were in the past, their culture backward with a veneration for martial arts strength, believing that they can rely on force to conquer the universe. What did the god of night say to that? Hala nervously asked. Xia Fei sternly said, the god said that it's very bad. An insectoid race with only might and no culture will always be a backward race, and that they should not continue down on this path. I also heard the god of night expressing dissatisfaction toward UTI, so I boldly brought up how all of you are planning to assassinate him, then improve relations with the Pan-Human Alliance, and develop culture vigorously. After a long period of thought, the god said that he's long gone and can't ask many things about the insectoid race, but he does believe that cultural development will always be the correct course and that it can never be changed. As for martial arts might, he said that there exists in the universe immense might that we, common folks, will never understand. The firepower of warships alone isn't enough. After saying all that, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and gauged everyone's reactions. The story he had fabricated was for the sake of the future. If these insectoids really did manage to seize authority, there was no guarantee that they would not create a second or third UTI. Thus, Xia Fei seized this chance to reinforce their resolve in developing their culture and ceasing invasion of other races. The thought of all these bugs holding musical instruments and playing songs made Xia Fei mentally laugh, though. This made-up story of yours isn't very good. It doesn't look like they believe it much. Phantom frowned and said. Xia Fei smiled. I wouldn't believe it either. Then, why didn't you say it? A story that no one believes isn't a good story. Xia Fei indifferently said, "Don't panic. I still have another move." After a few moments of thought, Qinglu doubtfully asked, "Did the god of night really say that to you? His venerable self really supported our plan to kill UTI and lead the insectoids on the path of cultural revitalization?" Xia Fei solemnly nodded. Not a single word was a lie. Phantom said to himself, "Not a single word was a lie. You clearly didn't speak even one word of truth. None of these fellows believe you, so let's see you handle this." Qinglu was one of the insectoid intellectuals, and he was very suspicious of Xia Fei's lies. This was because the god in Xia Fei's story was too humanized, creating many flaws. Devoted believers were more willing to believe that their god was a transcendent being. A god with a human personality would truthfully be a little lacking. Was there anything else? Xia Fei thought it over. Then he replied with a start, "Right." The god of night also asked a few very strange questions. What questions? He asked me how the Tulans have been faring and if they are living in harmony with the insectoids. Shock. Extreme shock. In ancient times, the insectoids had not lived in their territory alone. They shared it with the Tulans. This was a matter from a very, very long time ago, and the vast majority of the insectoids had no idea about it. Only those intellectuals who studied insectoid history could possibly know. Xia Fei was just a young human. How could he know this secret about the Tulans? There was no other conclusion except that Xia Fei had really met the god of night. Qinglu paled as he hastily asked, "How did you reply?" "I said that the insectoids are insectoids, and there are no Tulans, so perhaps he remembered wrongly." The god of night was unwilling to let the matter go and asked me several more questions about the Tulans. I swore that I was telling nothing the truth and that I had no idea what Tulans are. To my shock, the god of night began thundering and raging, mumbling about some oath breakers or something, even calling the insectoids complete fools who refused to heed his instructions, and how, "If this continues, you guys will certainly go down the wrong path." After he was done ranting, the god of night angrily waved his sleeve and sent me back, mumbling to himself that it's the last straw or something. I was already in the darkness at the time, so I couldn't hear him too clearly. At this point in the story, no one dared to suspect the veracity of Xia Fei's words. All of them had dark expressions, seemingly having lost their family. Meanwhile, Xia Fei put on a very helpless expression. Lying was something that required skill, and the best lies were not spun out of thin air. Instead, it was a combination of 70% lies and 30% truth. If that 30% truth was a secret that only a few individuals knew, then the lie would basically be very believable. Such was the story Xia Fei had told. These insectoids were all extremely intelligent members of their race, and they were masters at analyzing the moods of others. The god of night was clearly enraged at the insectoids, and the proof was in how Black Peak Ridge had been split in half. Was there anyone except a god capable of this world-shaking feat? However, the god had also expressed support for the insectoids' cultural development. This made Qinglu and the others more confident in their plan to seize the throne, believing that they were following the will of their god. If they did well, they might even make their god happy and have him re-emerge. At worst, at least they would not make him unhappy. Those among them who had initially not indecisive now made up their minds, and they became willing to give up everything they had to support this sacred endeavor. Everyone looked at Xia Fei with much more polite gazes. After all, he had met with the god of night. To believers like them, this was an incredible thing. Phantom gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. Incredible. That lie of yours has got them all fooled. With the decree of a god, they probably resolve to devote themselves into opposing UTI, even if they don't actually want to. At this moment, someone walked up to Qinglu and whispered in his ear. Qinglu nodded as he listened. Then his face suddenly paled. "Everyone, I have bad news," Qinglu darkly said. "The object that UTI ordered General Tenani to search for in the capital of the Panhuman Alliance had been found. It's currently on its way back to the capital." The object that UTI ordered General Tenani to search for in the Panhuman Alliance's capital has been found. It's currently on its way back to the insectoid capital, Qinglu sternly said. Everyone was flabbergasted, and there was even a little fear on their faces. Hala asked, "Is that object really that important to him?" Qinglu replied, "Only UTI and his brother Tanini know what that object actually is, but it's not hard to see from how determined they are that the item is extremely important. There is no doubt about that. UTI fears death the most. Is it perhaps some sort of medicinal plant that can prolong or safeguard his life? An elder stroked his beard and suggested. Everyone glanced at Xia Fei, for he had been the one to steal the divine herb, Blood Demon Claw, and they were all aware of it. Xia Fei was unperturbed. Once the Blood Demon Claw ripened, he could use it to repair his seventh brain region. He would not so easily give up that plant. Could it be some sort of weapon? The object was excavated from Venal Galaxy, the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance. That place was where ancient humans had once thrived and lived, and they're incredibly strong. Perhaps they left some kind of superweapon, but how did UTI find out about it? That's what I don't understand, another elder said. Qinglu shook his head. All we know is that UTI secretly gave Tanini this mission, nothing else. At present, our spy on the front lines has sent word that Tanini really did find that object, and he sent a fleet back to the capital to escort it. We need to consider how we will deal with this. There's no time for speculation. Everyone nodded, but they still could not help but wonder what sort of object UTI would want. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I don't know what that object is, nor do I want to know, but I do understand one thing. Since UTI has gone to such length just to get his hands on it, we can't let him get his way. If he wants that object, we can't let him get it. It doesn't matter whether it's a superweapon or some life-replenishing divine herb. All we need to understand is that, once UTI gets his hands on it, he'll probably get much stronger and become even more difficult to assassinate. Thus, we can't let that object reach UTI." Hala was taken aback. "You're talking about robbery?" Xia Fei nodded. "Precisely." Hala asked Qinglu, "Who is commanding the escort fleet?" Qinglu replied, "UTI's nephew by blood, the Might warrior Yigman, and also the deputy commander of the expedition army, Bliznin of the blood slug species." Hala bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Yigman is just a useless young master, and it's only because of his blood relation to UTI that he got his important post in the army, but Bliznin isn't that simple. He's ranked 7th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard." Xia Fei indifferently said, "I know. Admiral Bliznin, a grade 6 stagnation ability user. He is able to produce obstructive waves around his body, which can greatly reduce the speed of those around him." Hala said, "That insectoid's ability specifically counters your speed. If we're talking about a robbery, we absolutely couldn't intervene. You would have to rely on yourself." Xia Fei lit a cigarette, and after a few moments of silence, he asked, "Is there a way of getting me aboard the escort fleet?" "This." On the screen, Qinglu frowned. "Please wait a moment. I will go and research their route in detail." Qinglu turned off the screen, temporarily ending communication with Black Peak Ridge. "You had better understand that the stagnation ability is a natural counter to your speed. Once your speed is greatly reduced, you lose your greatest layer of protection. Moreover, infiltrating deep into the enemy fleet is in itself a very risky course of action," Phantom said. Xia Fei replied, "An eternal rank stagnation ability user is only one rank higher than I am. If we extrapolate using some common sense, even at his highest level, my speed should still be able to maintain 500 meters per second. That speed is enough to deal with him. What's key is the opportunity. Opportunity. Yes, an opportunity to face him alone. If he has many other ability users by his side, my chances of victory will truly be slim, but if I fight him while he's by himself, then I'm rather confident that I won't lose." Phantom laughed. "It's a fleet made of several dozen warships. How could he be alone? I think you should do some more research before making your decision." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. Qinglu would need some time to gather information on the fleet, so Hala invited Xia Fei to a meal. Xia Fei had already been recognized as one of the God of Night's children, so their attitude toward him had naturally improved. Xia Fei had relied on fruits like white dew to fill his stomach during his 3 days in the virtual world, and his hunger was almost unbearable. Thus, he accepted the invitation and had a large meal together with them in their dining room. Insectoid food could not be described as exquisite, mostly simple dishes like roasted meat, but it was very filling. Xia Fei had never been a picky eater and had only ever sought a full belly. The others could not help but question him about the God of Night, and Xia Fei answered them indifferently. The more enigmatic his tone, the more these insectoids believed. Qinglu finally got back to them at sunset. Xia Fei did not immediately make his decision, instead asking Qinglu to give him the information so that he could take it back to his room and carefully review it. The room the Guild of the Wise had arranged for Xia Fei was bright and spacious, but that exquisitely furnished room had been completely transformed by Xia Fei. The walls were covered in star maps, the schematics for the ships of the escort fleet, the navigation map, with a photo and combat info of stagnation ability user Bliznan. Xia Fei sat in a chair, a cigarette in his hand, staring at the information on the wall through a cloud of smoke, reviewing it again and again. Displaying all the information like this was Xia Fei's habit. It was said that this method could reinforce the impression this information had on the mind and allow one to make the most correct judgment. However, Xia Fei did it purely out of convenience. He could not be bothered to flip through page after page. It's not easy. Of the 14 days of journey, 3 of them are in the Pan-Human Alliance. Half will be within wormholes, and 2 days will be in the heavily guarded defensive perimeter around the capital. You will only have 8 days and 12 hours. In those 8 days, you must infiltrate the escort fleet, kill the stagnation ability user Bliznan, and steal or destroy that object that UTI so direly needs, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. Several hours had been enough for him to analyze the data and make his conclusion on the mission. Standing up, Xia Fei pointed at the star map on the wall. The escort fleet consists of 1 capital ship, 12 battleships, 36 cruisers, and 36 scout frigates. It's a very powerful force. Even so, UTI still lacks confidence in that fleet. Before it arrives at the capital, he is having 2 security fleets join it. The first one will meet the escort fleet as soon as it enters the insectoid territory. The second one will set off from the Venoscorpion swamp base and join the escort fleet. Other than that, the fleet will not stop at any other place for even 1 minute, so I will have only 2 chances of getting close to it. Time won't permit us to get from Black Peak Ridge to the stealth wormhole in time, so the only option we have is to go with the Venoscorpion swamp base. Phantom frowned. Venoscorpion swamp base is an important military base which has to be passed before entering the imperial capital. Tens of thousands of warships are anchored there. Isn't robbing the escort fleet there a bit too dangerous? Xia Fei shrugged. Each time it passes through a wormhole, the escort fleet only needs 10 minutes to readjust before setting off again. Trying to find out where they stop is far too difficult, but at Venoscorpion swamp base, the escort fleet will wait in space for an entire hour so that the protection fleet can join it. There's plenty of things that could be done in that 1 hour. More importantly, Qinglu can get me the coordinates for the rendezvous point. We simply need to get there before they do and bide our time. Phantom was a little lacking in confidence, pensively saying, "But have you considered this? Venoscorpion swamp is not even 24 hours from the insectoid capital. The closer to the capital's defense ring you are, the more dangerous it is. After all, that area is heavily guarded. If you can't quickly complete your robbery, you'll be in for a very hard time." Xia Fei calmly took out a star of ruin from his spatial ring and smiled. It would be great if I could get my hands on the treasure that Tanini had dug up for UTI. Something that UTI has gone to such great lengths to get can't be some low-quality item. Besides, it was dug up from Venal Galaxy, so it originally belonged to mankind. In my hands, it can be considered as having returned to its original owner. At worst, I'll use this thing to just destroy the escort fleet. If we can't get it, then neither can UTI. Phantom creased his brows. Hurry up and put the Star of Ruin away. Its effects are just too shocking. It's not going to just be a joke if there's an accident. Once Xia Fei put away the Star of Ruin, Phantom let out a sigh of relief. Since you understand the pros and cons, I have no objection. If we can steal it, and if we can't, destroy it. I trust in your ability to respond according to the situation. Whoosh. Vampire set off for this most important military base of the insectoid race, Venoscorpion Swamp. Hala and Mingjing were also aboard. Qinglu had already conceded and agreed to make Xia Fei a collaborator, sharing with him his side's intelligence and resources. His only demand was that he took Hala with him. He said that this was for the sake of Xia Fei's safety. Hala was a darkness ability user, and if something happened to Xia Fei, Hala could sweep him up in the darkness and escape with him while remaining undiscovered. In the entire Guild of the Wise, only he could work with Xia Fei. Qinglu had spoken so sincerely, as if he truly was concerned about Xia Fei. Of course, Xia Fei understood that this was simply a manner of check and balance they share, and it existed because they did not trust him enough. Therefore, Xia Fei did not object. Even he would have found it absurd if the insectoids had let him stand with them without condition, so he agreed. As for Mingjing, as Hala's ability was the only way of stopping her from communicating with High Priest Ryan, so they had been no other choice but to bring her along. Once the route was set, Vampire silently began making its way through space. Xia Fei placed his feet on the command deck and muttered, "What could have possibly been dug out from Venal Galaxy?" The flight was very quick. Vampire, which was fitted with a top-class Black Mamba 130 engine, could advance at around 120% the speed of an ordinary warship. 3 days before the escort's appearance, it arrived at the outer edge of Venoscorpion's swamp base. Hala had been very quiet the entire journey, remaining in his room and rarely emerging. Only during mealtimes would he chat a little with Xia Fei. Mingjing had once more been thrown into a storage compartment, with little Pod taking care of her. Pod was very concerned about this young girl. Let alone providing her food and drink, he also helped her bathe, comb her hair, and change her clothes. Xia Fei had gone to the storage compartment to look once. After experiencing Pod's meticulous care, Mingjing had more of a human odor about her. Her long golden hair had been coiled up, and she was wearing one of Xia Fei's old white shirts as she worriedly curled up in a corner. In truth, Xia Fei was also somewhat unable to bear it. Encountering a human in the insectoid territory should have been something to be happy about, and Mingjing was a mute. This, and her pathetic appearance, could probably earn many sympathetic tears. However, this sort of emotion was quickly drowned out by Xia Fei's wariness. Currently, Xia Fei would not kill her, but he would not so easily trust her either. In short, Xia Fei no longer felt disgust for Mingjing. Pod had sharp eyes, and every day, he would always bring exactly 3 of Mingjing's questions. All of them concerned humans and the Panhuman Alliance. Xia Fei did not answer perfunctorily to them as he did before, and had rather earnestly addressed all of Mingjing's questions. He even stored a few books in Mingjing's electronic notebook for her to read in her free time. Her electronic notebook was originally made from the insectoid technology, and it was not compatible with the equipment of the Panhuman Alliance. Xia Fei had spent 20 minutes modifying it. For the constantly busy and tense Xia Fei, this was quite a good deal of attention. Books were man's best friend. There was nothing false about this phrase. In the past, when Xia Fei had been in the lower class, he had read tons of books in order to become an expert in electronics, machines, and warships. By reading, Mingjing could also understand a little about human life. However, this made her only more curious about Xia Fei. Every day, she hoped that Xia Fei would come by the small storage compartment to see her. Alas, other than that one time he came by and nodded at her, he never appeared again. Do not leave too deep an impression with an enemy. This was a principle that all warriors understood. At present, Mingjing was still his enemy, so Xia Fei continued to do firmly what he should do, keeping a distance from her so that they would avoid understanding each other. Still, he had no idea that Pod would frequently give Mingjing pictures of Xia Fei living and fighting, satisfying her curiosity, so the more Xia Fei wanted his existence to fade from her heart, the more impossible it became. Gradually, the shadow he cast on Mingjing's heart grew deeper and more distinct. Hala emerged from his room and onto the command deck. Xia Fei was standing in front of the window, gazing at the distant mass of warships. They were rather close, so he could clearly make out the giant capital ships over Venoscorpion swamp base. Hala frowned, walking up and saying, "We're too close to the base. It's better to create some distance to be safe. Although your warship can cloak, and there's also my darkness ability on the outside for concealment, it's still not safe." In truth, they were only able to get so close without being discovered due to the STML cloaking system. As for Hala's darkness ability, while it could add an additional layer of protection to their ship, it could not block energy pulses and electronic signals. It could only block vision and abilities. Xia Fei nodded. "I went this close only to get a closer look at the movements in the base. You insectoids truly aren't simple. After dispatching several thousand ships to the Panhuman Alliance, you still have so many capital ships back home." Hala replied, "These flashy ships are made from the blood and sweat of the common folks. The entire insectoid race have worked for thousands of years to construct all these metal monsters. The insectoids have far more territory and population than the Pan-Human Alliance, and they've been single-mindedly focused on developing the military, so it's only natural that we would have the upper hand in this war. In truth, I have hoped to have a resplendent culture and history, like your race, than to have all these warships. In the history of the insectoids, there's nothing to write about except war. A finger lightly tapped on the control board a few times, and the vampire flew into the distance, swiftly leaving this system, which was packed with warships. Have the rendezvous coordinates been confirmed? Xia Fei asked. Hala shook his head. Old Qing is still working on it, but it's not easy to pry at crucial parts like that. UTI is an extremely paranoid insectoid, and any insectoid whom he doesn't believe to be trustworthy will never be allowed into his inner circle. Xia Fei nodded. It has to be done soon. There are only 48 hours left. The minutes continued to pass, and the time of the escort fleet's arrival drew closer and closer, but Qinglu was still unable to get the coordinates for the rendezvous point. It had to be understood that a warship could cross 50,000 light-years with every jump. If the escort fleet was not planning to join up with the security fleet at the base, then any point in the vast expanse of space could serve as their temporary mooring point. Unless one had the exact coordinates, one would find it very difficult to keep up with them in a timely fashion. Hala grew increasingly nervous and started pacing back and forth on the command deck, constantly glancing at the encrypted communication device in his hand for news from Qinglu. Meanwhile, Xia Fei sat in front of a computer and analyzed some data with a focused expression. Only 6 hours left. What is old Qing doing? We still don't know the exact coordinates of the rendezvous. What are we going to do? Hala said in a panic. Xia Fei indifferently said, Don't panic. The ships of Venoscorpion Swamp Base have yet to move. Hala answered. They have the coordinates, so they only need a few jumps to reach the rendezvous point. Naturally, they're in no rush. As for us, if we can't get the coordinates and execute our plan to get close, we'll lose the chance. He walked up to Xia Fei and saw numerous times and numbers on the screen. A countdown was currently jumping around, calculating the time of the escort fleet's arrival. What is this? Hala curiously asked. The Venoscorpion Swamp Fleet sends a patrol fleet out at certain intervals. This is a record of their patrol times. What's the point in looking at that? Xia Fei raised his head to glance at him and smiled. The escort task is an extremely secretive mission, and UTI places a great deal of importance on it. If I were the commander of this base, I would definitely be very nervous. As for the place the escort fleet will soon stop at, it's surely going to be placed under heavy surveillance, so I may send several drones to inspect the area. If I can find places patrolled more frequently than once every 24 hours, it means that the schedule may have been altered. Hala was startled. Xia Fei was right. Military patrols always had a set schedule, and the route and fleet composition would rarely change. If one place was suddenly patrolled more often, it meant that it was under heavy surveillance, which translated to that place possibly being the escort fleet's stop location. How is it? Did you discover anything? Hala sternly asked, feeling some admiration for Xia Fei's meticulous mindset. It turned out that Xia Fei had already had a solution on what to do if Qinglu could not get his hands on the coordinates. Xia Fei nodded. In the last 24 hours, the number of patrols coming and going in Venoscorpion Swamp has become much more frequent. 3 of these areas are being patrolled more frequently and with more ships. The closest is 67,000 light-years while the farthest is 140,000 light-years away. All of these areas are deserted and are capable of serving as an anchoring point for a fleet. 3 places? Hala muttered to himself. That's rather strange. The radar system suddenly detected a fleet moving out from Venoscorpion Swamp Base. The points of light indicated that 3 fleets had launched from the base at the same time, heading off in 3 different directions, and each fleet had the same composition. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. UTI is truly cautious so much that he would even use decoys in his territory. Hala helplessly said, That's really because of you. Ever since you used that unknown superweapon to destroy half a system, UTI has grown even more cautious. I'm afraid that you won't be able to use the same move this time, Phantom commented. The 3 fleets took off at the same time, so no matter which one you follow, you'll only have a 33% chance. Forget about this mysterious treasure and just use this chance to blow up the base. The loss of so many warships is certain to leave UTI furious. Xia Fei shook his head. Look here. All the warships are spread out. Besides a few by the port, the rest are scattered on the outer edge of the system. Even a Star of Ruin will only be able to destroy 1/12 of the fleet, and that's barely only a flesh wound. UTI probably specially arranged for it to be like this. I only have 2 Stars of Ruin, and I need to keep them for use on only the most crucial of moments. Phantom cursed. UTI was the smartest insectoid king in the history of the race and had an incredibly high IQ. He also knew how to spread his armies. The strange formation the ships of Venoscorpion Swamp Base had taken up was clearly aimed to counter Xia Fei's moves. The receiving fleet has probably set out. What do we do? Hala anxiously asked. Xia Fei looked at the radar and smiled. Pointing at one of the fleets, he said, we just follow this one. Whoosh. Vampire followed this fleet at a leisure pace. After 3 jumps, they crossed 140,000 light-years. This place was one of the areas Xia Fei had been watching. After sulking for a long while, Hala asked, how did you determine that it's the real receiving fleet? Xia Fei casually replied, as they left 6 hours ago, it means that the destination of the receiving fleet must be within 1 to 5 jumps. The first 2 areas will only need 2 jumps, which is a trip of about 2 hours. Only this one requires 3 hours to reach. If it's just a trip of 2 hours, heading off 6 hours early is a little too hurried. Hala was speechless. He could not say that Xia Fei's reason was absurd, but it also felt like it was missing something. Xia Fei stood up, leaving Hala behind as he headed alone to the combat equipment room. This place was where his equipment was stored and maintained. Xia Fei took a Star of Ruin and installed it in a projectile mine. Then he cautiously placed the mine into the launch tube. When the fleet arrived and Xia Fei found that there was no opportunity to infiltrate, he would use this ultimate explosive without hesitation and destroy the escort fleet. He would rather break the jade than leave the tile intact. However, Xia Fei really did not want to do this. After all, he was greatly tempted by that mysterious object. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would be unwilling to use this plan. After 3 more hours had passed, more than 100 dazzling warp tunnels opened up, and the escort fleet carrying out this special mission arrived. More than 100 warp tunnels suddenly opened, and a massive fleet containing 2 capital ships appeared in the pitch darkness of space. The excited Xia Fei tapped on the control console and had his vampire slowly approach the escort fleet. Why does one fleet seem like it's going back? Xia Fei asked in surprise. Hala replied, the first fleet is a border force. They aren't qualified to enter the Imperial Capital region, so they are switching out with the Internal Forces fleet. UTI has always been extremely cautious. Other than his personal soldiers, he forbids any other armies from approaching the capital, and those who do will be punished as traitors. Xia Fei nodded. This sort of thing was rather common since ancient times. It was no wonder the fleet had paused here for a little. It was for a changing of the guard. The 2 fleets had met here to reconsolidate. The massive warships began to turn their bodies and rearrange themselves clumsily, the formation both chaotic and orderly. The 2 capital ships were in the center of the fleet, while the other warships were ringed around them in a layer of protection. What do we do now? While your warship can remain stealthed, let alone boarding, even getting close to the fleet is impossible. The defenses are too tight. A formation made of more than 100 warships is essentially unbreakable, Hala nervously said. Phantom also said, stop hesitating. Regardless of what object was found in the Panhuman Alliance, destroy it together with this fleet. The minutes flew past. After each jump, a warship required 50 minutes to readjust. Once the readjustment time was passed, they could set off again. If he wanted to use the Star of Ruin, it must be in this time period. Xia Fei had never been a hesitant or an indecisive person, but he was extremely worried today. First, destroying the fleet would require using one of his precious Stars of Ruin, and he only had 2 of these super explosives created by the ancient civilization left. Moreover, these might be the last 2 Stars of Ruin in the entire universe. Each was incredibly valuable, and Xia Fei had been planning to use them on UTI. Second, he was extremely interested in the mysterious object which UTI had gone at such great lengths to excavate from the Panhuman Alliance. No one would believe that it did not have any value. If it had valuable information regarding the ancient civilization or if it concerned the mysterious three great laws, destroying it would be an irreparable loss. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xia Fei would not take this sort of action. We still have 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the fleet will set off again. Any farther, and it will be the imperial capital's defense ring, Hala sternly reminded Xia Fei. Xia Fei placed his fists together and spoke as if he were venting his frustration. Their defenses are too tight. I truly have no chance to board the warship. Since that's so, then destroy it all. Activate all active modules. Prepare to open up a wormhole at any time. Direction 23595, full speed. Xia Fei furiously bellowed. Whoosh. The vampire accelerated toward the fleet. Under the cover of its cloaking system, it naturally approached silently like a ghost. Xia Fei tensely stared at the radar, looking for the best place to shoot. Now is the moment. Fire the mine. Start the stealth jump. Xia Fei loudly ordered. A cloaked warship could not do that much. Even launching an explosive would cause it to drop out of stealth. Thus, by launching the mine, Xia Fei was exposing himself. He had to leave at once. Whoosh. An ordinary and unremarkable mine was launched, descending at a leisure pace. At the same time, the protective layer around Vampire was discontinued, and as was its jamming of electronics and energy signals. Fortunately, the entire process required 30 seconds rather than being immediately revealed. Otherwise, Xia Fei would have been immediately locked on and obliterated by these numerous warships. The stealth wormhole silently opened, and Vampire charged in. Xia Fei had calculated that 30 seconds was just enough to complete this series of actions, launching the mines, and then jumping away. After all, Vampire was only a frigate. When it came to speed and agility, it far surpassed the Impaler. Still, they were all still very nervous. They risked facing the attacks of more than 100 warships if they were discovered, so the consequences would truly be unthinkable. Hala felt his heart madly thumping, almost about to beat out of his chest. They were so close to those metal behemoths that he could even see the pitch-black barrels of their cannons through the command deck window. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The signal radius of Vampire grew larger and larger, and just when it was about to hit the radar range of the opposing ships, the end of the ship finally entered the wormhole. Whoosh. The wormhole immediately closed, and dazzling lights appeared outside the window, and then they began to streak backward at high speeds like comets. Hala sat back on the sofa and sighed. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a sip of tea. That thing you've just released is the super bomb that can destroy half a star system? Hala curiously asked. Xia Fei nodded. Hala muttered. It didn't seem that different. How could it be so powerful? Do you still have any more of those bombs? Xia Fei smiled. Those were ancient relics we dug up from some ancient ruins long ago. There were only 2 left, and both have been used up. If not, I would have used them on UTI. A pity, truly a pity, Hala muttered. Intense energy waves appeared on the radar. The energy waves created by the bomb were like boulders thrown into a lake. Energy waves rapidly spreading outward, their power difficult to describe. Xia Fei, Hala, and Phantom all stared at the screen. Glancing at the timer, Hala excitedly shouted, "Success!" The escort fleet must have been destroyed by such a powerful explosion. Whoosh! Vampire emerged from a wormhole. Hidden in the pitch-black darkness of space, it slowly moved forward. Hala sighed in relief. That sight just now was truly harrowing. I didn't think that controlling a warship would be even more stimulating than fighting barehanded. When you released that bomb above the massive ship, the nearest warship was only dozens of kilometers away. I almost thought you would crash into it. Since ancient times, whether it was the Panhuman Alliance or the Insectoids, their warriors had all rejected technology, believing that martial arts strength was the strongest. But after today, Hala had a completely new understanding of these overlords of the universe that were warships, and he also grew envious of this vampire of Xia Fei's, which had a strange appearance and was also capable of stealth. Xia Fei said nothing, simply staring at the radar while in thought. Suddenly, Xia Fei stood up and ordered the smart computer. Turn the ship around. Set the coordinates at 100 kilometers from the explosions just now. Shut down all unnecessary systems. Funnel all energy to the energy reserve. The lights of the command deck went out, and the temperature control system followed. The air gradually began to chill as all the energy was funneled to the warp engine. The refrigerator, the smart washing machine, and all of the modules which had nothing to do with navigation were shut down. Each jump would consume large quantities of energy. Energy was normally stored in the energy reserve, but once it was used up, it would take around 50 minutes to recharge. Xia Fei was mustering up all the ship's energy in the hopes that he could bring that time down to 40 minutes. Hala was alarmed, speaking in a trembling tone. "Xia Fei, have you gone crazy? Returning to the site of explosion might result in us running into the emergency response fleets converging there. Everything would be over if that were so." Xia Fei coldly stared at the radar and said, "The nearest fleet will arrive in 72 minutes. If my calculations are correct, considering the time it takes to get there, we will have about 20 minutes to search and 20 minutes to escape the field." Hala did not dare to believe his ears. In his eyes, casting that bomb into the enemy fleet was crazy enough, and now he was risking his life to go back? It was sheer madness. This entourage of warships was UTI's secret fleet. Now that it had encountered a problem, a large number of reinforcements were bound to arrive. Moreover, this place was very close to Venoscorpion Swamp Base. The fleets there were probably going insane trying to get here. Xia Fei stared at the radar, taking in the locations of every ship in the area. The AI was furiously calculating which warships would get there before Xia Fei. "A small patrol squad will arrive 3 minutes before us, but it's not too strong. Vampire can deal with it," Xia Fei sternly said, apparently hoping to soothe Hala's worries. Phantom helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He had no plans of trying to persuade Xia Fei otherwise in the middle of his bout of madness, for he was well aware that once Xia Fei had made up his mind, he was as stubborn as stone. Hala sighed. "Can you at least tell me why you want to go back?" Xia Fei casually said, "It's very simple. I'm unwilling to believe that the mysterious object was destroyed just like that. If that's really some sort of divine artifact, it shouldn't be that easy to destroy." Whoosh! Vampire emerged from a wormhole, appearing in the middle of devastation. That anchoring point for a fleet was now a graveyard of the universe. The Star of Ruin's power was immense. Much of the debris pushed to as far as several million kilometers away. These pieces of debris were extremely small, like tiny snowflakes, obliterating massive warships into dregs. This was the power of a Star of Ruin. Around 300 kilometers away, 2 insectoid warships looked at the wreckage in stupefaction, the crew members too shocked for words. Their passing by had been sheer coincidence. After noticing the massive explosion, they had rushed over to investigate. They had never imagined that they would be seeing such a gruesome scene. Advance at full speed. Firing systems, lock onto the enemy warships. Energy shields up. Prep the boosters. Be ready to activate them at any time. Activate the energy drain system. Pulse lasers, give the targets a savage beating. Release the combat drones. Attack target number 1. Radar system at 100% operation. Scan for any suspicious targets in the vicinity. If there's any abnormal signal waves or energy fluctuations or any object that's 3 times larger than the average debris size, I want to see it." Xia Fei issued a string of orders. As Vampire dealt with the 2 insectoid cruisers, it also began searching the sea of wreckage for that item UTI had so dearly desired. The 2 insectoid warships passing through this area would have never imagined that they would be taking fire from a human warship so close to Venoscorpion Swamp Base. Vampire exited stealth and activated both its pulse lasers and energy drainers. The pulse lasers spat out white flames, while the energy drainers began crazily draining energy from the enemy ship. Both sides of this battle had just finished using most of their energy for a jump, and neither side had much energy, but as there were 2 cruisers on the insectoid side, they had the slight advantage in terms of energy reserve. Alas, Vampire reduced this advantage to nothing. As could be seen in its name, it could suck dry the blood of the enemy. Drink dry the marrow of the enemy. Activate the backup energy drainers. I want the energy of that second warship completely sapped, Xia Fei coldly ordered. Whoosh! The second energy drainer immediately got to work, and Vampire quickly began to take the energy of the 2 insectoid cruisers for itself, restoring power to the warp engine and ensuring that the energy shields could activate and that the pulse lasers could operate smoothly. As for the enemy, after firing a few shots, they did not have the energy to keep attacking Xia Fei. Even their energy shields failed. Vampire crazily fired its lasers and soon began to destroy their armor. The insectoid warships tried their best to gather energy, but the more they did this, the more their energy was drained by Vampire. Not only could they not counterattack, they only restored more and more energy to Vampire. One side weakened while the other side grew stronger, and these two cruisers, which were much larger than Vampire, were soon in a completely passive state. The powerful energy drainers of Vampire even made it impossible for them to escape. The lack of energy even caused the lights of the command deck to go out. Through the window, one could clearly see the insectoid soldiers running around the warship in a panic. While energy draining could not directly kill the enemy, it could disarm them, forcing them to either surrender or be beaten. It was undoubtedly the most sinister of ways for a warship to attack. Hala's jaw dropped. He found it impossible to believe that this ship he was on was so violently oppressing the two cruisers, which far surpassed it when it came to both firepower and armor. It had to be understood that frigates and cruisers were separated by two whole ship classes. They simply were not on the same level. Rumble. This battle ended without any suspense at all. The first insectoid cruiser exploded. Fire erupted outward. The two energy drainers targeted the second warship, draining it all of its energy, pushing it down so that it could be given a savage beating. This simply was not a fair fight. This insectoid warship had never been able to muster even the tiniest bit of energy. Meanwhile, Vampire gained more and more energy. A warship without energy was like a human body without blood. It could not attack, could not escape, and could not even send a help signal back to base. Vampire was a heaven-defying existence. Xia Fei was not focused on the two insectoid warships. He was well aware of how powerful his Vampire was. These two cruisers could not threaten him. The energy shield boosters and the energy-draining devices made Vampire far surpass all other warships of the same class, becoming an existence that had transcended the frigate class. The radar system was still analyzing the debris floating in space. With each suspicious area it found, it would conduct a more meticulous search. As debris littered the surroundings several million kilometers, this analysis did not happen very quickly. The more time dragged on, the more dangerous it was. The surrounding debris would affect the STML cloaking system and was highly likely to render it ineffective. The radar clearly showed that more and more insectoid warships were converging on this area as quickly as they went. In a fight against numerous warships, even Vampire would have no chance at victory. In a massive explosion, the second insectoid cruiser turned into a ball of flame that illuminated the blackness of space. Hala almost broke out in an applause. To start outnumbered and annihilate two cruisers, Vampire had put on a splendid performance. Besides excitement, he also could not help but feel some confusion about Xia Fei. A bomb that could destroy half a star system, an unimaginably powerful warship, and speed that exceeded 30,000 meters per second. Such an elite warrior could not be a minor figure in the Panhuman alliance. It seemed that working with Xia Fei was not a completely unreasonable idea for the Guild of the Wise. A battleship is going to be here soon. 1 minute and 15 seconds, Xia Fei sternly said. Battleships have more firepower. Prepare for some turbulence. Phantom and Hala said nothing. At this point, what could they say? It was clear that anything they said would be unable to change Xia Fei's mind. All they could do was wait at his side and see how he dealt with the situation. Warm up the overclocking system. Have the energy shield booster array start storing up energy. Whoosh. As expected, about 1 minute later, a savage-looking insectoid battleship jumped out of a wormhole, appearing less than 500 kilometers away, its pitch-black cannon barrels frightening to behold. Get close. Vampire rapidly accelerated, its thrusters ejecting hot flames as it rushed at the battleship that had to be more than 100 times its size. Circle around it at a distance of 100 kilometers. Open fire. Energy draining devices, go. Work the energy shield booster array at 120%. Use the stasis webifier and hold it down. Right after the insectoid battleship appeared, Vampire began circling around it and giving it a savage beating. This sudden assault made the insectoid warship freeze for a few seconds, and then it began locking onto Vampire, its massive cannons trying to track it. The insectoid warship finally began to fire. While Vampire's speed minimized the damage done, the insides of the ship still fiercely swayed. The sleeping furball on the sofa was hurled onto the ceiling. Energy shield booster array at 100%. Radar, keep searching. Xia Fei held a bumpy object on the command deck, not even looking at the enemy ship. His eyes were fixed on the search results from the radar. More and more enemies were appearing, and a prolonged battle was not wise. What was most important was to find that object, and then immediately flee the battlefield. Another volley. Vampire shuddered once more, but the energy shield booster array continued to play a huge role. The 4 energy shield boosters created a powerful defense for the warship, and the energy drainers were constantly extracting energy from the enemy ship, ensuring that the energy reserves remained full. Warning: Insectoid fleet discovered. Estimated arrival on the battlefield at 30 minutes. The AI called out in a cold female voice. Hala was nervous to the extreme. This one battleship was hard enough to deal with, let alone a fleet. Retreat. A large number of ships will be here soon, Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei shook his head, his expression focused. Vampire has a Black Mamba 130 engine. It only needs a few minutes to leave the battlefield. With the 2 energy drainers working away, the insectoid battleship was finally drained of power, its shield instantly disappearing. The pulse lasers began directly working against the armor. Xia Fei glanced at the energy readouts. This battleship clearly had much more energy than the 2 cruisers. His energy reserves were at 85%, and he could soon start a jump. However, the numbers were already beginning to slow down, as there was not much energy that could be absorbed from the battleship left. Reactor overclocking at 40%. I need to be able to start a jump within 5 minutes. Prepare for an impromptu jump, Xia Fei sternly ordered. Xia Fei had to leave the battlefield before the insectoid fleet arrived no matter what, even if he failed to find that object. The best result would be for his reactor to replenish the energy reserves before the enemy fleet arrived. Otherwise, he would have to use an emergency jump, using his current energy reserves to make a random jump. An emergency jump was extremely dangerous, for he had no control over the wormhole. The last time he had used an emergency jump, the cannon barrage from an insectoid fleet had caused the coordinates of the wormhole to shift, resulting in Xia Fei wandering around the insectoid territory. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use an emergency jump. Suddenly, the radar indicated that it had found a strange object in the debris. The object was rectangular, about 3 meters long, its outer casing made of some metal alloy. Even though it had been through the explosion of a star of ruin, the outer shell was perfectly preserved, without even a dent. Hurry, get close. Get the tractor beam ready. Accelerate the energy replenishment of the warp engine, Xia Fei ordered. A metal casing which could survive such an intense explosion unharmed could not be simple. Xia Fei's intuition was telling him that this black box was what he had been searching for. Whoosh! Vampire accelerated at full speed, flying into the distance. That insectoid battleship had been beaten down to its last structural layer, fire gushing out of its enormous body. As Vampire was just about to leave, it launched a furious barrage from its lasers, piercing through the last structural layer of the battleship and destroying it. Hala waved his fist in the air, his expression excited. He had completely forgotten that he was also an insectoid. The black alloy box was not that far away. Vampire needed only a few minutes to approach it rapidly, but there was still some distance until the tractor beam could pull it in. 1, 2, 3. Innumerable warp tunnels opened at the same time. The insectoid fleet was coming. Massive warships began emerging from the wormholes. The battleship had just sent information about an enemy ship on this battlefield to the main fleet, so the moment these ships appeared, they began locking onto Vampire. The radar flashed red. The situation was perilous. If these warships all opened fire at once, Xia Fei had no hope of survival. Open the warp tunnel. Overclock the engine, the tractor beam, and the energy shield boosters as well. At the final moment, that ancient overclocking chip played a crucial role. While overclocked, the tractor beam's range doubled. A white beam shot out and grabbed onto that black alloy box in the middle of a pile of debris, after which, the warship swiftly charged into a wormhole. Rumble. Just when Vampire was about to be shot down, it disappeared. In the darkness of space, Vampire continued to progress onward. In its cargo hold was a large black metal case, and it was flat like a mirror with not even a trace of defect and a golden lock to keep its contents secured. "Let me try and open it." Hala rolled up his sleeves and said. Xia Fei suddenly shook his head. Even a star of ruin didn't manage to blow the lock up. "Do you really want to give it a shot?" Hala was speechless. The force of the explosion was enough to ruin half a galaxy. Yet this case and lock remained completely intact. It was evident that the sturdiness of this case was unmatched and well beyond his wildest imagination. Wanting to get it open through brute force was no better than a fool's dream. Xia Fei glanced at Phantom. "Can you sense anything?" Phantom replied, "This thing's like a black hole. I'm hardly getting any reaction. Thus, I can safely say that it isn't an energy entity, or at the very least, nothing inside contains energy. It should be purely metal." Xia Fei nodded. This was a very strange case, and he had only detected its presence through the ship's detectors. Furthermore, the signal was extremely weak, and there was absolutely no way of knowing what was inside. Be it Xia Fei's consciousness, Phantom's energy sense, or Hala's darkness ability, nothing seemed to be able to penetrate the case. The black metal exterior was preventing any attempts at probing what was contained within. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and knelt to inspect that golden hexagonal lock. He noticed that there was no aperture for which to fit a key into, so it was impossible even if Xia Fei had wanted to try and pick this locking mechanism. There was a triangular groove on the metal surface, as if there was another item that could be joined together there, and it would either rely on a passcode or some energy reaction to unlock the case. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei somewhat disappointedly stored the black case back into his spatial ring. That was when the communicator Hala was holding rang, and Xia Fei knowingly left the cargo hold for the command deck. Hala would always secretly hide himself away every time he took the call, and Xia Fei could not be bothered to find out who he was having a conversation with. "Old Qing wants to discuss something with you." After a short while, Hala uncharacteristically approached Xia Fei with this request. The screen expanded, and Xia Fei saw Qing Lu excitedly sitting across him, his weathered face completely red. "You've really done it beautifully this time, single-handedly eliminating the escort fleets. You even managed to snatch something that UTI valued greatly. UTI is throwing a huge fit in the Golden Tent right now, and many officials have been implicated as a result of your actions. Even the commander of the Veno-Scorpion Swamp Base was executed on the spot. How wonderfully delightful." Xia Fei shrugged indifferently, not making a comment. The robbery that had happened hours ago was indeed alarmingly dangerous, but everything went exactly like how Xia Fei had planned it. After facing so many battles where he tethered on the knife edge of life and death, the concept of danger was no longer as thrilling as before. Qing Lu flashed Xia Fei a mysterious smile. "I know that while you managed to get a hold of that thing, you lack the key, right?" Xia Fei was slightly surprised, nodding. "That is true. Could the key be with UTI?" "How did you guess that?" Now, it was Qing Liu's turn to be shocked. He had not said a thing, yet Xia Fei had already managed to make an accurate guess of the key's location. There was no way Qing Lu could hide his surprise. UTI is a discreet and careful individual. Since he wants this thing very much, he should have the key to unlock it. There's a very high possibility that he intentionally arranged 2 separate fleets to bring back the items he needed. After all, if both were together, what would happen if someone managed to get hold of them and open the case? Xia Fei softly explained. That was his deduction the moment he saw the golden lock fixed on the case. Qing Lu nodded. What a keen sense of deduction. How did you realize it? One's character dictates their action. Shipping the 2 parts separately was perfectly in line with his character. That's all there is to it. Well, your deduction's right on the money. The key was secretly whisked away by another fleet. Even I just learned of this, so now we have this situation where one item is in your hands, while the key is with UTI. Qing Liu's words were layered with meaning, and Xia Fei responded in a grave tone. The key will naturally come to my possession once I kill UTI, and I'll learn just what's inside this case. But before I do that, I must first infiltrate the capital. Qing Lu was completely serious. Qing Yan and I will be going on a trip back home to pay our respects to her mother the day after. UTI has already given her permission, so you'll be able to sneak yourself into our fleet when we make our return to the capital. However, I will have to make things clear first. High Priest Ryan is also in the capital, and mere words can't describe the power he wields. I know you have a super bomb in your hands that can destroy half a galaxy, but you definitely can't use that in the capital. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I've already used them all up. Qinglu chuckled. I'm just trying to explain the fact that, even with the super bomb you have, it won't be able to kill Ryan. I am very certain of that. Xia Fei was slightly taken aback, wondering to himself, someone who can't even be killed with a Star of Ruin. Could that Ryan really be an old monster? Not only will you fail to kill him, if you anger High Priest Ryan as a result of your actions, nothing good will come to you or the Pan-Human Alliance behind you. He is a supreme expert, and I think you ought to know just what sort of damage he can make if he barges into the human territory. Xia Fei nodded. If High Priest Ryan was really an unbeatable existence similar to Yu Jiang and Yu Hua, he was of the belief that no one in the Pan-Human Alliance would be able to stop the insectoid, and that was definitely a situation he had no intention of seeing happen. Furthermore, though the golden tent where UTI resides may look like a tent from the outside, it can't be further from reality. Within the tent is a mystical artifact that the God of Light left behind. It's called the Spatial Aegis, so though the tent's exterior appears to be completely unremarkable, it is actually a separate space altogether, so I doubt your super bomb has the capability of destroying space itself. Xia Fei said nothing. Just these two pieces of information he had just learned was enough for him to give up on the notion of using a Star of Ruin. It looked like if he wanted to slay UTI, the only way was for him to do it with his two hands. In any case, if we're able to get into the capital safely, don't do anything reckless. Let me arrange everything and search for the perfect opportunity to kill UTI in one fell swoop. As for High Priest Ryan, as long as you don't intentionally provoke him, I do believe he won't bother interfering with insectoid affairs, Qinglu said severely. Okay. Xia Fei smiled. I promise you. From the side, Hala asked, then what do I do, old Qing? Qinglu pondered for a time before replying. You should come with us, too. Perhaps your darkness ability will come in handy. Hala knitted his eyebrows together. What about Ming Jing, High Priest Ryan's disciple, whom I've still got with me? Qinglu answered. There's nothing we can do about that. Bring her along, too. As long as you can guarantee that there's no way for her to contact the High Priest, I will personally pay the High Priest a visit to apologize on your behalf. I'll bear whatever displeasure that the High Priest may have about the matter. After a brief discussion over details about their next meeting, Vampire immediately continued its journey through space, and this time it headed for Qingliu's home planet, Daewu. The robot pod was intelligent, so he knew what Xia Fei was about to do would be extremely dangerous. As such, he did not continue sending details about Xia Fei's battles or his daily life back to the Alliance. After all, it would be a great threat to Xia Fei's safety if these transmissions were intercepted by the insectoid's secret intelligence, and they learned that he had made it to the capital. The loss of news from Xia Fei caused plenty of people from the Pan-Human Alliance to feel disappointed. Everyone worried over Xia Fei's safety, though Xia Fei himself hardly had any time to think about such things. The crucial step was upon them, and whether he could successfully kill UTI all depended on this one step. Vampire tethered itself on the outer orbit of a strange pink planet. The ocean barely constituted 10% of the planet's surface, and the rest of the planet was covered in that pink color, a rather enchanting sight to behold from outer space. Why is that planet pink? Xia Fei wondered aloud. Hala laughed. Planet Daewu is the homeland of the butterfly species, all 99% of the over 20 billion citizens there. Aside from the overwhelming majority of butterfly insectoids on it, the planet is also home to countless peach blossoms. They are as plentiful as the stars in the sky, and they can be found everywhere from the mountains to the plains. Plus, that's a type of peach blossom that flowers all year round, which is why it has become a pink planet. In addition, the butterfly species has the most beautiful female insectoids in our entire race. Want me to introduce you to some pretty ones to pass the time? The insectoid race was a lot more liberal in this sense than the Pan-Human Alliance, and it was a given for individuals to have such dalliance in their society. Even an expert like Hala was no exception. Xia Fei shook his head. No need. Best if we maintain a low profile and prevent others from spotting me. Hala patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. I was only cracking a joke. Lighten up. On the surface, a secret signal was detected. It was just as Qing Lu and Xia Fei previously arranged, and Xia Fei piloted Vampire to land accordingly. As he got closer, the pink peach blossoms became clearer and clearer. The houses of the butterfly species were all built close to peach blossom groves, and insectoids here had all their houses painted pink in order to match the scenery. From above, the wind rustling through the trees really made everything look like an ocean of pink. Xia Fei actually did not particularly like pink, thinking that the color was far too flirtatious. However, Avril had a soft spot for pink, and seeing this color all around made him involuntarily think of her cute smile, and he felt quite dejected as a result. The location this signal was coming from was amid a peach blossom grove, though it had been sealed within high walls of a 100-mile radius, as if it was a private reserve. There was a male insectoid of the butterfly species dressed like a servant standing in the grove, and after receiving Xia Fei's response signal, he pushed a device in hand, causing the center of this peach blossom grove to part, and a landing apron hidden underneath to reveal itself. After the warship parked itself, a metal hatch overhead sealed itself, so it appeared to be nothing more than a peach blossom grove from above. Stepping off from Vampire, they saw that a servant of the butterfly species was waiting for their arrival. Xia Fei was dressed in a black windbreaker, cap, and mask that concealed his face, while Furball was still sitting atop his shoulder. It was quite a strange sight, and that servant could not help but glance at him quite a few times. They went through a secret passageway, and in a dozen or so minutes later, Xia Fei and the bunch arrived in an elegant mansion, in an expansive courtyard with pavilions which were decked out in exquisitely carved beams and beautifully painted rafters. Xia Fei even mistakenly thought that he had been transported back to the Alliance. There was no one in the courtyard besides the countless fresh peach blossoms. It was obvious that all the servants had been sent away in advance. After winding a few more turns, the servant pushed open an inconspicuous door and invited Xia Fei respectfully inside a hidden room. Just as he stepped into the room, an enchanting and soft female voice called, "I've been waiting for you gentlemen for a very long time. Did you all have an uneventful trip here? I've been waiting for you gentlemen for a very long time. Did you all have an uneventful trip here?" Xia Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful female insectoid lying on a comfortable couch, peering at them with a pair of clear and somewhat watery eyes. There was practically nobody else inside aside from her. The scent of the room was alluring, and this woman was dressed only in a half-translucent chiffon gown. Her tender white skin was vaguely visible to anyone, and the two shapely lumps on her chest were a snug fit. This was a picturesque view of a stunning enchantress lying reposed. The sound, the atmosphere, and that inviting gaze would make anyone's heart stop. Even Hala could not help but find himself rooted to the spot. Xia Fei frowned, his eyes vigilantly examining the interior of the room once as he lightly poked Hala at his waist. It was as if Hala had been roused from a dream, blushing awkwardly as he complimented, "Niece Qingyan is truly growing prettier and prettier by the day." Watching the servant leave the room, Hala brought Xia Fei along as they sat themselves before a coffee table, quietly doing the introduction. This here is the elite human warrior Xia Fei, killing well over 18 high-level sacred warriors. He's also the one who managed to get hold of the item that UTI found in the Pan-Human Alliance. He's now a friend of our faction, helping us mount our counterattack toward UTI. Qingyan glanced at Xia Fei, but the latter had covered himself up well, so the former could not help but be a little disappointed that she could not make out how he looked. This here is our Qing family's ancestral mansion. All our servants have already undergone strict vetting, so why don't Big Brother Xia Fei take off your mask and relax? Qingyan probed. Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm fine like this." Qingyan casually ran through her long hair with her hand, letting it fall easily behind her to reveal her fair neck as her chest bounced. "I merely want to take a look at you." Her voice was delicate and light. Hala was nearly turning into mush sitting nearby, though Xia Fei simply replied, "Miss Qingyan, you ought to be older than me, so I should be the one calling you big sister." Qingyan's actions abruptly froze, and a flash of slight embarrassment appeared across her face. The seductive and sultry Qingyan would always make insectoids salivate no matter where she went, and Xia Fei was the first male who remained unmoved. Though what made her even more peeved was the fact that he had very discourteously pointed out her older age. Age was always a sore subject for any woman, and the older a beautiful woman got, the more concerned they were with their age. What they hated the most was to be acknowledged as older, and Xia Fei's one line was enough to piss her off completely. Two bad females were truly amazing creatures. The more Xia Fei showed he cared not about her existence, the more it piqued her curiosity. Hala finally noticed the strange situation unfolding before him, so he deliberately coughed twice before asking, "Where's old Qing?" Qingyin's expression changed, sitting herself up. Tomorrow is Mother's anniversary, so he's gone off to make preparations. He'll only be back later this evening. Tearing up, Qingyin suddenly bit her lip and bowed to Xia Fei and Hala. "We'll still need to depend on you two to help perform the assassination of UTI, Uncle Hala and Brother Xia Fei. Let Qingyin thank the two of you in advance for your efforts." Hala hurriedly returned a bow, telling Qingyin not to worry. Xia Fei was secretly curious about this. It was as if Qingyin had become a completely different person, completely serious as her eyes watered, bearing a look of determination which was a contrast to how she had acted before. It made him wonder just what cruel deed did UTI do unto her. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Qingyin is the consort most doted on by UTI, yet she actually acts like this once she's no longer near him. Xia Fei quietly thought, becoming even more guarded toward this coquettish woman from the butterfly species. After exchanging a few more words, Hala and Xia Fei both got up and left Qingyin's abode. "What's with Qingyin?" Xia Fei asked. Hala sighed. "It's a long story. There are plenty of beauties among the butterfly species, and every emperor of the golden tent will have a chosen consort from planet Daewoo. This has always been the norm. Several years ago, when UTI first succeeded the throne, tradition dictated that he must pick a female insectoid from here. Qingyin was merely 12 then, and her mother Manhwa had just turned 30, an age where her charm and grace was truly developed. By no means was she inferior to the youthful beauties in their late teens, and she possessed great comportment as a female, too. Qinglu was the tribe leader for the butterfly species, which was why UTI stayed in this mansion. One night, UTI had too much to drink and infringed upon Qingyin's mother's modesty. Actually, such a matter was nothing to us insectoids, and it would hardly have caused much of a stir. It was part of the insectoid culture for the wife or mistress to be made available for a distinguished guest, not to mention the fact that this was UTI. Many of our race would have found it to be a source of pride had it happened. But Manhwa was a strong-willed insectoid and ended up hanging herself that night as a result. 2 years later, when Qingyin became 14 and blossomed into womanhood, UTI chose her as his consort and invited her to the golden tent, which was how Qinglu saw a meteoric rise in status. Others would see this as an honor to the Qing family, but only the father and daughter knew the anguish of everything. They have only been secretly enduring everything all for the sake of getting rid of UTI, which is why Qingyin got so excited earlier. Xia Fei nodded. For Qingyin to have been made a consort at the age of 14, climbing her way until she became UTI's cherished woman, the forbearance and scheming she had demonstrated this whole time should not be underestimated. As night came, Qinglu hurried back and began discussing the finer details of their plan with Xia Fei and Hala before departing once more. Now that Qinglu was such an important figure among the insectoids, many important figures came forth to pay respect on the day of his late wife's anniversary so that they could attempt to get close to him, which did not make his job any easier. The father and daughter would of course observe the anniversary as well, so it was the day after before dawn when Xia Fei woke up and returned to that room from before. The room had dozens of beautifully ornate metal boxes around, each of them filled with Qingyin's belongings. For this infiltration to the capital, Xia Fei needed to leave Vampire behind and hide in a small box. Hiding himself among Qingyin's luggage would allow Xia Fei to make it right into UTI's harem residence, and he would naturally have a better chance at finding an opportunity to kill UTI from inside than trying to patrol for a way in from beyond the capital. Meanwhile, Hala would be following with Qingliu's fleet. As a well-known sacred warrior among the insectoids, though he did not hold a position in the power structure, he should not have any problem going in and out of the imperial capital just based on his fame alone. In comparison, Xia Fei would have to bear an even greater risk, but considering that this might very well be the only chance he had to assassinate UTI, Xia Fei had to agree to Qingliu's request. Picking out one of the boxes and opening it up, Xia Fei sat himself inside. The box contained plenty of women's undergarment, and the faint scent they gave off made the mind wander. Furball did not enjoy being in such an environment, knitting its eyebrows tightly as it refused to enter. Xia Fei had to take out a purple heart of spirit as an offering before he could hold Furball in his arms. Hala handed Xia Fei a spatial stone. This here contains all the food and water you'll need. There are also a few other things inside as well. Sorry that you have to put up with such circumstances for this journey. Xia Fei nodded. I've been to hell and back before, so this box is nothing. Don't worry about it. Qingyan finger placed over her lips and then pressed it against the box, leaving behind a not too obvious red mark. She smiled. All right, Uncle Hala, time to go. Slam. The room door slammed shut, and everything was quiet inside the box. This box was not of a man's height, so Xia Fei found it somewhat cramped to be hiding inside it. Furball was actually able to just sleep through everything, but Xia Fei was unable to find such peace. It is very risky. You'll be in big trouble if the Qing father and daughter sell you out. Phantom sighed. He had been against this plan to infiltrate the capital by smuggling Xia Fei in from the very start, but Xia Fei did not listen to his advice. Xia Fei replied, I've already done my own analysis and decided that the chance of being betrayed by them isn't high. But it's a huge risk. No risk means no reward. I'm afraid we wouldn't even have known about the existence of that mystical device of the golden tint had we attempted to go about this on our own. In any case, this agreement I'm in has both perks and drawbacks. While we're taking a risk, we will also be able to get very close to our target. Phantom patted his own head. You're such an obstinate person, so certain in doing something once you set your mind to it. But have you considered, even if you succeed in assassinating him, whether you can safely escape after or not? Not at all, Xia Fei honestly answered. Phantom shut his mouth, no longer saying another word. Xia Fei closed his eyes and rested, only extending out his keen senses to pick up on any disturbances around him. The room door suddenly opened as dozens of big and tough insectoid warriors walked in, picking up all the boxes without saying a word. Xia Fei was exercising his breath control technique, sealing his aura completely as he lay inside the box, not making a sound. Wobbling out of the room, Xia Fei was then tossed behind the back of a small hovercar, and the soldiers drove this car to the spaceport. The escort guards numbered well in the tens of thousands, and there were even plenty of butterfly species insectoids passionately sending the consort Qingyan off. The streets were completely packed. Qingyan's ride was an insectoid carrier, and there was also a combined fleet that acted as its convoy. After Xia Fei had ambushed the escort fleet the last time, UTI had stepped up his defenses and taken extra precautionary measures. However, even in UTI's wildest dream, he did not imagine that his most hated enemy would actually be sharing a voyage back to the capital with his beloved consort, ready to take his life at any time. Halt. These boxes need to be checked as well, called an unreasonable insectoid officer, stopping the hovercar at the entrance of the spaceport. Xia Fei felt his heart tighten, his finger inches away from his spatial ring, ready to pull out his celestial moon and October flying snow now that trouble came knocking. Slap. The soldiers with Qingyan were even more unruly than this officer, for he instantly slapped the insectoid right across his face the moment he got out of the car. Open your eyes and look carefully. These are the private belongings of the consort Qingyan. If even a single article within is lost, humph, you'd better take care of that head of yours. The officer in charge of the spaceport's security instantly deflated, retreating to his corner while clutching his face. The hovercar which contained Xia Fei successfully made its way into the airport and was immediately loaded onto the ship. The soldiers had all these boxes placed upon the conveyor belt, ready to send them into the cargo hold. An attendant under Qingyan's charge came running over, locating that box Xia Fei was hiding in among the dozens of boxes, and instructed the soldiers. The consort has ordered that this box of belongings will be used for the journey back to the capital. Carry it to her bedroom. Understood. The soldiers hurriedly saluted and transported that box with Xia Fei in it onto a separate entrance. Phantom was giggling. Looks like that insectoid shrew has no plans of letting you go. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. The journey to the imperial capital would take 7 days. Did that mean that he had to spend those days sharing a room with Qingyan? That special courtyard of High Priest Ryan was not in the least bit affected by the blizzard outside. Ryan led his favorite disciple Mingzhu down a small path to the back gardens. A single piece of rockery almost 20 meters high was there, and it contained a path which led underground. After a few twists and turns, the passage opened up to a hall with an enclosure of transparent full-length glass windows at the center. This place was arranged like a medical laboratory, where there was a bed right in the middle. There seemed to be a humanoid figure on the bed, and a white bedsheet was pulled over him, making it impossible to make out his face. Countless tubes were connected to the bed, or to be precise, these tubes were all connected to the humanoid. There were several strange machines around, all of them powered on and in constant use. Peering in from behind the wall of glass, Mingzhu asked, "Can this person be saved? After suffering such grievous injuries, he's practically a collection of limbs than a full being." Ryan said, "Whether he lives or not will depend on his good fortune. His warship suffered heavy damage as it entered a wormhole, causing the warship to break apart. The impact sent him hurtling into the wormhole. Most living creatures would have disappeared after such a catastrophe, so the fact that he still had some of his limbs intact was already very lucky." Mingzhu furrowed his brows. "Master sure is kind to have saved this person from certain death, but is this person worth you doing so?" Ryan burst out laughing. "You can't put it like that. No getting up early if there's no benefit is a saying commonly understood across the universe. Were it not for his body resonating such a strong grudge and resentment, your master would never bother retrieving him. Though he is brain dead, his cells are still working fine, and given that it holds such a strong resentment with a savage intent of killing everything in his path, such a collection of limbs will make it most suitable for creating a synthesized abomination. Once complete, I'm afraid that even you will be no match for it." Mingzhu was shocked. "You say that even I, your disciple, will be no match for it?" "Exactly. Most warriors will hardly be able to resist this abomination that has the genetic essence of 2 major races as well as the strength that comes from his powerful resentment. 3 more days, and this synthesization process will be complete. Just wait and see. Right now, it all depends on if this fortunate soul can survive the next 3 days. The hard work of these past months all hang in the balance right now." Mingzhu chuckled. "If he manages to wake up and see how he looks now, will he go mad as a result? After all, his looks now are definitely nothing like his past appearance." Ryan mused. "That's hard to say. The brain is extremely complex, and as soon as death occurs, brain cells will immediately begin dying, taking at most 72 hours before it completely collapses. Do you know that before the discovery of the warp engine, spaceships relied on cryogenics?" Mingzhu nodded. "I've heard about that. Instantly subjecting lives to an absolute zero life preservation chamber. Every single cell in the body will enter a state of hibernation due to rapid freezing, and hundreds or even thousands of years will pass before those in the life preservation chambers will be thawed, letting life continue to take hold. While such cryogenics technology is simple to master, the thawing process is what's abnormally difficult. At times, due to the rapid increase in temperature, whether it's too fast or too slow, the cell tissues end up getting damaged. The lucky ones will find themselves crippled, while the unlucky ones instantly will die as a result. Such cryogenics fell into disuse once the warp technology was discovered." Ryan nodded his head, seemingly quite satisfied with Mingzhu. Though he appeared like a brute, like a savage who had yet to be uplifted, he was actually quite smart and could promptly memorize whatever he had been given to read. This was also one of the reasons why he preferred Mingzhu over that mute girl Mingjing. "You got that right. The brain is very mysterious, and if it's only muscular damage sustained during the thawing process, then there will at least be ways to repair it, but if it's brain, even a deity will be incapable of treating it. When I found this brain, it had already been floating in space for at least 48 hours, so the cellular damage to the brain was very severe. Even your master here is unable to repair the damaged brain, so he may not necessarily have any memories of the past when he wakes up." Mingzhu chuckled. "Hearing you, master, say that, I really want to build a metal helmet to protect my head, as suffering any injury to it sounds terrible." The master-disciple pair laughed sinisterly. Anyone who heard that would have found it creepy. Seeing that there was nothing strange in the laboratory, the two left the place soon after. "Master, there's still no news from Mingjing. Could something have happened to her?" Ryan contemplated a good while after hearing this news, and replied in a serious tone, "Those men who went with her also disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid that this matter isn't as simple as it looks." Mingzhu saw Ryan's wrinkled and pudgy face and noted that his master was being unusually worried. Thus, he curiously ventured a question. "Master, that human shouldn't be a law of space adept. I heard that he used a super bomb to ruin UTI's fleets, even piloting a spaceship to snatch some mysterious item that UTI found in the Panhuman Alliance. His actions don't seem to be what a law inheritor will do." Ryan anxiously waved his hands. "You mustn't underestimate the opponent. Most law adepts are of extremely odd character. And what if this happens to be one with a weird temperament? Perhaps he likes piloting warships and enjoys playing with toys like bombs." Mingzhu wondered, is there really such a strange law inheritor? To not use the power of law and instead rely on backward thermal weapons. How truly inexplicable. Just as he said that, the pair arrived back into their living room, and Mingzhu poured a cup of tea for Ryan. Ryan drank it all in one go before saying, "This universe is vast, and there are all sorts of strange individuals out there. I suspect that expert is doing all this out of sheer boredom, deliberately toying with us mortals. There's no telling when he will get tired of it, though." "Do you mean to say that he will eradicate the insectoids?" Mingzhu was shocked. "Perhaps. Law adepts are unpredictable. Besides, I suspect that strange law expert could tell that I left a brand on Mingjing, so he probably opened a spatial door and sent her away, and that's why we haven't received any news from her on our end." Mingzhu panicked. "Master, by your deduction, wouldn't the insectoids be in trouble? Why would you just stand by and watch this happen without intervening?" Ryan waved his hand. "There used to be a million others who cultivated with your master back then. Have you ever wondered why I'm the only one left?" "Why is that?" "Because your master is a lot more cautious than everyone else, much smarter, too. I will never do anything that may present an inkling of danger." Xia Fei had no idea that High Priest Ryan was rearing an abomination in his secret laboratory, nor was he even aware that Ryan had mistakenly believed him to be a law inheritor. Not long after the fleet took off, Qingyan beamingly opened the crate. "Brother Xia, this journey's going to take some time, so I feel that it's a little disrespectful to have you cooped up inside. That is why I decided to take matters into my own hands and had you brought to my bedroom. I hope Brother Xia doesn't blame me for it." Xia Fei nodded. Now that everything had been set into motion, there was no way for him to continue hiding in the box, either. He figured that it was best to see just what tricks this foxy insectoid shrew had up her sleeves. A special aroma wafted in the air of this room, and no matter where Qingyan walked to, there would be this indescribable fragrance following. It was a very heavy scent as well, enough to cause Xia Fei's stomach to do somersaults, giving him this slightly nauseating sensation. The splendidly designed bedroom sparkled with magnificence and resplendence, as if he had stepped into a palace. He watched as Qingyan took light steps toward the bed, where she proceeded to lay down, recumbent. The decorations in this room are all transported from the Panhuman Alliance. Perhaps it will give Brother Xia a sense of familiarity? Qingyan proudly boasted. Xia Fei looked all around the room. Agate-stained glass as screens, mahogany tables and chairs embedded with polycrystalline stones, the bed sheets and quilts made from long staple cotton, etc. While it was true that everything here was produced in the Panhuman Alliance, Xia Fei was not someone born from a rich background, and he had always been very plain when it came to his tastes. Even the sportswear he frequently wore was the Li Ning brand. These luxury goods were completely foreign to Xia Fei, and he felt no sense of familiarity in them, unless it was not a sumptuous spread on the table, but a bowl of fried paste noodles and shredded cucumber. It would be even more wonderful if there were 2 red tomatoes added. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "Are you sure it's safe here?" Qingyan assured Xia Fei, "Absolutely. Those imperial guards of mine wouldn't dare get 500 meters near me without my order." Xia Fei walked over to the walls and knocked at it a few times. "And you're certain that the room is sufficiently soundproofed, so nothing will get out no matter what is being done in here?" Qingyan's heart beat wildly. Why would he ask me about the soundproofing of the room? Does he perhaps want to with me? Qingyan was still a virgin when she first entered the palace at the age of 14, and she had only ever been with one insectoid despite already being in her 30s. UTI was just taller than Qingyan's knee as well, so it was impossible for him to satisfy Qingyan's needs no matter how powerful he was. Despite Qingyan looking as if she were a natural seductress, and how she had the thought to be just that, she had never truly had the experience. Women in their 30s were like wolves and would become akin to tigers when they reached their 40s. Qingyan was presently well in that stage between a tiger and a wolf, and this mental pressure on her only increased her physical desire. Xia Fei's provocative words had immediately caused her pretty cheeks to flush red, and she could feel her heart rate spike. Qingyan, what's wrong with you today? You've always been the one doing the teasing, so why is it Xia Fei's turn to do that to you now? Qingyan was having such sweet thoughts to herself as Xia Fei slowly examined the room. Her eyes turned and shyly stared at Xia Fei. Humans and insectoids were vastly different. While Xia Fei would at best be mediocre-looking in the Panhuman alliance, that was hardly the case here with insectoids. The only male Qingyan had been with was semi-handicapped, which was why the young Xia Fei was practically Prince Charming in her eyes. He was muscular and had a tough build. His eyes were sharp, and even his steps had a verve to them. I'm sure he must be amazing in bed, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked if the room had sufficient soundproofing. Does he think that I can't withstand his virility? Humph. Qingyan will never admit defeat. Qingyan's thoughts were running wild, and she even promptly felt somewhat aroused by the prospect. Qingyan's room was a suite, and there was the exterior room and the interior room that they were currently in. Xia Fei carefully examined the setup before asking, "Is there someone staying outside?" Qingyan softly answered, "No. I've already sent my attendant away, so you and I are alone here in both the interior and the exterior rooms." She specifically emphasized the words, "you and I," tightly clamping her two legs as she let her hair down her back, exposing her snowy white neck and the shapely outlines of her buxom chest. Xia Fei smiled and punched his fists together. "Perfect. That's silent enough, all right." Qingyan was very eager, moving herself deeper into the soft bed, giving Xia Fei more than half the bed as her two tender and fair thighs fidgeted restlessly. Xia Fei sat on the edge of the bed and used his right hand to tousle his hair even as he asked apologetically, "Then, I'll need you to tolerate staying in the exterior room for this voyage. I want to use this room for cultivation." 3 days later, High Priest Ryan led his disciple Mingzhu down to that bio-laboratory once more. He first examined all the devices around once before he said with great satisfaction, "Not bad. His heart rate and blood pressure are completely normal. This person has been reborn. Mingzhu, help pack up these things. He'll wake up from his stupor in a few hours." Mingzhu nodded and quickly collected all the tubes and meters in the room, leaving just the bed and that abomination lying on top of it. Ryan and Mingzhu stood together at the side of the bed and patiently waited. Time passed, and that creature slowly regained his breathing. His 4 limbs slightly twitched as traces of life slowly became evident. Unfortunately, his body was still covered by that cotton bedsheet, so there was no way to know how he looked or what his figure was now like. Suddenly, that living creature in bed abruptly sat himself up. He was breathing heavily, seemingly having just woken up from a nightmare. His head was covered by the white cloth, making him look like a ghost. Mingzhu had quite a fright from this sudden movement, and one of his hands raised to block himself instinctively. Ryan patted his disciple on his back as he guffawed. "What are you afraid of? Behold, your master's creation." Whoosh. When Ryan pulled away that white bedsheet, a strange being appeared before their eyes. This being had a human head, and his body was dark red in color with hard scales on it. His heart could be seen beating inside his ribcage, and one of his arms was thick and muscular, while the other was short and small, though it also boasted a degree of sharpness beyond comparison. His 2 healthy legs were like a bull's, but he had a pair of webbed feet. It was a very strange-looking creature which happened to be a synthesis of human, insectoid, and beast. His black pupils were empty and cold. Scanning around the room once, this abomination of a creature suddenly clutched his stomach. It was as if the air had turned turbid and brackish, which caused him to vomit for over 10 minutes. Mingjing pinched his nose, and was extremely displeased with the terrible smell in the room. Ryan chuckled. Hee hee. This is a very normal reaction from a synthesized abomination. He'll be feeling hungry pretty soon. Can you go prepare something and bring it over? Mingjing nodded and timidly hid behind Ryan. The abomination had given him too great a shock. He had never seen such an ugly and cruel creature his entire life. That abomination struggled to stand up. He looked to be taller than 2.3 meters, and that was at least a head taller than most, even in the insectoid society. Get him food, Ryan said in a grave voice. Mingzhu pulled out a cow's leg which was still dripping in fresh blood and tossed it far away. It landed on the ground with a splat dash. The abomination lowered its head and curiously examined that leg of beef. Squatting, he used a sharp finger to dig out a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth to taste. A silly smile spread across his face as he picked up that bloody leg of beef and feasted on it. It was evident that his teeth had already been modified, and its set of sharp fangs made it most suitable for tearing meat, just like an animal's. Ryan contentedly rumbled with laughter, full of praise for his latest handiwork. Xia Fei would have been greatly discomforted had he been here to witness this scene. That was because the face this monstrous abomination wore was one that he would distinctly recognize. It was the face of his nemesis, Li Mo. On the royal fleet headed to the imperial capital, the consort Qingyan was feeling the biggest disappointment she had felt her entire life. She had been chased out of her room by Xia Fei and was now staying in the little side room, which was originally meant for servants to stay in. What made her all the more indignant was the fact that Xia Fei seemed to be completely impervious to her seductive charms. Qingyan had always been very confident about her looks and grace, yet she had begun to doubt her figure and physical appearance today. In the bathroom, Qingyan was looking over herself in the mirror time and again as beads of water droplets slid down her immaculate and flawless skin. Steam slowly gathered around her, like a fairy that had stepped out from the bath. She proudly lifted her head and did a tiny spin with her toes, a veritable paragon of beauty and grace. All of a sudden, a pair of tiny wings appeared in the mirror, which was the only defect that the butterfly species had left after millions of years of evolution. Qingyan was disappointed, full of anger and sorrow. She felt that the reason Xia Fei was disgusted with her was this set of wings. Ultimately, humans and insectoids were two completely different life forms, and having studied human culture since she was young, Qingyan had stubbornly believed that everything about the humans was excellent. The wings on her back gave her a deep sense of self-loathing. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a pair of scissors. She had a mind to snip them off right then and there. Tears fell freely as Qingyan softly sobbed while kneeling in the bathtub. I'm still an insectoid. Even if I cut off my wings, I'm still a lowly insectoid. Crunch. She stabbed the pair of scissors into the beautiful marble wall, its handle poking out as it stuck to it. Xia Fei was not in the least bit guilty for having commandeered Qingyan's bedroom for his own use. He enjoyed the scrumptious imperial feast being sent to Qingyan every day, and this caused quite a fright for the royal chef. The consort had never eaten much, and most of the food that he sent over would be returned, practically untouched. However, today was different. All 18 dishes of the standard lunch had been consumed without any leftovers. In fact, the consort had even asked for more, to the point that the imperial kitchen had decided to change the 3 standard meals of the consort into a 28-dish luxury banquet, so they could often be seen still making small snacks, and such even well past midnight. Soon, the rumors about the consort being pregnant began spreading. Aside from this, there was simply no other logical reason to explain this sudden increase in appetite with the consort. It was said that the temper of a pregnant woman was mercurial and irritable. As such, the servants and guards were extra careful, afraid of angering her in any way. After all, the consort might be pregnant with UTI's child, and that would mean another royalty to the golden tent. You've reached the 5th stage of the delusion technique, which means you can now maintain your clones for up to 16 hours, and are able to transfer up to 50% of your clone's strength. Phantom was joyfully celebrating in the consort's bedroom. Xia Fei opened his eyes and went to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, he went over to the table and unleashed his ferocious appetite. Grueling cultivation exhausted plenty of his physical energy, which was why he needed to replenish it constantly. Recently, Xia Fei had been focusing on his delusion cloning technique. As Furball was gradually becoming stronger by the day, Xia Fei's need for the cloning technique was becoming greater as well. Delusion would not only allow Furball to become another Xia Fei, it would even allow Xia Fei to use a portion of Furball's energy as his. Even he had no idea just how much energy was stored in that tummy of his pet, and just considering the fact that he would on average eat about 1 purple heart of spirit daily made Xia Fei's heart hurt. If he were to truly find himself in a difficult fight, being able to tap into the rich energies hoarded inside Furball's body would be a great help to Xia Fei, far better and faster than relying on white dew or other such fruits to help replenish his own needs. After all, fruit and the ilk would require Xia Fei to digest and convert them accordingly, while Furball's energy was ready for immediate use. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came and Xia Fei opened the door, only to find himself face to face with Qingyan's eyes, which were filled with both sorrow and resentment. Is dinner here? Xia Fei asked. Qingyan giggled with a hand over her mouth. All you know is to eat. How cute. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and did not care to respond to her. Father has something important to tell us. Qingyan was now serious as she walked into the room. She took out a communicator, which was similar to a halo, and set it down on the table. It seemed that this small device was a dedicated communication device from the Guild of the Wise. The screen switched on, and they saw a very excited Qing Lu on the other end. His aged face flushed red. The heavens are truly on our side. The silent veil opened 2 hours ago. Qing Lu blurted out in his exuberance. Qingyan held his 2 hands to her heart happily when she heard the news. Father, are you telling the truth? Has the silent veil really opened? Qing Lu nodded vigorously. That's right. The entire golden tent is reeling from this. Everyone of the insectoid race are. Xia Fei was completely clueless on what this meant. So he asked, what is this silent veil? What has it got to do with our plans? Qing Lu burst out laughing. Xia Fei, you may not know this, but this silent veil is the trial that our 2 black and white gods have left behind for the insectoids, and it's located in the imperial capital. The existence of the golden tent is also to help guard the entrance to the silent veil. A trial? So it's similar to the one on Black Peak Ridge? Xia Fei asked. Qing Lu waved his hand. The 2 are absolutely not alike at all. The Black Peak Ridge is completed by the god of Black Night alone and can be considered a place for training. Meanwhile, the Silent Veil is a mystical space that both the black and white gods created with the one entrance, and the time that it opens is irregular. I remember that the last time it opened was in the year 2316, and it's been over 7,000 years ago when that happened. Every time the Silent Veil opened, plenty of precious treasures and artifacts would be discovered. According to historical records, the last time that the Silent Veil opened, the insectoids managed to obtain over 1,200 precious treasures, no fewer than 400 mystical weapons, and an inordinate number of medicinal ingredients. It was truly an abundant harvest for the race. Qing Lu was getting more and more animated, practically praising this Silent Veil as a treasure trove, as if gaining entry to the place would allow anyone to leave with a motherload of precious goods after. Xia Fei frowned. I still don't understand. What has it got to do with our operation to assassinate UTI? Qingyan was the one to answer his question. According to the rules, the Emperor of the Golden Tent must set up an altar to give worship to heaven and earth, the black and white gods, before personally leading an army into the Silent Veil. Qing Lu added, That's right. Back then, the black and white gods created this land and set this plan for the place to open at irregular intervals in these several thousand years to ensure that their descendants will be able to flourish and benefit in the future. Furthermore, the number of insectoids who can enter the veil is set at only 100,000. When that time comes, UTI will personally lead 100,000 of the fiercest insectoid warriors into the Silent Veil. This is the rule that our ancestors set, and no matter how fearful of death he is, UTI will have no choice but to comply. Xia Fei was surprised, for he realized what the 2 meant. Do you mean to say that this is my chance to infiltrate the army, by joining those entering the Silent Veil and acting accordingly once inside? Qing Lu ground his teeth as he bitterly replied, Not just you. Now that all the high-level warriors across the insectoid race have been called to the Golden Tent, there are also our allies among them. If you work with them, You'll be able to eliminate UTI and his bunch in one fell swoop. Once the insectoids enter the silent veil, the barrier will immediately turn on, so there's no way for anyone to know what's happening inside the veil from the outside. If we manage to kill UTI and his companions, we will be able to put the blame entirely on the trial. We can say that UTI has been killed while participating in the trial, and no one will be the wiser. Looks like even the gods are standing on our side. They must truly want us to be rid of UTI, but don't want to do so by their own hands, which is why the silent veil opened at this opportune time. Xia Fei was speechless. The so-called gods being unhappy with UTI was something completely fabricated, and there was absolutely no basis to it. However, this lie had truly been effective. Qinglu and his people took it for a fact, and that strengthened their belief in eliminating UTI. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a serious problem as he asked gravely, "Wouldn't High Priest Ryan appear as well?" "Wouldn't High Priest Ryan appear as well?" Xia Fei asked gravely. There was no doubt that Ryan was the enemy that Xia Fei saw as the heaviest heavyweight among the insectoid, and was the only one whom Xia Fei would be unwilling to be enemies with. If he were to take part in this battle, it would definitely be extremely not beneficial to Xia Fei's side. Qinglu paused before replying. "We don't know yet. Several minutes ago, UTI personally went to High Priest Ryan's place of cultivation and invited him to join him in the Silent Veil. We'll know a bit later whether he's joining in or not." Xia Fei nodded wordlessly. Qinglu continued, "If the High Priest joins, will you give up on the assassination plan?" Xia Fei folded his arms before his puffed chest. He bore a self-confident smile. "Give up? Those words don't exist in my dictionary. Go make your preparations. I will surely head to the Silent Veil, and UTI will definitely die." He did not speak in a heavy tone, but the words still landed impactfully when heard. He seemed like he was giving orders to Qinglu, issuing a statement of challenge. Qinglu and Qingyan gazed at Xia Fei in shock, for he somehow radiated with calm and resolution. Qingyan eventually averted her gaze, having been momentarily dazzled. To the north of the golden tent was the mountain ridge of everlasting blizzard where High Priest Ryan resided. Coming here every time was a challenge, and it was no exception now. UTI stepped into the courtyard of Ryan's residence, patting off the snow on him as he heaved a long sigh before entering the main hall. A hair-raising laugh came from Ryan from far away. "Congratulations. The Silent Veil has opened once more, and our race will again gain the blessing left behind by the black and white gods." Mingzhu brought over UTI a chair and some hot tea so that he could warm himself up. UTI said, "Great High Priest, I've come here precisely because of the Silent Veil." "Oh," Ryan nodded. "I wonder just what might UTI have in mind." UTI held his two hands together respectfully. "High Priest Ryan, every time the Silent Value opens, a batch of top experts will be raised from among us, the insectoids, and plenty of products from the land will be brought back. As for how much we will be gaining, that all depends on the strength of the army raised. After all, the veil is fraught with danger, and it will be difficult for us to extricate ourselves safely without powerful troops, not to mention bringing back any treasure of sorts." Ryan chuckled. Back when the black and white gods left the race such a secret territory, they did so for the benefit of the insectoids, but also to test the strength and development of our race. With great power comes great rewards. That has always been the case. Now that the insectoids have been thriving under your leadership, great improvements can be seen in terms of military affairs and the standards of living among the citizens. UTI need not worry. When you lead your army into the Veil this time, you'll definitely be able to return with rewards aplenty. By no means will you lose to past monarchs." UTI pursed his lips. Ryan was obviously throwing courtesy words his way. He had heard the same praises in the golden tent countless times every day. It was so much so that his ears had been ground out. A difficult look appeared on UTI's face as he said, "High Priest may not be aware, but the race is presently engaged in a war with the Panhuman Alliance. All our elite warriors had been sent out, and it would be hard for them to make it back in time, while a good half of the experts that remained in the territory had practically been slaughtered by that human infiltrator. Right now, the race truly lacked the manpower in both soldiers and generals. We're very weak at present. I do not care if I am not recognized as a good leader, but how much we could get out from our expedition to the Silent Veil is a major factor that would surely affect the safety of the entire race." The silent veil only opens once every few thousand years. If we fail to obtain some treasures from the veil this time, there's no telling when we would get another chance. That is why I wish to invite the high priest to join us, no matter what. In order to ensure the continued prosperity of the insectoid, you must help us with this request. With that, UTI proceeded to give Ryan a deep bow. Logically speaking, UTI was the emperor while Ryan the subordinate. They were of different posts, so even if Ryan was a super expert, there was no need for UTI to bow to him like this. This made it apparent that UTI was not only smart, but also someone capable of flexibility, not at all hesitating when he needed to act inferior. Ryan showed a distasteful expression before sighing. UTI, please sit down. It is not that I, Ryan, do not wish to help you, but that I can't. UTI was shocked as he furrowed his brows. Just what do you mean, High Priest? From the sideline, Mingzhu suddenly interjected as he buzzed. Emperor of the Golden Tent, you know how high my master's cultivation is at, right? Back when the black and white gods left the silent veil for the insectoids, it's to benefit the common folks. As for my master, he can no longer be considered among the common insectoids, so even if he wants to go into the veil, he's not allowed. Aside from the entrance prohibiting my master, because he already possesses strength past the silent veil upper limit. UTI was shocked hearing this. Could Ryan have really transcended immortality and become an existence well beyond the common folks? In that case, why was he still staying with the insectoids and not headed off to the realm where gods resided? Shock and suspicion rose at the same time in UTI's heart, while Ryan was having a smug face of delight as he sat there all high and mighty. He spoke to Mingzhu with a smile. When were you qualified to speak in front of the Emperor of the Golden Tent? Quickly backed down. Though it sounded like a reprimand, it was hard to get any sense of reproach from Ryan's tone. Instead, he sounded pleased and proud. UTI, I did not say another word, and was now wearing a troubled expression. As a mortal king, he felt a deep sense of inferiority having to come here and look for Ryan. Furthermore, this was a sense of inferiority that he grew up with and hated immensely. Ryan was silent for a good while. Seeing UTI with his wounded pride was something he took much glee in. It was clear from that smile still hanging on his face that he was saying, "So what if you're the Emperor of the Golden Tent? Don't you still have to prostrate at yours truly's feet?" When it was about time, Ryan now showed a difficult expression. This is truly a very troublesome matter, but my hands are not completely tied. UTI was slightly stunned and instantly understood what he meant. Thus, he smiled. May the high priest speak plainly. As long as you're able to assist me, the race will naturally thank you very much for your kindness. Ryan had been waiting for this line. Ever since he felt the opening of the silent veil, he had already had this plan in mind. He was fine helping UTI, but he must get something in return for his efforts. Ryan nodded. I've recently taken in a new disciple. He's very talented and has unbeatable courage. You'll surely secure great success if you have him on your side. UTI concurred. That's of course good to hear. Ryan waved his hand, and Li Mo, already transformed into a monstrous abomination, came striding out from the dark. He was completely naked, holding a piece of raw meat as he tore a sizable chunk off it. Its fresh blood had yet to dry. Savage, wild, ferocious. These were the words to describe this half-human, half-beast before their eyes. UTI was very shocked deep down, nearly leaping out of his seat. Seeing how panicky UTI had gotten, Ryan was even more pleased. Minglai, follow the Emperor of the Golden Tent into the silent veil. Act in accordance with UTI's request. Kill anyone he asks you to kill and die if he asks you to die. Do you understand? Limo nodded dumbly as he came to UTI's side, the hunk of raw meat in hand. The fresh blood splashed on UTI's luxurious clothes, and the heavy scent of blood made UTI feel slightly faint. Though Minglai looks ugly, he is very loyal. He wouldn't even hesitate to give you his own head if you ordered him to. Plus, I dare guarantee that there's no one among the insectoids that can win against his martial arts strength, excluding me, Ryan said contentedly. Unbeatable aside from Ryan himself? UTI was quietly surprised to learn this. Though he did not doubt the words coming from the high priest's mouth, UTI still found Li Mo's looks revolting. There was nothing left to be said on UTI's part, and no matter how ugly this creature was, this abomination was still a powerful and loyal aide to have. For someone like UTI, who placed his safety beyond that of the heavens, he would rather risk the ugliness of Li Mo than brave any degree of risk. Ryan next mentioned how he wanted to take the pick of 30 items from their expedition to the Silent Vale, which UTI agreed to as well. There was nothing more important than his life, or else UTI would not have come humbly begging this old monster. Sighing, UTI led away Li Mo from the High Priest Ryan's residence. The last time I brought back a mute, and this time I'm leaving with a monster. How ridiculous. UTI shook his head as he muttered to himself. Tai, we're already backed into a corner, Chief of Staff Pine Williams said with a restrained voice. The three men had been sitting in Tai's office for half an hour, and Williams had only said this after all that time. Layton's northern fleet had been beaten back to the western front. He had lost more than half of the warships under his command, and the military's triumvirate had finally reconvened once more, except this time, not a single one of them was in the mood to laugh. I know that. Tai stood up and strolled to the window, gazing out into the deep darkness of space. Layton stamped his foot heavily as he yelled, "Let's fight it out with them once and for all. Now that all our ships are gathered here by Westwind Defense Line. Though we've taken significant losses before, our capital ship is still around. The Freedom Cavalry is still here. Since our Westwind Defense Line is still intact, we can mount a counterattack and make our final stand. If we retreat any further, we'll end up going into the Gnostics' territory." The room was silent for a good while. Only the sound of Williams crunching down on his maple syrup candy could be heard. Tai turned around and got back on his seat. "Thoughts, Williams?" Williams let out a bitter laugh. "Though I'm the chief of staff, with the current situation that we're in, there's not much I can do as a staff officer. 70% of the Pan-Human Alliance territory has already fallen, so you know the score well. We'll have to fight even if we don't want to." Tai nodded, silent. Williams continued, "If we fight here, we'll at least still have the Westwind defense line to rely on. Our 1165 fortress planets are nothing to scoff at. If the insectoids plan to fight their way in, we'll at least be able to maim their forces severely, if not outright kill them." Another brief moment of silence was shared among the three before Tai slapped the table, loudly declaring, "Fine. Set the Westwind defense line as our base and gather all our fleets. Prepare to fight to the death." Though the decision was made, there was hardly a trace of joy or excitement inside the office. After a pause, Tai sadly added, "Notify the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Get ready to send the citizens into Gnostics territory to take refuge, or perhaps head off somewhere even further than the Gnostics territory. The military shall do everything we can to hold the Westwind defense line until everyone leaves." Tears, which had been fought back this entire time, finally began bursting forth. The ever-straightforward Naval Admiral Layton was crying like a child. They knew that Tai's decision was the right one. Even with the Westwind defense line included, the Freedom Cavalry, the military's intact 60% combat strength, it was still not enough to prevent the continued advancement of the insectoids. The military could only make their final stand and hold their ground, using all the remaining 168 billion soldier lives to bargain for a chance that an even greater number of civilians would succeed in fleeing. Humanity would now give up their territory and venture out into deep space again. There was no telling how long it would be until they made their way back, or if they could even return. At the same time that this was happening, amid this atmosphere of great grief and sorrow, Xia Fei, still active in the insectoid territory, had officially arrived at the imperial capital, Silent Vale. 100,000 elite insectoid warriors set off. Insectoid flags flew everywhere in that empty valley. The place was quiet, with not even a single gust of wind blowing. Xia Fei was mixed in with the army together with Hala. UTI's transport was at the back of this contingent. This Emperor of the Golden Tent was actually unwilling to lead by example, and he was only heading into the Silent Vale because he had no other choice. After all, every time this holy land opened, it had always been the Emperor of the Golden Tent who led the army onward, so of course UTI was not going to be an exception. He was seated in a golden hover convertible, one hand supporting his head, seemingly contemplating something, his expression looking somewhat displeased. Beside him was the apex expert among the insectoids, not including Li Mo, as well as the remaining two members of the 7 sacred champions, Fini and Tome. The other 5 were either killed by Xia Fei or died due to his actions. There was also Nimuni and Bellal, both top-grade ability users that UTI had called in at the last minute. These 2 were members ranked in the top 30 of the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. Because Hala was not serving the royal family, he was considered a free agent. It's said that the Silent Veil is an open space that the black and white gods built together, split into a total of 5 floors. Each floor is heavily guarded, with even exotic beasts patrolling the place. When we enter the Veil, we shall be on the 1st floor, and the exit on the 5th floor would open 14 days later. If we can't make it to the 5th floor within this time, we'll be forced to stay in this holy realm for the rest of our lives, turning into untethered ghosts roaming the land. Hala presented to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was wearing the uniform of an insectoid elite guard, with a helmet and a mask. He followed behind Hala as if he were his underling, and he had his breath control shield his presence, which was why he hardly attracted any attention amid the troops. Furball also hid himself in Xia Fei's clothes, so Xia Fei merely looked like a fatty to anyone else. Xia Fei nodded. Enter the 1st floor, leave on the 5th. I'll remember that. Hala continued. Everyone will be given a guide map and a point counter. Each enemy you kill will give you a certain amount of points, making it past the natural barriers that the 2 black and white gods set, as well as any secret that you uncover on this land, will also grant you points. Everything is noted and tabulated for you to see easily. If you survive and make it to the 5th floor, then you'll be able to exchange the points you earn for whatever item with the priests from the Holy Temple. Normally, whatever you exchange will go to the Emperor of the Golden Tent, but if UTI dies this time, of course that's another story altogether. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Everyone will be earning points. So does that mean if I'll be able to earn points if I kill the others? Hala shrugged. Maybe. However, the Emperor of the Insectoids have always been the one leading the expedition to the Silent Veil, and that's to prevent the entrants from killing one another. But since the prophets will all go to the Emperor at the end of the day, the situation that you're speaking of has never occurred before. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a chill run up his spine. He vigilantly glanced back and noticed the abomination, Li Imo, staring blankly at him. Though he had already lost his cognition, that limitless resentment he harbored for Xia Fei was still present, and given that his senses had been greatly enhanced after the synthesis, he would look over more than a few times toward this distant figure whom he was once familiar with. Xia Fei could not help but feel his hair stand. He would recognize Li Imo even if the latter got reduced to dust. It was just that his current savage and hideous body did not even look half human. It was practically a ferocious monstrosity. Let's go further in front, Xia Fei said in a low voice. What's the matter? Leave your questions for later. I've got a nemesis among the troops. Hala did not dare to say anything more and just quickened his pace as he made his way forward. Xia Fei, who was acting as his underling, stuck close to Hala with his head lowered. Master Hala, we'll have to rely on you quite a lot this time around, Elder. Plenty of these elite warriors, who had gathered here from all parts of the insectoid territory on such short notice, recognized Hala. After all, he was an exceptional being who was ranked 3rd on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, so the whole lot stepped to the side and made way for him, greeting him as he passed, while they ignored Xia Fei, who was following right behind him. Important characters would often be mysterious, and others hardly knew what to make of their actions. They acted weird, so having an insignificant underling following behind him was hardly noteworthy. Besides, Xia Fei's breath control made it seem like he hardly existed. Everyone's attention was all drawn toward Hala and the mass of darkness he was dragging, but no one could have imagined that this mass of darkness actually contained Ryan's disciple, Mingjing. In order to eliminate UTI, the risk that Hala bore was huge. Even ignoring everything else he had done, just taking away this disciple of the high priest was enough to sentence him to death several times over. Slowly, Xia Fei and Hala made their way to the front of the contingent, forming a separate small team with several dozens of vanguards. These insectoids all recognized Hala and walked beside him while trying to get close. By noon, they had finally reached the end of the quiet valley. Before them was a massive gate reaching up to the clouds constructed to the side of a mountain. Half of the door was black and the other was white. There were plenty of strange and ancient patterns carved on it, which gave everyone an extreme sense of awe. We've reached Serenity's Gate. Look over there. That's the entrance to the Holy Realm. Send a report to the troops behind. Tell them that the vanguard team has already reached the destination. The dozens of insectoid warriors were all elated, for these individuals only cared about the treasures that they could get their hands on once they got in, completely forgetting that this gate also represented the danger that awaited them. Looking up in the sky, Hala said profoundly, "This gate's called Serenity's Gate. The left is black in color, while the right is white, representing the black god of night and the white god of day. Dusk will be when the two doors open, and it will activate once more at the same time 14 days later. Remember, the last chance you can leave this place is at dawn, 14 days later. Otherwise, this gate will disappear, and by then, even an immortal will have been left for death, trapped inside the god's realm." Xia Fei nodded. "Will all communication devices fail upon entering this place? All contact to the outside cut off?" "Yes, that's indeed the case." "Then that's good enough." Xia Fei smirked. "Remember, the members of the Guild of the Wise will wear a white armband on their left when it's time to act. Best not to harm them accidentally." Hala nagged about their action guide, but Xia Fei was no longer listening. This was because he suddenly felt a wave of numbing pain creep up his left arm, as if he was being bitten by countless small bugs. This was especially true for the design that the Black God of Night had branded him with. It pulsed with a level of pain that made it unbearable to even walk. It seemed to be vaguely calling Xia Fei, beckoning him to get closer and closer. Xia Fei approached the black half-door on that huge gate in his groggy stupor. This half-door was hundreds of meters tall, thick and wide. It was as if Xia Fei could hear a voice coming from behind it, calling for him to come closer, while the similarly sized, white half-door was completely inert. Xia Fei took several steps to the black door so that he was now right in front of it. Those other insectoid warriors were still busy communicating with the rest of the contingent behind them, and not one of them noticed him get nearer. Meanwhile, Hala had been caught in a conversation with someone who had managed to catch up to him from behind, the two having an intimate exchange as if they knew each other. It was in this little mess, while no one was paying any attention, that the unseemingly underling of Hala disappeared. Zing! The moment Xia Fei regained his senses, all he saw in front of him was an open plain that was fit for horses to gallop freely on. There was sparse woodland growing out in the horizon, the grass and leaves all withered yellow, and there was even the sound of insects buzzing from time to time. He turned back to find Serenity's Gate behind him. Xia Fei had no idea when he had managed to cross into the realm behind Serenity's Gate. "What's going on here?" Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Phantom found this situation both hilarious and exasperating as he sighed. "You're asking me? Who the heck would I be asking? You appeared to have lost your rationality moments ago, heading straight for Serenity's Gate. You were about to collide with the thick, metal doors, and you couldn't seem to hear me no matter how loudly I called you. Then guess what happened?" "What happened?" "At that exact moment you reached the black metal half-door, you actually went right through it." "What? Are you telling me that I went through that thick metal half-door?" "But of course. I'm thinking that you practiced a secret technique behind my back since even Furball got taken through the door by you. Wasn't that the case?" Xia Fei shook his head, puzzled. He reached where the design was on his left arm, the burning sensation still lingering. "My left arm started hurting badly earlier, and I could just barely make out someone calling me. I've got no clue what happened after that, too," Xia Fei said heavily. Phantom exclaimed, "Your left arm? Isn't that where the Black God of Night left an imprint on you?" "It's precisely that. That design on your left arm is something the Black God of Night left behind, and the black side of the gate was created by him as well. Perhaps there's some connection between the two, which is what allowed you to pass through." Xia Fei nodded. There doesn't seem to be any better explanation aside from that. He took off his coat and let Furball out while also examining that design on his left arm. He saw that the black image remained as before, seemingly unchanged. Furball yawned lazily and hopped up Xia Fei's shoulder, doing his best to stay alert. That was because Xia Fei had already told him through his mind that battle was about to begin. Though this pet of his was usually very crafty and indolent in nature, Furball had never once skived off during battle, acting as if he was born to do battle. All of a sudden, a mass of light coming from afar began closing in on Xia Fei, and it was accompanied by the piercing howl of wind. Xia Fei wanted to dodge it, only to find that he was rooted to the ground for some reason, as if someone had pinned him where he stood. The mass of light struck Xia Fei squarely on the body, transforming into a rain of lights as they dissipated into shining bright lights around him. Xia Fei felt his left hand and wrist tighten, as if it was being held by a pair of large and strong hands. He lowered his head to look, only to find a watch-like device on his left wrist with a shiny golden exterior. The face of the watch was larger than that of a real watch, looking like the old-styled large display of an electronic watch, with numbers and images shown on it. Furthermore, he now held a very complex map in his hand. Mountains, rivers, and roads were all depicted accurately on it. There were even packs of strange animals appearing all across the map. Lightly tapping on the map screen, Xia Fei realized that he could magnify or minimize it to view how he deemed fit. The map could be considered a smart device. This must be the point counter and map that Hala talked about, Phantom stated. Xia Fei nodded. Yeah, that seems to be the case. So what do we do now? Xia Fei smiled and looked around his surroundings. UTI and his contingent will only be able to enter this holy realm several hours later. We've managed to arrive before them, and that's an opportunity for us. Look at the packs of exotic beasts here on this map. It's clearly indicating the areas where those exotic beasts are active in. If I'm not mistaken, the trial here on this first floor should be related to these ferocious beasts. What comes to your mind when I talk about exotic beasts? Hunt them down to gain points. Phantom made a guess. Xia Fei shook his head, bursting out laughing. Don't forget that I've got the Beast Spirit Codex. That's the best chance for it to shine. The corner of his mouth broke into a sinister smirk. UTI, I shall leave you a very deep impression with my welcoming gift. Like a lightning bolt, Xia Fei went speeding toward the nearest exotic beast enclave depicted on the map. By a meandering river, Xia Fei became stationary. He watched several giant rhinoceroses staying on both sides of the riverbed, these powerful creatures lazing in the hot sun as they soaked themselves in the muddy banks. These are iron-armored rhinoceroses. Like their name implies, their skin is as sturdy as iron, and the sharp horn above their nose is strong enough to flip an armored tank. There must be over 10,000 of them here in this huge herd, right? Phantom was shocked. Xia Fei silently crept up to this herd of rhinoceroses, while Furball snorted with contempt. As a holy beast, he was of course qualified to look down upon these iron-armored rhinoceroses. The rhinoceroses in that river noticed Xia Fei and Furball, and while the former was fine, when these creatures discovered Furball's eyes sweeping across them, many of these exotic beasts, which weighed well over 5 tons, found themselves trembling. None of them dared to leave, lacking even the guts to mount an attack, so all they did was dumbly remain stationary. Xia Fei patted Furball on his head. Think of a way to make these guys listen to me. Furball stuck out its tongue unhappily. Holy beasts naturally had their kingly pride, and Furball thought being made to interact with these insignificant iron-armored rhinoceroses was a very shameful act, but it could not go against Xia Fei either. In the end, Furball lazily let out a low roar, not at all too loud, though it contained great penetrative power. More than half of these thousands of iron-armored rhinoceroses instantly collapsed on the ground, some even beginning to cry. Even the most persistent souls which remained upright were trembling greatly. Furball was angered, finding it incredulous that there would still be creatures that would dare to remain standing in the face of his command. As such, he let out an even sterner roar. A whoa! It was a majestic yet terrifying roar. With this one roar, aside from the biggest rhinoceros in the horde, every other sprawled on the ground. Their heads and eyes were looking down to the ground, and not one of them dared to look Furball in the eye. Xia Fei was very curious on why the black rhinoceros appeared to have no reaction at all to this display of might. Could that be the leader of this horde of rhinoceroses? Could it be of an even higher grade than Furball? Xia Fei made his way to the black rhinoceros and circled around it twice before bursting into laughter. It turned out that this creature had already died standing. He did not think that the largest rhinoceros out of the pack would actually be the most timid. This was not the first time Furball had managed to frighten an exotic beast to death with just its voice, so Xia Fei did not find this strange. After all, he had signed a blood contract with Furball, and he was even happier knowing the ball of fur had such capabilities. Xia Fei shut his two eyes tightly, and when he next opened them, the beast spirit codex had caused his eyes to turn exceedingly bright, a dark red that made people's hearts pound. Even Furball could not resist, but fight with himself. Back then, Furball had been compelled to sign a contract with Xia Fei due to his beast spirit codex, and thinking back on how he had been tortured by Xia Fei's hands back then, a feeling of fear welled up in the king beast's heart. To make even a holy beast like him feel fear, that was the might of the beast spirit codex. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's beast spirit codex was merely at the 6th stage, so if there was a day when Xia Fei managed to get his hands on the full manual and cultivate the last 3 stages, who knew what a terrifying existence he would become? Furball could not withstand the power of the beast spirit codex at the 6th stage, so of course these rhinoceroses were all the more terror-stricken by it. The human and Ball were both exerting the strongest pressure these exotic beasts had ever experienced. If only there was a hole around them, these rhinoceroses would surely not hesitate to burrow themselves deep within. Follow me. We're driving these beasts to another location 9,000 paces away from Serenity's gate. Xia Fei ordered loudly. Xia Fei's ocular cognition as well as Furball's roar, which contained the aura of a king of beasts, worked in tandem. Tens of thousands of iron-armored rhinoceroses went stampeding en masse. Like an ocean of beasts crashing into land, the very ground shook from this mass migration. Trees in their way all got uprooted, while the roads got trampled into muddy grounds. There was nothing that could stop this horde. The clouds of topsoil churned up by this horde of rhinoceroses was enough to obscure the sky, looking like a sandstorm. Rumble. These tens of thousand rhinoceroses rampaging across the land were driven by Xia Fei to a location some 9,000 paces away from Serenity's gate, its sealed double doors in sight. Stop! Xia Fei darted over in front of the rhinoceroses, his daunting gaze oppressing the rhinoceroses as they came into a halt. Unfortunately, plenty of these rhinoceroses were unable to come to a complete stop in time, so several hundreds of them ended up crashing into one another, injuring themselves and the others in the process. Nevertheless, they would rather die as a result of this crash than go against Xia Fei's command and take another step. That was the power of the beast spirit codex. Hey, Xia Fei, you're planning to drive these beasts right into their midst. UTI and everyone will immediately be thrown into a frenzy the moment they pass through the gate by this horde of rhinoceroses. This is a truly devious and diabolical plan. Xia Fei thought nothing of it, looking up at the sun in the sky. There's still some time before dusk. I'll go wrangle up some even more dangerous and powerful exotic beasts over, Xia Fei said. Phantom got excited. Great. Since we're going to be devious, we might as well go all out and kill that SNFBTCH. With that, Phantom posed another question. But what about those insectoids from the Guild of the Wise among them? What are they going to do? Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. There's no way for me to account for them all. This is too good a chance to miss. I want to kill off some of the powerful individuals around UTI, annihilate him in one fell swoop. Sacrifices are unavoidable when achieving great things. Whoosh! Xia Fei repeated what he had done and managed to drive a pack of cunning short-tailed blood foxes from the west. The short-tailed blood foxes had the cunning and intelligence of foxes and the speed of leopards, with the sharp fangs and claws that wolves possessed. Such a pack of exotic beasts had great prowess in combat, for they were accustomed to cooperating and hunting their prey in packs. Therefore, it was difficult for warriors to take on one if they were not at least of the star domain rank. This pack of short-tailed blood foxes numbered well over 50,000, looking like a massive inferno that had dyed this wide plain red. This is great. We have 10,000 vicious iron-armored rhinoceroses, and now these 50,000 crafty short-tailed blood foxes. Such a force is enough to make UTI tremble. So what if these are elite warriors? We've got 60,000 elite beasts. Phantom chortled with glee. Xia Fei was unfazed. This still isn't enough. I want to prepare for them an even more sumptuous arrival banquet. It shall be a gift that they won't forget. Phantom froze. These exotic beasts are enough to kill UTI and 10,000 of his elites. You still think they're not enough? Xia Fei extended 3 fingers as he declared, My goal is 30,000. Serenity Gate rumbled loudly as it slowly opened up. UTI led his 100,000 elites and arrogantly stepped into this holy realm. Hala was somewhat worried because Xia Fei had suddenly disappeared. Without this peak speed ability user and exceptional killer on their side, a shroud of gloom was overcast on the Guild of the Wise's plan to eliminate UTI. The gigantic doors of Serenity's Gate were equally noisy as they closed up, and UTI's heart could not help but pound a little. Looking ahead, the situation in front of him appeared to be somewhat bizarre. Far away into the distance were two large groups of exotic beasts, each guarding a direction, two prongs that were facing towards Serenity's Gate. However, these exotic beasts appeared to be quietly supine on the ground, not at all appearing to be a threat in any sense. Standing on his hovercar, UTI cleared his throat and prepared to give a rousing speech to everyone present, so that these 100,000 would feel emboldened to stake their lives for him. UTI had spent several days preparing this speech, ruminating on how he could achieve the greatest effect with the easiest to understand words. After all, these warriors were not exactly very cultured, and most would likely be confused if too superfluous words were used. He deliberately coughed twice, and the squad leaders in the contingent immediately called their men to take note and listen. Elites of our insectoid race. Just as UTI began his first sentence, something strange happened. Those two groups of exotic beasts made their move without any warning, and they were charging recklessly right at UTI and his men. The thunderous sound of their footfalls, stirring roars and bellows filled the air. Quick! Form into a defensive formation. The beasts are attacking. The entire scene was unusually chaotic. These elite insectoid warriors were not soldiers. They were used to fighting on their own, so of course they had no idea about military formations and the ilk. Before UTI was done with his preparations, the iron-armored rhinoceroses and short-tailed blood foxes had formed into an exotic beast army. Crash! The iron-armored rhinoceroses used their sharp horns and rammed into any enemy which was standing in their way. An elite insectoid warrior, who did not manage to evade this charge in time, ended up getting gored by one of these beasts' horns. There were even some that got turned into paste after getting swallowed up by the stampede and trampled underneath their foot. It was a gruesome sight. Though the short-tailed blood foxes were not as unrestrained as the iron-armored rhinoceroses, they were exceptionally sinister and malicious. They had split into small packs and hunted down the insectoid warriors, one or two acting as bait as the others circled around their targets to ambush them from behind. Heavy casualties abound. The 60,000 exotic beasts had attacked the 100,000 elite insectoids while they were caught off guard. All of a sudden, a long screech filled the air. It sounded harsh and caused all their hair to stand on end. This is bad. A flock of golden-crowned eagles are coming. A massive black shadow far away came screeching from the sky. 20,000 golden-crowned eagles gathered and practically blotted the sun. Whoosh! One golden-crowned eagle came diving down from the air, grabbing onto an insectoid warrior who had no means of avoiding the beast and was carried off in the air. Its sharp talons had that warrior tightly in its grip, as several of its fellow eagles came swooping to tear into their prey in unison. That warrior was shredded into pieces in a matter of seconds, and what was left of his bloody body parts rained down on the ground. This army of 10,000 iron-armored rhinoceroses, 50,000 short-tailed blood foxes, and 20,000 golden-crowned eagles were not done yet. Without making a sound, millions of mice came bursting out of the ground. If the experts were able to fend off these large exotic beasts, then there was no way for them to defend against the small and agile mice. Zing! Countless black bodies leaped from beneath the ground, their sharp teeth strong enough to shred metal as they pounced on their enemies, biting their way through the bodies in a matter of seconds as they emerged from the other side. Blood rained across the area. The exotic beast army brought about immense losses to UTI's 10,000-strong elite insectoid warriors. Death came from above and below senselessly. Even in UTI's wildest nightmare, he would have imagined that he would get caught in a trap that Xia Fei had set up beforehand. The battle carried on from dusk until dawn. By the time the sun had risen, the entire plain was coated blood red. Impossible to differentiate between the blood of the exotic beasts and the warriors. There were even more limbs strewn all around than there were wild grass. Amazing! This one battle finished off almost 50,000 of UTI's elites. There's only barely a third of their original strength after all that. Phantom was thrilled. Even the most pessimistic person would never have thought it possible to lose more than half their manpower on just the first day of stepping into this holy realm. How satisfying. So goddamn satisfying. Xia Fei nodded as he looked down and noted the point counter on his wrist. The warriors would earn points when they killed exotic beasts, but since they died from those beasts, their points all ended up in Xia Fei. Xia Fei had barely lifted a finger, yet he had already collected over 80,000 points. This was an absolute inspiring result from just the first day. 86,000 points. That should be enough to swap for plenty of good stuff, yeah? Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei did not say a word as he strode away from the battlefield. Where are we off to now? Phantom asked. We're off to the second floor. It's about time we prepare the second course of the banquet for UTI. This time, I want him to regret being born. Xia Fei said viciously. Westwind Defense Line, the final refuge of the Panhuman Alliance. More than 1,000 asteroids had been hollowed out and fitted with large cannons and fortifications. They were like warships that did not move, ready to defend against any enemy invasions. A long time ago, when the other neighbor of humanity, the Gnostics, made their move, the Alliance had relied on these natural asteroids to build bunkers. Many years had since passed, and the Gnostics no longer invaded the Panhuman Alliance, and it was instead the insectoids, their much farther neighbor, who pushed their way to the Westwind Defense Line. The last 600 fleets under the Alliance command, including the supercapital ship fleet, Freedom Cavalry, as well as the forces from both the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order, were all in formation by the Westwind Defense Line, ready to fight against the insectoids to the death in an effort to protect the civilian fleets from leaving as soon as possible. The soldiers used what time they had left to call or write to their families, while those who had lost their family due to the war kept cleaning their weapons. The atmosphere was extremely tense and grim. Command room. Reconnaissance report after reconnaissance report came flowing into the room, non-stop, as the military triumvirate faced their task ahead with great solemnity. The situation is bad. The majority of the insectoid fleets did not rush in as we hoped, but instead are warping over to the Westwind Defense Line 6 and gathering. It looks like they are preparing to rely on their superior military strength to break past our defensive line in a single assault. At present, over 1,000 fleets have gathered, and they are all combined fleets. Chief of Staff Williams said after setting down the phone. 1,000 combined fleets were far stronger than the forces the Panhuman Alliance had gathered here. Just the number of capital ships they had under their command numbered over 2,000. Engaged in positional warfare, the defense and firepower of capital ships were the deciding factor in achieving victory. In terms of the number of capital ships, the Alliance was no doubt at an absolute disadvantage. Even though the Alliance had their Freedom Cavalry, the dozens of super capital ships, they had stood no chance against an attack from over 2,000 normal capital warships. More importantly, 1,000 combined fleets were hardly all of the insectoids' military strength. By the time they were really done gathering and launching their assault, there might very well be 1,500 combined fleets in total. That was 2.5 times the military strength of humans. Tai's left eyelid twitched as he somberly said, "No matter what, the Alliance can't give up on this defensive line and take the initiative to attack. Our fleets have to work in concert with the war asteroids in order to maximize their combat power. After all, none of these asteroid fortifications can move. The defenses of the fortification will decrease drastically without the warship's mobile assistance. Meanwhile, warships will lose half their fighting power without the support of the fortified megacannons. As the situation stands right now, all we can do is make our last stand and defend this place to our death." Williams chuckled, tossing a maple syrup candy from his pocket to his mouth. "You're absolutely right. Our goal is to help protect and secure the departure of the civilian fleets, giving the Panhuman Alliance a seed of resurrection. The longer we drag things out, the more beneficial it is for us. So let's just keep on waiting." At the end of the first floor of the Holy Realm was a circular platform, an ancient stone structure that looked like it had weathered against time and nature. Just like Serenity's Gate where everyone first entered into this space, the platform was also split in both black and white, each taking a side. This should be the way that leads to the second floor. So why aren't there any stairs or gates? Phantom asked quizzically. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and replied, "We'll know once we get on." The platform was wide enough for thousands of individuals to stand on top of it. In a matter of seconds after Xia Fei got on, a beam of white light shot down from the sky and trapped his entire body within. In the next moment, all Xia Fei could feel was a wave of warmth rush over him as his entire person swiftly flew upward with a whoosh dash. By the time the beam of light dissipated, Xia Fei had already arrived on the second floor of the Holy Realm, and the scenery all around him had changed. What a mystical power! It's almost as if some power instantly pulled you into a different space. Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei also found it equally inconceivable. In the moment when the space around him changed, aside from that brief instant of emptiness around him, his body did not feel anything else out of the ordinary. Could that have been the use of the law of space? Before him was a large swamp, the black and brackish water coming up to his knees. Some gnarled trees were growing out of this water, half submerged and the other half above the water surface. These trees were too peculiar. Their black tree branches had no barks or leaves, and each was oddly shaped and untamed, like a dark forest in which a magician would live in legends. A gaggle of one-eyed crows was perched upon the branches, staring at Xia Fei. Upon seeing Furball perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, though, the one-eyed crows all began crowing loudly. Some even fell into the water in panic, while the rest began flapping their wings wildly and fled as if their lives depended on it. The point counter on his wrist vibrated for a while, and Xia Fei noticed that his score was still climbing, already about to pass the 100,000-point threshold. What was shocking was it also indicated that he had arrived on the second floor. A quick look at the map showed that the second floor of the Holy Realm was smaller than the first floor by some, and there was practically no exotic beast living here. The only thing around was the trees and the swamp. Getting to the third floor would mean getting through this approximately 1,000 miles of swampland, and there was no way around it. Phantom shook his head. What a pity. The second floor doesn't have any exotic beasts, so you can't pummel UTI's troops like what you did with the exotic beasts from the first floor. Xia Fei casually said. Using the same method again might not yield as effective of a result. Let's try and think of another plan. In any case, we'll try and get rid of as many of the guards UTI has around him as possible, all the while keeping myself protected. As we slowly whittle their number like this, by the time we reach floors 4 and 5, UTI will probably not have too many people with him, and that's the perfect time for us to strike. Phantom looked all around, unhappily stating, "This second floor is far too quiet, with almost nothing we can use." That's not necessarily true. Look, Phantom looked at where Xia Fei was pointing and saw a tree vine slowly binding up the carcass of a one-eyed crow, its movement very slow. By the time the carcass was less than half a meter away from it, a big gash on that tree trunk suddenly opened to reveal its sharp, yellow teeth. Oh heavens, that tree actually has teeth. Just what strange creature is that? Phantom was shocked. Xia Fei observed it carefully and realized that every tree here had a gash, with most having only one, though some of the thicker and sturdier trees had 2 or even 3 gashes on them. These gashes, which were about the size of wash basins, were hardly noticeable when closed, looking like the mark left when someone had previously tried to chop away at the tree trunks. However, these marks were definitely not as simple as they looked because inside them hid circular mouths. The sharp teeth were like the enlarged version of what man-eating sharks would have. They moved very, very slowly. That strange tree picked up the carcass of the crow and sent it into its mouth, and this half-a-meter distance actually took several minutes to complete. Crunch. The sharp teeth made contact with the crow as blood spurted out. In the instant that the scent of blood was released into the air, though, that tree actually moved as if it had come alive. It waved its flexible tree branches like an octopus, while letting out blood-curdling growls. The nearby trees seemed to have been infected by this growl, for all of their movement abruptly sped up. They fought to snatch the carcasses in the water, and because the trees did not differentiate friend from foe, they actually began fighting with one another. Phantom was speechless. What just happened? Those trees were as slow as snails just moments ago, yet they all turned so fast and vicious in the blink of an eye. Could something have triggered them? It must be blood, Xia Fei excitedly said. I dare to say that these strange trees aren't your usual biological organisms. Before we entered, these trees could already move, except they did so very slowly. Were I not closely observing them, I wouldn't notice that these trees will only explosively reveal their true nature after they get stimulated by the presence of blood. If they're so bloodthirsty, why haven't they tried to attack you? Xia Fei chuckled. I have breath control shielding me, so my presence barely registers, but UTI and his men won't be the same. With that said, Xia Fei went dashing out like a burst of lightning. Celestial moon. Swoosh. Circular blades flew out. Several one-eyed crows, which were flying in the sky, instantly got sliced and diced by the 18 circular blades, causing blood to rain down from the sky. The trees in the swamp instantly went berserk after smelling the scent of blood in the air. They fought over the carcasses of the dead crows, their vines dancing wildly as the entire dark forest appeared to have gone insane. There were hardly any living creatures in this swamp. Aside from the crows, there were also a few chameleons and several strange-looking crocodiles. Xia Fei's celestial moon slew them all, and the scent of blood quickly spread across the entire dark forest. The blood mixed in the water was slowly being propagated in such a fashion. This produced a chain reaction, and the eerie silence turned demonic. The large swamp slowly became even more chaotic, as more and more of these strange trees awakened from their slumber, eager for life force, thirsting for blood and kills. Xia Fei tossed a crocodile king, which was over 20 meters long, onto the platform, and Celestial Moon began working like a meat grinder. It did not take long for him to turn the crocodile meat into minced meat, and Celestial Moon smeared it on the entire platform. Anyone who arrived from the first floor would immediately be stained in the blood and its sanguinary scent, becoming a target for the dark forest's assault. By the time UTI managed to climb out from the pile of dead bodies, it was already evening. On the first day of entry into the Holy Realm, his 10,000 elite insectoid warriors had been the recipient of the most insane attack from exotic beasts. The faces of the survivors were pale, and their steps were heavy. The wails and cries from the injured could be heard. Dead bodies and fresh blood were everywhere. It was a devastating sight to behold. Liemo sat atop a large boulder, his hand holding on to meat coming from unknown origins. He was taking bite-sized chunks out of it with great relish, and UTI could feel his stomach doing backflips just looking at this, nearly vomiting from the gruesome sight. Feeney, one of the 7 champions, handed UTI a bottle of alcohol. In order to keep a clear mind, UTI would normally abstain from drinking, but today had been such an ordeal that he could not resist taking that bottle and having a fitful swig. How's our casualties looking? UTI asked in a grave tone. Nearly 50,000 dead. Most had lower cultivation and barely experienced much real combat. Our main force is still intact, answered Feeney equally solemnly. When UTI heard that the main force was still intact, he felt slightly better. Looking all around, UTI asked, We've lost quite a bit of people, haven't we? Feeney laughed bitterly. For some reason, it appears as if the darkness ability user, Hala, including the 5,000 insectoids under his command, has disappeared after the fight. Disappeared? UTI's expression momentarily paled. Hala had a very high cultivation, so if even something happened to him, it was not hard to imagine the severity of the trouble they were in. Feeney saw his master's worry and consoled him. Emperor, actually, no matter how many warriors we have, most are just cannon fodders. What's important is that the 2 experts we have hidden among the insectoids and High Priest's disciple are still around. As long as they're here, I'm sure that you can make it out of here without any problems. The plan right now is still to make it to the 5th floor as soon as possible. According to historical records, there are some evil spirit trees on the 2nd floor, so as long as we clean ourselves off any scent of blood, we'll very easily make it through the floor. Easy. Feeney was completely unaware that Xia Fei had already set up a flawless trap on the 2nd floor, so getting through this level would not be as easy as he claimed it. In the history of the insectoid race, they had made plenty of attempts to challenge the Holy Realm, so they had a fairly good grasp of it. Though this spatial plane that the black and white gods made would often change, the variations done were all within the acceptable range, which was a great benefit to the insectoids. Unfortunately, Xia Fei, the interloper's appearance, had caused the situation to change greatly. Uti washed himself clean of any traces of blood by the river, applying the white powder that he had previously prepared all over his body. The powder gave off a pungent, spicy smell, which completely overpowered the scent of blood on his body. This could help him avoid being assaulted by the evil spirit trees. Uti had the 5 expert guardians, Tome, Fini, Bellal, Namuni, and Liemo, around him. There were also 2 mysterious figures, hidden among the troops, a good distance away. They too were always maintaining a short distance from Uti. Uti, who was a very cautious insectoid, planted 2 guards with unfathomable strength in the midst of the common troops, and had them follow him around. Even when they got surrounded by a host of exotic beasts earlier, the 2 experts still calmly fought with the others while taking care not to reveal themselves. He heaved a long sigh. Though the beast's rampage had dealt a severe blow on the insectoids he had brought, Uti had not lost much of his confidence. Historically, whenever the Emperor of the Golden Tent sallied forth to the Holy Realm, there would always be heavy casualties. Losing 50,000 lives was plenty, but it was not unacceptable. At the very least, the experts whom he had brought were still around. Ultimately, he could only rely on these masters if he wanted to get through all 5 floors, and most of the troops he had were nothing more than cannon fodders. Waving his slender arm, the troop carried onward, ready to enter the 2nd floor. The injured warriors were, of course, unable to follow the main force forward. The scent of blood on them would cause the evil spirit trees to go berserk, so Fini had already taken care of them on the sly, letting them die a painless death. Furthermore, Halia's sudden disappearance had also led to the decrease of approximately 5,000 insectoids, leaving Uti with an army numbering just around 40,000. Uti seemed to have vaguely sensed a scheme brewing. Being ambushed upon entering this realm was very unusual, but he had to carry on this expedition no matter what. After all, making it through all 5 floors in these 14 days left was the only way he could get out, and there was no shortcut to this. 20,000 troops acted as vanguards and used the teleportation platform to reach the 2nd floor in advance. Fini told Uti, "Emperor, let's be on our way as well." Uti nodded. His 5 bodyguards surrounded him, so he was in the center, and with a whoosh dash, a beam of light shot down and brought Uti and his entourage right to the 2nd floor. When they looked around, the scene that greeted them shocked every single one of them. Monsters had all gone berserk. Countless evil spirit trees had the platform completely surrounded, and tens of thousands of vines and branches acted like sharp knives raining stabs at the 40,000 insectoid warriors relentlessly. The 20,000 vanguards, which had just arrived, got raided, and more than half had been killed. Due to the Holy Realm disabling any use of communication devices, they were unable to inform Uti that the 2nd floor was dangerous, so all they could do was hold out as best as they could. Xia Fei had left quite a lot of blood here, inciting all the evil spirit trees greatly. When the insectoid vanguards finally arrived, the scent of blood they carried only worsened the situation, and all the trees practically went berserk. This was truly an unbelievable sight. The vicious trees were surrounding the warriors as if they had gone mad, looking like a scene out of a fantasy novel. "My Emperor, let me protect you as you leave this place," said Fini and Tome in unison. Both insectoids held their weapons aloft as they sandwiched Uti from the front and back, while Bellal and Namuni took the flanks. Roar! Liemo let out a guttural roar and went charging forward. It was as if being surrounded by so many enemies only got him more excited. High Priest Ryan had given him a mountain axe, which weighed well over 500 kilograms, and the weapon was double-edged. It was not too useful against the agile exotic beasts before, because the mountain axe was unwieldy despite its great power, but it was perfectly suitable for use against such tall and humongous trees. Crash! The mountain axe actually had a flame attack when swung, and Liemo's single chop sent an entire row of evil spirit trees toppling to the ground. Furthermore, the fire lit several trees nearby aflame, but because these evil spirit trees grew in water, it was hard for the flames to persist, and it did not affect the trees too greatly. Splash! Liemo jumped into the swamp as he chopped away wildly, determined to kill his way out of the predicament. "Emperor, That weird disciple of the high priest sent with us sure has a move or two. Just as that statement was made, an evil spirit tree used its branches, which were as thick as an arm, to strike Liemo from behind. The attack was both powerful and extremely quick. Most were hardly able to withstand such a blow and most likely to have their bones crushed even if they did not die from it. The branches that struck Liemo's back actually broke upon contact, with wood fragments flying everywhere. However, it was as if Liemo hardly had felt a thing, though he did end up taking an extra step forward reflexively from that strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. Liemo was actually uninjured after taking such a powerful blow. Could his body be made of iron? Indestructible. Emperor, High Priest Ryan's disciple, is an indestructible ability user. These branches of the evil spirit trees can't harm him at all. We're saved. Feeney fought fiercely as he informed UTI. With everyone working together, especially with the indestructible Liemo clearing the way for them, the insectoids slowly found their footing and managed to make their way toward the teleportation platform for the third floor. Swoosh! A vine shot out and bound a straggling insectoid. Its sharp branches then danced about and quickly turned that insectoid into minced meat. The other evil spirit trees hurriedly made their way over to snatch this sustenance, relishing in the fresh blood. UTI's eyebrows tightened. The flanks and the rear were extremely dangerous positions to be in this contingent, with warriors dying every second. It must be known that these 100,000 elites were the collective strength of the entire insectoid race. Aside from Tanini and the elite warriors he was leading as they waged distant war, these 100,000 insectoids were about 40% of all insectoid warriors, with grade 3 cultivation being the worst among them, which was equivalent to the Panhuman Alliance's star domain rank. They had pretty much lost most of the contingent just as they reached the second floor, and UTI could not help but feel somewhat pained by it. All of a sudden, the teleportation platform not too far behind them got activated. Hala and his 5,000 warriors, who were loyal to the Guild of the Wise, ambushed them from behind. UTI was completely caught off guard by this. Darkness ability. Hala bellowed, and a mass of black surged from his hands and spread out like a net. In the blink of an eye, dozens of insectoid warriors got swallowed as the darkness came falling from above. These pursuers from behind all had pieces of white cloth tied to their arms to differentiate themselves. They chased after UTI, killing their way from behind. Under the command of the third strongest insectoid Hala, though they lacked in numbers, they held the advantage when it came to the fervor they displayed. The troops who were guarding the rear of UTI's contingent were momentarily thrown helter-skelter by the ambush, suffering heavy losses as a result. Hala, are you attempting a rebellion? Tome, who was eager to defend his master, pointed at Hala while yelling. Hala let out an uproarious laughter as the glow of darkness kept dancing in his two hands. Yours truly has indeed rebelled. What can you do about it? Everyone was ashen-faced sure enough. No one aside from High Priest Ryan's disciple, Liemo, would be a match for Hala. That was when two individuals in all black stepped out from the crowd. One was tall and fat, while the other was short and skinny. The masks they wore, along with their black cloaks, made it impossible to make out their faces. Brother Hal, since you've decided to rebel, then you can't blame us brothers from being discourteous. The pair took off their masks as they said this. That's the Gru brothers, Grux and Grui. To think the brothers have been among our contingent this whole time. Grux and Grui are experts ranked 4th and 5th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard respectively. If they were to fight together, perhaps even Hala would be no match for them. That's right. We're saved now. The morale of UTI's troops increased tremendously. With the Gru brothers by their side, there was of course no need to worry about their combat strength. Hala panicked. No one would have expected that UTI would actually invite the Gru brothers who had been living in seclusion for many years as part of his personal escort. There was also High Priest Ryan's disciple, Liemo, the 7 champions Tome and Feeney, and Nimuni and Bellal, who ranked 9th and 11th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard respectively. No matter how he looked, UTI's side clearly held the superior strength here. Hala gritted his teeth. To think that you two are here as well. Grux barked. Years back, we brothers were defeated by you and had to settle for rank 4 and 5 on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. After the two of us have devoted ourselves to cultivation for the 2 decades and are now ready to exchange pointers with you again, you've actually come knocking at our door. Hala displayed the spirit that a high-ranking warrior of the insectoid should have, swiftly gathering 2 masses of darkness in his 2 hands as he shouted, "Enough talk. Let's fight." Boom. Battle resumed once more. The evil spirit trees, the loyalists of the Guild of the Wise under the command of Hala, and the contingent protecting Emperor Uti, these 3 forces were soon embroiled in combat, causing the terrain around them to be thrown into constant chaos. Uti waved his hands as he called Nimuni to his side. The stage is set. Immediately break out and head to the 3rd floor. Confirm if there are still enemy traps there. 2 hours before the chaotic battle on the 2nd floor, Xia Fei arrived on the 3rd floor, and here were plenty of rocky walls hundreds of meters high, twisting and turning in such a way which made it apparent that he was in an endless labyrinth. "Any indication on the map?" Phantom asked in a heavy tone. Xia Fei glanced at the point counter on his wrist and shook his head. "Nope. The way to the 4th floor is still far away, and the display around us is all blank. Looks like the 3rd floor is a labyrinth." Phantom furrowed his brows. The walls were high, and reaching the teleportation point to the 4th floor would require them to traverse through this labyrinth, which spanned well over hundreds of miles. The walls themselves were gloomy and covered in moss, so there was no telling how many traps could be hidden within. Xia Fei pulled out Bloodthirsty Screech and made a wild swing to one particular rock wall. Just as his blade was about to make contact, a film of energy, invisible to the naked eye, held Bloodthirsty Screech in place. Such a wild swing was actually completely incapable of leaving any trace on the wall. Phantom spoke. "It's no use. There's an energy shield protecting the wall, so there's no way you can carve out a path by force. There's even an energy shield sealing off the top, so the only way you can reach the teleportation platform, which will bring you to the 4th floor, is by solving this labyrinth." There was not just the one entrance to this labyrinth. Xia Fei went sideways and discovered a withered corpse from another entrance. Due to the amount of time that had passed, the corpse itself was left with just bones that would disintegrate into dust with the slightest poke. There was a large hole on his chest, which obviously meant that this individual had died through being pierced by something hard. Xia Fei pointed at the withered corpse and said, "There must be many traps in this labyrinth, and this guy probably died from one of those." Phantom nodded. "That looks to be the case. Let's go and see just what's so unusual about this labyrinth." Xia Fei screwed his eyebrows together and went dashing like a gust of wind. Clunk! The ground suddenly rumbled in the several steps he managed to take. Then countless metal spikes rose quickly from the ground. Each and every spike, which was rising fast, was more than 10 meters long. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's body abruptly became extremely limber, evading these spikes as he navigated between the thousands of them while continuing his way forward. His physical agility was simply inconceivable. Once he was finally able to stand firmly on the ground again, Xia Fei looked back at the rusted spikes and frowned. That was close. The speed of these spring traps was much faster than what I initially thought. The straight-line distance of the 3rd floor was around 900 miles. Yet Xia Fei had spent nearly 10 hours in the labyrinth, which covered almost 6,700 miles. This was evidence of just how inscrutable the labyrinth was. That was close. Phantom was gazing back at the endless high walls behind as he whistled. Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed. The complexity of this maze is really unbelievable, and the traps are even more sinister. Had it not been for my crafty approach and my speed ability, I would have probably died back there." Phantom concurred. "It's a good thing that we made it through. I felt some strange energy fluctuations just now. Did you also feel something like that before?" Xia Fei nodded. "Yeah. I felt something strange just now as well. Perhaps they came as a result of the traps being triggered." Before them was the same teleportation platform, made up of both black and white stones as the ones before. However, the size of this platform was smaller compared to the others previously, most likely because the black and white gods also believed that there would not be as many warriors who could successfully reach this point, which was why they had deliberately shrunk it down. Xia Fei looked at the point counter on his wrist. "Do you know how many points I earned getting through this labyrinth?" "How many?" Phantom curiously wondered. "1,000,000 points. 1 million. The points you earned before were barely over 100,000, yet just clearing the labyrinth awarded you with 1,000,000 points. This time, you'll surely be able to exchange it for something good at the temple on the 5th floor. It might even be possible for you to get your hands on an immortal-grade weapon. Phantom was excited. Xia Fei replied, I'll still need to survive till the end. The points earned from my mobilization of the evil spirit trees to attack UTI's forces are actually tabulated to me, and now I've got a total of 1.4 million points. Looks like this holy realm actually encourages insectoids to kill one another. The two chatted as they stepped onto that teleportation platform. Whoosh! The beam of light shot down from the sky, and Xia Fei was instantly transported to the 4th floor. He felt scalding warmth all around him, as if he were inside an oven. Before him appeared a scene of moving lava, with magma slowly flowing like an ocean, wave after wave lapping against the shore. The fiery red color was reflected onto the white stalactites which had formed on this cavern's ceiling. Were it not for his combat suit, he would probably get roasted just by standing here. Furball suddenly opened his eyes. The beast's whole body was bathed in the fiery glow around, and he looked like he was feeling very comfortable. He had been sleeping the entire time Xia Fei was traversing that labyrinth, not even sparing a single glance at the traps around them. To actually have been able to sleep so soundly despite the dangers around them, Xia Fei could not help but admire this pet's strong nerves. Xia Fei took his mask and wore a pair of protective goggles in place to prevent the scalding temperature from harming his eyes. There was just lava and even more lava ahead. He had no idea how he was supposed to get through this. The point counter on his wrist displayed the environment of the 4th floor, and the location for the 2 teleportation platforms were across this almost 1,000-mile lava pool, and there was no way across except traversing through this hot lava. Just how are you supposed to get across? Even if you are able to fly, you can't possibly fly all the way just like this. The scorching temperature this lava emits is enough to cook you alive. Phantom was scratching his chin as he wondered. Xia Fei also had his eyebrows scrunched together. They were 5 miles away from the lava, and the heat wave it was diffusing was already unbearable. There was no need to mention directly being on top of the lava pool itself. Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense would know that heat rose. Suddenly, a dour voice spoke. Are you the human warrior? Xia Fei turned in the direction of the voice and saw an insectoid warrior dressed in a gray combat suit walking out from the forest of stalactites just a distance away. Xia Fei had superhuman senses, but he had not realized when this person arrived. Recalling the slight energy fluctuations he had sensed back in the labyrinth on the 3rd floor, Xia Fei finally understood where they had come from. It turned out that this insectoid followed him to the 3rd floor and had reached this 4th floor's lava trail ahead of him. Since the insectoid warrior, who had managed to hide his presence, arrived before he did, it appeared that he was not anyone simple. Xia Fei nodded calmly. His feet shifted slightly as he carefully guarded against this newcomer. Furball yawned, its eyes glancing carelessly at a black shadow behind the insectoid, which looked to be a large spirit cat with spotted fur. My name's Nimuni. Xia Fei was surprised as he chuckled. So you're the expert who's ranked 9th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, the fastest speed ability user among the insectoids. It's an honor. Nimuni was equally light on his feet as Xia Fei, and the two now circled each other. When he spotted his spotted spirit cat shivering in fear, Nimuni remarked, Your exotic beast is very powerful, to have scared my lil spot until she's unable to move. I wonder what kind of exotic beast is it, and what grade it's at. Xia Fei flashed the insectoid a cheeky smile, and Nimuni was slightly shocked by it deep down. Furball appeared to be very reluctantly standing on Xia Fei's shoulder, opening its mouth to let out 3 consecutive growls. All were directed at the spotted spirit cat. The first growl caused the spotted spirit cat to tremble all over, its ears standing up in alert. The second growl made the spotted spirit cat's 2 amber eyes roll upward as it collapsed to the ground. By the time Furball's 3rd growl came out, that spirit cat had already died, looking completely terrible as it did. It's called Furball. No grade. Xia Fei casually answered. Nimuni's expression changed greatly. Scaring his exotic beast to death with just 3 low growls was proof of Furball's unfathomable grade. Your exotic beast may be very powerful, but that doesn't mean that you are, too. Nemuni stood still as he pointed right at Xia Fei. Do you know why I'm the strongest ability user in all of the insectoids? Xia Fei shrugged nonchalantly. It's true that you having broken the speed of 30,000 meters per second is an impressive feat, but my speed's much faster than yours. Take this. Zoom. With that, Nemuni dashed to Xia Fei as a steel hook extended from his wrist. The hook had a rather peculiar appearance, with it looking like the talons of a falcon. His speed was very fast, much faster than Xia Fei's. His speed is over 40,000. Be careful, Xia Fei. Phantom was utterly shocked. Just as he shouted this, Xia Fei was already exchanging 100 moves with Nemuni. It must be stated that this was a match between two top speed ability users, and to describe this fight as a visual blur was an understatement. Clank. October flying snow and Nemuni's steel hook clashed, and an ear-piercing ring sounded. The two backed off as they retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Nemuni laughed loudly. Now you know. When two speed ability users clash, the victor shall be the one with the faster speed. While the reaction speed you've just demonstrated is very quick, your speed is slower than mine. I'd like to see how long you can mentally last against me. Whoosh. The fight resumed. Both parties were actually able to attack and retaliate 500 times every second. Even the most advanced high-speed camera would have difficulty capturing this battle. When both parties disengaged, a very small cut appeared on Xia Fei's left thumb, which dripped with quite a bit of blood, while Nemuni remained unscathed. Xia Fei's expression turned severe. What Nemuni had said was correct. When two speed ability users fought, it was only naturally for the one who had the higher speed to win. Xia Fei was basically 25% slower than his opponent, and such a difference in a battle that rapidly changes every second was essentially fatal. Fortunately, Xia Fei still had his crafty approach and his superhuman mental reaction time. As such, he was more or less able to hold on, and victory was still in sight. Furball howled anxiously, watching Xia Fei get injured yet being unable to help. That was because his energy balls were not fast enough to catch up to Nemuni and his 40,000 meters per second of speed. Even if he tried, there was no way that his attack would be effective. Is this the strongest speed ability user mankind has to offer? I'm truly disappointed, Nemuni guffawed. I have yet to use my full strength. Once I go all out and attack, I'm afraid that you won't even last a full minute. Xia Fei was unperturbed. His brain was working overtime as he sought to come up with a strategy against this. If you surrender now and show willingness to crawl between my legs, I promise to spare your life. Nemuni spread his legs open as he treacherously taunted his opponent. A smug delight could be seen from both his words and action. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and easily let out a slight laugh. With a light tap of his right arm, Xia Fei released the safety switch for his celestial moon. Nemuni laughed. It's no use. That set of circular blades on your right arm's useless. You've already lost when it comes to speed. Xia Fei calmly extended two of his fingers and wagged them. There's something you're mistaken. What is it? I'm not the fastest speed ability user among all humans. Nemuni coldly snorted. I doubt it as well. With your cultivation, you aren't even fit to wash my feet. Xia Fei flexed his muscles a little, seemingly unconcerned with Nemuni's arrogant claim. However, Furball could not stand it, shooting out 3 energy balls at that moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nemuni was left an afterimage of himself as he darted aside by 100 meters, causing Furball's attack to miss. Kiddo, don't you know that speed is the hardest ability to deal with in this universe? You're clearly no match for me, and neither is your master, Nemuni teased. Furball understood what the insectoid said, and he howled wildly, his eyes turning bloodshot from anger. Xia Fei reached out and patted the beast on his head. There's no need for you to do anything. If I can't even deal with such a trivial enemy like this, I hardly qualify as your master. What arrogance! It was Nemuni who castigated Xia Fei. You clearly can't beat me, so what's with all that nonsense you're spouting? Humans are truly so despicable. Xia Fei remained unfazed, his finger beckoning Nemuni, as if telling the latter to come and attempt an attack. Nemuni was furious. 40,000 meters per second versus 30,000 meters per second. Xia Fei losing was only a matter of time, and he simply could not understand where the latter was getting his confidence to be smug. Then let me show you what's true power. Huh. That gray combat suit of his suddenly tightened, His well-defined muscles became obvious underneath, and his combat boots shone brightly. Speed ability users were highly reliant on their combat suit, and without them, their superhuman speed would most likely have them charging out of orbit once they accelerated. Take this. Namuni's body arched, his steel hook before him as he came charging right at Xia Fei like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Xia Fei actually stood rooted where he was and remained unmoving. Could he have already given up? Thousand venerables. Xia Fei suddenly bellowed. Just as Namuni's steel hook was only 100 meters away from Xia Fei, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Celestial moon suddenly turned the sky silver and glittery as it came howling outward, surrounding the entire battlefield in the eye of an airtight tornado. This was the third-tier combat technique of psychokinesis, Thousand Venerables. It was an insane AoE attack skill. The 18 circular blades, which made up Celestial Moon, suddenly turned into 180,000 blades. It covered every corner and every possible gap as it attacked. Namuni, who had already accelerated, did not have that inexplicable physical agility Xia Fei's crafty approach had, so he had no way of evading this insane Tier 3 psychokinetic combat technique. The faster his speed, the greater the damage Celestial Moon inflicted upon him. Ping. The #1 insectoid speed ability user Namuni turned into a bloody corpse as he suffered these heavy and relentless cuts. His entire body got perforated by the countless connecting edges. Namuni's corpse flew up high before landing heavily on the ground, no longer breathing. The corners of Xia Fei's lips curled into a wicked smile as he told himself, "I didn't get to tell you. I'm not the fastest, but I'm the only dual ability user of mankind." It was beautifully done. Phantom and Furball both cheered loudly. What a pity. That combat suit of Namuni wasn't too shabby and should be at eternal grade. It boosted the speed attribute, too, but it was torn to shreds by Celestial Moon and couldn't be worn anymore. Phantom frowned. Xia Fei shrugged. He picked up the hook with a silvery curve and retrieved Namuni's spatial necklace. Victors plundering the spoils of war from the defeated was expected, and Xia Fei was not about to let this chance slip away. His points counter went up by another 1.08 million points. The points that Namuni gained from clearing the third-floor labyrinth, as well as the exotic beasts and evil spirit trees he killed on first and second floors, were now all in Xia Fei's hands. Suddenly, the teleportation platform flashed into activity once more. Hala came staggering forward before finally collapsing down onto the ground. He was pale and had plenty of injuries all over, seemingly having experienced a grueling battle. Xia Fei quickly went over and helped Hala up, feeding 3 white dews and a single snake-eye berry into his mouth to help him recover his strength. About 2 minutes later, the miraculous fruits began working their magic and color slowly returned to Hala's face, his breathing normalizing. "I finally found you, Xia Fei. How did you get past Serenity Gate?" Xia Fei chuckled. He still had no idea what design the Black God of Night had given him was, and telling it to Hala was not a smart move, which was why he decided to remain mum about it. Hala was no fool, so he changed the topic when he perceived that Xia Fei would not elaborate. "I take it that you're behind the exotic beast rampage on the first floor and the evil spirit trees going berserk on the second?" Xia Fei nodded. "That is correct. What happened to you? How did you end up looking like that?" Hala got up to his feet and dusted himself off. There was a black fog orbiting around him as if to treat his wounds. Is his darkness ability capable of healing injuries? Xia Fei was quietly surprised by this. What an amazing ability. When the exotic beasts rampaged after we passed through Serenity's Gate, I led the approximately 5,000 insectoids from the Guild of the Wise and slipped away from the main contingent amid the ensuing chaos. Since the beasts were all going for UTI, there's no need for us to be cannon fodders for him. Xia Fei responded, avoiding unnecessary casualties while letting UTI's troops bear the brunt of the assault was indeed an opportune strategy too good to miss. What happened next? We launched our assault on UTI when they arrived on the second floor, the evil spirit trees, UTI's troops, and we were all locked in a 3-way battle. In the end, none of us managed to gain an upper hand. I'm the only one left from our faction, while only a handful remain on UTI's side. Hala was grinding his teeth, and while Xia Fei did not witness this fight with his two eyes, it was not hard to deduce from Hala's expression just how terrible the fight became. Did Mingjing fail to escape? Xia Fei asked. Hala nodded. Mingjing's merely a mental traceability user, hardly powerful combat-wise. I didn't care to pay any attention to her during the fight, though I inadvertently saw her get caught by an evil spirit tree. She's probably. Xia Fei did not really react to this news. Mingjing was nothing more than a pitiful stranger to him. The fact that Hala had managed to escape with his life was nothing short of a miracle, so of course he barely had any energy to care about anyone else's well-being. UTI's troops were much stronger than what I first thought, Hala said. Aside from Tome and Feeney of the 7 champions, there's also the fastest speed ability user Nimuni and the rock control ability user Belal. Those 4 are ranked in the top 30 of the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. Some even rank in the top 10. However, what's unbelievable was that the Gru brothers, ranked 4th and 5th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, had actually been hiding in the crowd, pretending to be common warriors, so I ended up somewhat at a disadvantage in the fight before. There's also the disciple of High Priest Ryan, that monstrous abomination who's an indestructible ability user. No one managed to injure in the least. That being probably has a cultivation even higher than the Gru brothers. Xia Fei was shocked. He did not remember Li Mo having that indestructible ability before, so it was apparent that it had been provided to him by High Priest Ryan. Beyond turning Li Mo into the abomination that he was, that Ryan had transformed him into this indestructible evil monster. Pointing at the corpse, Xia Fei said, Nimuni's already dead. I was wondering why I didn't see any trace of him during the fight. Turns out he made it to the 4th floor. Did you kill him? Yeah. Hala's gaze on Xia Fei suddenly turned ocean-ring hot. He was of course well aware of just how quick Nimuni was. It was no easy feat for Xia Fei to have slain him thusly. However, his gaze soon dimmed. You killed Nimuni, while I disposed of Belal and Tome. Despite this, UTI still has 4 great experts by his side. Grux and Grui, High Priest Ryan's disciple, Feeney of the 7 champions. None of these 4 opponents are easy to deal with, and we're the only 2 left on our side. This did indeed sound like a major problem. They were all warriors who were about the same rank, so in a 2 versus 4 situation, the side with numerical disadvantage would clearly be the ones handicapped. How much longer till they reach the 4th floor? Xia Fei asked. Hala spent a few seconds mulling over the question before answering. 3 to 6 hours, tops. Xia Fei continued. We need to use what time we have to cross this ocean of lava as soon as possible and get to the 5th floor. We can rely on the terrain there to prepare an ambush for them. If my deductions aren't wrong, most of UTI's followers will be trapped here by the lava, so if we're able to set up some traps, perhaps we'll still be able to slay another bunch of them. It's not the best time to face off against UTI, so what we can do is eliminate the effective strength on UTI's side. Hala grimaced. Do you know how we can get across this ocean of lava? Xia Fei shook his head to indicate his cluelessness. Hala pointed at the white stalactites to the side. Touch those rock formations, and you'll understand. Whoosh. Xia Fei darted to one stalactite 500 meters away and slowly placed his hand on it. A burst of icy sensation flooded Xia Fei's body completely, its frigidity even reaching the very marrow of his bones with just that one touch. How cold? These stalactites are actually extreme cold, so much so that it can penetrate your very body. Hala nodded. Look up and you'll see these inverted stalactites hanging from the ceiling above the lava. As long as you hug these stalactites tightly, anyone will be able to get past this ocean of lava and make it to the teleportation platform of the 5th floor. This is set up so that individuals will have to quickly pass through the stalactites. Pausing even briefly will cause you to be scorched by the heat wave the lava is giving off. Therefore, this isn't only a test of an individual's physical agility, but also the warrior's willpower. After all, below is the deadly lava, where even one's bones will be turned to ash if they end up falling into it. The insectoids come to this holy realm every few thousand years, which is why we've already thoroughly researched what's to expect inside. The hardest test is actually the labyrinth on the 3rd floor, as it will change in every visit, with plenty of traps hidden throughout. Passing through it takes quite some time and effort, but once one makes it through, no high-ranking warrior will be stumped by this 4th floor. Xia Fei was speechless. If it was truly as Hallis said, then this floor would hardly be a challenge for experts like Grux and Grui. Then what about the 5th floor? Would we have any chance of killing what's left in one fell swoop up there? Hala let out a bitter laugh. The 4th floor teleportation platform will send individuals straight to the 5th floor temple, and killing isn't allowed in the temple. That is to say, if UTI gets past this floor, we'll be out of options. Xia Fei was surprised, wondering quizzically. There's no test on the 5th floor? How could that be? Hala replied. The black and white gods left this holy realm to benefit the insectoid race, not to finish off our elites. Xia Fei was at a loss for words. Hala was right. The black and white gods were protectors of the insectoids, so there was no reason for them to create such a strange space just to finish off the elite insectoid warriors every few thousand years. That would have been far too outrageous and a distinctive departure from the initial intent of helping the insectoids. The 1st to 4th floors are all to test a warrior's qualities, their determination, martial arts strength, resilience, and so on. Any qualified warrior will be granted the right to step into the 5th floor, and that's when they can receive rewards. There are plenty of strange beasts around the temple, and warriors can stay and feast in the temple as they wish. At a set time, they will be allowed outside to hunt the beasts, and the more they hunt, the more points they will get, increasing their rewards even further. Serenity's Gate will reopen 14 days after, and everyone can bring what rewards they earn from inside the Holy Realm outside. Previous expeditions into the Holy Realm always saw plenty of deaths not because of the severity of the tests, but because of the greed of the past emperors of the Golden Tent, forcing their underlings to hunt and kill on the 5th floor day and night. Also, they could exchange for even greater rewards. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took several puffs, gravely saying, I get it now. The 4 floors are all to test a warrior's cultivation, and as long as they can prove themselves, they will be given the chance to obtain rewards on the 5th floor. If we plan to kill UTI, we can only do so here. The situation was dire. Forget the remaining insignificant warriors, just the 4 experts still with UTI were more than enough to beat up Xia Fei and Hala soundly. There were no other options. Xia Fei must eliminate UTI here on the 4th floor. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei smoked his cigarette even as he examined the environment around them. The tobacco turned pungent after getting itself toasted in this scorching heat, and the smoke left a slight burning sensation as it entered his lungs. Waves of lava lapped endlessly against the shore, with the countless white stalactites hanging on the ceiling of this enormous cavern reflecting the red fiery glow of the lava. Something popped up in Xia Fei's head, and then a plan slowly took form in his mind. Follow me. We'll first have to get across this ocean of lava. I've come up with a way to deal with them from across here, Xia Fei said sternly. What way? You'll know once we get across. Whoosh! Xia Fei took the lead in leaping high and grabbing hold of a stalactite. Icy coldness instantly traveled across his whole body, while a burning pain blossomed on his back. Like a nimble monkey, Xia Fei deftly made his way across the ceiling of the cavern, leaping from stalactite to stalactite. Furball stuck close to Xia Fei like glue. This pet was completely unbothered by the heat, and, instead, felt very disinclined to go anywhere near the cold stalactites. Ice and heat entwined. The part of him that came into contact with the stalactites felt a biting chill, as if he were trapped in an ice cave, while the part of his body exposed to the lava's boiling heat had already turned red. This was no doubt a test of his willpower. Only concentration, endurance, and speedy movement could get him across this ocean of lava. Crunch! Xia Fei lightly landed on the ground, and Hala soon followed. A mass of darkness had enveloped him to prevent the heat wave from getting to him. The injury he suffered from this crossing was less than what Xia Fei had sustained. What now? Hala anxiously asked. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile, and the 18 circular blades that made up Celestial Moon on his right arm came flying out. Unleash your darkness and envelop the nearby stalactites such that they would not be able to make out their way forward. Meanwhile, I'll be using my Celestial Moon to attack them from afar. This move is called continuously beating the enemy while they're down. In order to cross this ocean of lava, one will have to rely on the stalactites attached to this cavern's ceiling. I already tested it out while we were crossing through. These stalactites are very sturdy. Just the two of us don't have enough power to destroy them. So attempting to break these stalactites to leave them all stranded on this floor isn't a viable option. However, passing through the ceiling of this cavern is extremely dangerous. Just a moment of carelessness is all one needs to fall into the churning ocean of lava below. If you're able to use your darkness ability and seal off a few miles of stalactites, such that they will have no way of advancing, we can delay them for a minute and even end up causing them to make mistakes and erroneously fall in the lava below. Beings tend to get nervous and panic when they are facing extreme danger. With you and me here on this shore, just the psychological pressure we exert is enough to be fatal. After all, they have to face both the peril of the lava below and the looming threat that we present. With your darkness ability sealing off their way forward, and my celestial moon doing aerial attacks, all these factors put together will most definitely cause tragic deaths among them. We don't have to seek to eradicate them. As long as we can take this chance to diminish their numbers in a way that will be evenly matched, we can then take them face to face. Xia Fei said as he pointed to the ocean of lava. Hala nodded. That's a great plan. My darkness ability becomes more powerful the more concentrated it is, so I won't be able to kill anyone if I unleash it on a large area, but it's more than enough to leave them disorientated in the darkness. Still, I wonder how far you can maintain control of your circular blades, and if you're able to attack the enemies from very far away. The shock Hala was feeling inside heightened further. He finally understood that the floating weapon Xia Fei had in hand was not a martial arts technique, but rather a good to honest ability. Hala felt very honored to have someone with a dual ability like Xia Fei on his side. Xia Fei smiled and patted Furball, who was perched on his shoulder. Don't worry. Furball and I here are both able to deal ranged attacks, and since the 5th floor's teleportation platform is behind us, this shall be our last chance. We'll have to fight even if we don't want to. With the discussion over, Hala began unleashing plenty of his darkness. The ocean of lava covered approximately 30 square kilometers of land on this side of the shore, and the 5th floor's teleportation platform was part of this. Black fog gushed out of Hala, floating like clouds of darkness as they rapidly gathered. Dozens of minutes later, the entire 5th floor's teleportation platform was engulfed by darkness. In doing so, it would prevent UTI and his underlings from getting past Xia Fei and Hala's defense and heading straight for the 5th floor. After all, the two of them would lose the chance to hunt down anyone who managed to get onto it. The black fog increased in volume as time went by, and after it covered the ground, it began ascending to the sky. Slowly but surely, the stalactites within their 3-kilometer radius all became shrouded in darkness, creating quite a strange sight. Like destructive black clouds pooling together and a boundless night sky which lacked any starlights. This portion of the cavern's ceiling became completely covered in darkness. If the fiery red ocean of lava, the black darkness upon the ceiling, as well as the sporadic white stalactites far away were added in the picture, the entire environment of this floor looked as terrifying as hell itself. Wiping sweat off his forehead, Hala said in a serious tone, I've now reached my limit, having done all I could to cover this much distance in darkness, so I'm no longer able to do anything else, much less fight. The best I can do now is maintain everything, but I don't have any strength left to help you anymore. Whether we can deal with UTI and his experts or not solely depends on you. Xia Fei took out 4 white dews and 2 snake-eye berries from his spatial ring and gave them to Hala. Thank you for your hard work. This is already enough. Eating these will help you recover more than half of what energy and strength you expended. Leave everything else to me. Sure. Hala took all 6 fruits and shoved them into his mouth. What miraculous fruits you've got. We insectoids have never had anything like these growing in our territory, or else I would have stored a load of them for myself, having them at the ready when needed. Xia Fei responded, I've still got plenty of those, so you can relax. Right now, you have no combat strength to speak of, so it's best if you keep yourself hidden. It's not too late for you to make your move if anyone does manage to get ashore. Hala nodded and retreated into his darkness, leaving not a trace of himself. Phantom furrowed his brows. This darkness formation he set up isn't bad. What next? Xia Fei sat down cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes as he regulated his breathing. We wait. The heat from the lava made one feel anxious, and Xia Fei regulated his breath control to keep calm, his legs folded to conserve energy for the upcoming fight. All of a sudden, Xia Fei's keen senses picked up sounds coming from far away, and Phantom's exclamation soon followed. "They're here. 147 individuals in total." Xia Fei opened his eyes and stood up, coldly staring into the distance. Several minutes later, over 100 figures came crawling like lizards on the cavern's ceiling. They discovered the darkness ahead and, thus, stopped where they were to discuss strategy. UTI was being hugged by this strange bug, his entire body coiled around a piece of stalactite to keep his temperature down. He had a nervous expression and looked totally pale. On his sides were Li Mo and Fini of the 7 champions. The shape of the bug was extremely weird. Possessing 8 sharp and hard long tentacles, the bug looked like a spider with its diamond-shaped body and 2 heads. Its black body had a hardy carapace, and there was hair growing on its joints. However, because of the lava's temperature, this hair was all but singed. Its countless spikes, much like the ones found in a hiker's boots, were deeply inserted in the rocky ceiling. Xia Fei was very intrigued as he had not seen this kind of bug before. That was when Halia's voice sounded from the darkness. "That bug's the transformation of the Gru brothers, Grux and Grui. They're both shapeshifters, and due to them being twins, they can merge as one after changing form, becoming a shapeshifter several times more powerful than their original forms." Xia Fei nodded and did not make any comment. There was no need for him to overthink this too much anymore. Anyone who came should be treated as an enemy. Li Mo had already noticed Xia Fei's presence from afar, and the remaining memories and resent he had for the man told him that there was a nemesis a distance away whom he must kill. Now that Li Mo was closer to being a beast than human, he of course had natural bestial awareness toward his enemies, and with how High Priest Ryan had further enhanced the resentment he was feeling inside, the moment he spotted Xia Fei, an overwhelming amount of animosity surged in him. Letting out a loud and hostile roar, his 2 eyes turned bloodshot, and his whole body shook uncontrollably, as if the rage in him had gone on overdrive. "Charge!" Li Mo recklessly charged towards Xia Fei, his mouth ajar as his saliva flowed freely. Xia Fei could clearly see that bloody meat and half-masticated fingers were still caught between Li Mo's teeth. "Don't make any rash move." UTI shouted to restrain Li Mo. As Li Mo's master, High Priest Ryan had once ordered him to listen to every command from UTI, which meant that he was not about to go against any command even at the risk of death. However, the undeniable resentment in his heart was difficult to keep restrained, and it was telling him that he must kill Xia Fei. A great internal battle ensued. Finally, it was his animosity towards Xia Fei that emerged victorious. UTI's instruction became nothing more than fetters, and Li Mo became even more enraged after breaking out of his chains. Nothing could stop him from dealing with Xia Fei any longer. Roar! Another powerful bellow was unleashed. Li Mo was now completely insane. Nice timing. Xia Fei's 2 eyes blazed as he yelled. "The debts of your past life come to bear. Let's settle everything once and for all, here and now." Pew! Before Xia Fei could even act, Furball had already fired a ball of light. Li Mo was huge in size, his footsteps lumbering and slow. Just as that ball of light connected, Li Mo instinctively felt the danger of the attack and actually managed to escape the safety of the stalactite by springing forth. It bore mentioning that, with the raging hot lava underneath, the body still needed to maintain contact with the icy stalactites, or else anyone would easily find themselves burned to a crisp from the heat. Whoosh! Li Mo's body was in the air, and by using the power behind this charge, he actually managed to swat Furball's attack away. However, the insectoid behind him was not as lucky. His flesh was instantly turned into imperceptible motes of energy by the attack and disappeared in the air. Thunder Fury. Celestial Moon howled as Xia Fei unleashed the Tier 2 combat skill of Psychokinesis, Thunder Fury. Celestial Moon suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, which went slashing outward. The immense sound caused the ocean of lava to churn and roll as if a typhoon had struck. The speed of his Thunder Fury was simply too fast. Li Mo had no way of evading it. Who would have thought that the abomination would just puff out his chest and reveal a mocking smirk, though? Clap! Like a mass of lightning that came crashing down from the heavens, The blow struck Li Mo squarely on his chest. A glaring flash of light appeared, so bright that no one could bear to keep their eyes open. Crap, your Thunder Fury hardly injured Li Mo at all. He's got a body augmented by the indestructible special ability. Phantom said. Thunder Fury merely caused Li Mo to stagger forcefully, but he soon recovered, staring at Xia Fei with hate-filled eyes once more. Have another. 1,000 Venerables. Xia Fei retracted Celestial Moon and changed to the Tier 3 combat technique. 1,000 Venerables. Whoosh. 1,000 Venerables was a matchless violence. Celestial Moon transformed into countless beams of light, which shot forth in a dense concentration. It was an indifferential, comprehensive assault. Sha. The over 100 experts, who were still alive by UTI's side, were without a doubt the elites of the elites, but this one attack from Xia Fei had left them all at a loss on what to do. Even the final surviving member of the 7 Sacred Champions, Fini, had his left eye pierced as a result of failing to avoid Celestial Moon in time. His entire body bent and fell into the ocean of lava, dying right there and then. Unfortunately, 1,000 Venerables was not a technique that could harm Li Mo. The abomination was already within the darkness, nowhere to be found. Even the Grux and Grui brothers had also disappeared without a trace. Xia Fei, I'm not too certain about that disciple of High Priest Ryan, but the Gru brothers' strength will increase by several-fold upon shifting. While such a level of attack can injure them, it won't kill them, Hala said solemnly from behind him. Retract your ability. There are just the 2 of them now, so let's go up 2 versus 2. Leave Ryan's disciple to me, while you can deal with the Gru brothers. Got it, Hala answered. The speed by which he retracted his darkness ability was by no means fast. It had been initially used to obscure the enemy's way forward, but now that both Li Mo and UTI were in the darkness, it instead became a slight problem to Xia Fei, for he had no idea where his enemies could be hiding in the darkness. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Furball indiscriminately fired energy balls, but because he could not see the enemies, these attacks were hardly effective. Calm down and use your keen senses to detect him, Xia Fei told himself. Slowly, Xia Fei actually shut his 2 eyes. This was such a crazy move to make. To think he would actually dare to keep his 2 eyes shut, relying on his senses to face such a powerful foe. Xia Fei's senses were like a net, slowly widening the area it covered. This continued unceasingly until even the slightest movement could be detected. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt a powerful force rushing toward him. It turned out that Li Mo had already used this lull in the battle to get almost 500 meters closer to Xia Fei. In his anxiety, Li Mo did not wait to get close but, instead, relied on his 2 legs to come pouncing over, flying straight to Xia Fei. Here he comes. Psychokinesis, Tier 4 combat technique. Fearless. Xing. Xia Fei abruptly opened his 2 eyes, and Celestial Moon rattled noisily, forming a cross that rammed straight. Indeed, it rammed straight. The powerful force from this technique was enough to split an entire mountain. The strong were fearless, and no mortal could resist the strike. There was no way for Li Mo, who was still hurtling through the air, to avoid this, and the abomination crashed right into Celestial Moon. The impact of this collision sent Li Mo spiraling away. He grasped madly in the air several times before falling straight into the hot lava with a splash dash. Li Mo had been knocked away by the Tier 4 combat technique of Xia Fei's psychokinesis ability and was sent flying right into the rolling waves of lava. Splash! His huge frame caused lava to fly everywhere, and after a few moments of struggle, he gradually sank into it. Though Li Mo had died, Xia Fei still did not let down his guard. That was because the shape-shifting brothers, Grux and Grui, were still alive. When the 2 merged into one, the strength they possessed was simply unimaginable, and perhaps even the Tier 3 skill, 1,000 Venerables, would hardly harm them. If he wanted to win, he must unleash an even more powerful attack. His left wrist slightly shuddered, and that was the repercussion of using the fearless combat technique. This was how it worked with psychokinesis, and its prowess meant that it took quite a toll on the body. Given Xia Fei's present cultivation, this Tier 4 combat technique was a strain to use. Fortunately, the effect it created was decent, and it allowed him to shove Li Mo into the ocean of lava before the latter could even begin fighting him. Taking care of the enemy in advance. Hala's darkness ability was slowly receding. Using it over a wide area like this heavily impaired his ability to fight. As he took back the clouds of darkness in the surroundings, Hala managed to recover half of his expended energy, which was why he could stand side by side with Xia Fei when he stepped out of the darkness. Xia Fei suddenly remembered that large black metal casing he had obtained and how the key to it was still in UTI's possession. This point alone made it not a bad idea to let the Gru brothers come on shore. At the very least, he now could have a chance of obtaining the key. Had UTI and the Gru brothers ended up falling into the lava like the others, Xia Fei would have therefore lost the chance of ever learning what was enclosed in the case. Let them come on. We should be able to defeat the two if we work together, Xia Fei said. Hala nodded. Suddenly, a huge, black figure leaped ashore, and it was of course none other than the Gru brothers. The two worked as one to form that huge and strange bug which held UTI close to its bosom, protected by layers of dense carapace. Hala took a step forward and yelled, "Don't you two wish to challenge me? I'll gladly satisfy your request." The Gru brothers laughed uproariously, their two heads seemingly making the same movement. Even their expressions were the same. Back then, we brothers had yet to perfect the technique of joining our bodies as one. Now that we do, you wish to spar with us despite the injuries you've sustained? You must be tired of living. Whoosh! The two immediately joined in battle without another word exchanged. Because Grux and Grui still had to protect UTI, they very quickly became at a disadvantage after a few rounds, their middle leg taking repeated stabs from Xia Fei's October flying snow. However, because of their hard carapace, even a powerful weapon like October flying snow could not completely penetrate it. Butterfly serpent. Swoosh. Xia Fei did not let the opportunity slip and hurled his immortal-grade weapon, Butterfly Serpent. Just as the weapon swiftly serpentined in the air, seeking to bind the Gru brothers, something strange happened. The Gru brothers split in the middle and became two strange bugs, evading the attack from the Butterfly Serpent. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "Since I can't bind the both of you, I'll just bind you one by one." The expressions of the Grux brothers changed immensely. They shared both weals and woes together. So as long as one of them got eliminated, the other who survived would be completely incapable of taking on Xia Fei and Hala. Their shape-shifting ability was only at its most powerful when they merged with each other. Xia Fei retrieved his Butterfly Serpent. He was preparing to send it out anew when he suddenly heard a blood-curdling bellow from behind. He turned around to look. Unbeknown to him when Liemo had managed to crawl out of the ocean of lava. Though the clothes and that giant battle axe of his were dissolved by the lava, his body, which was resistant to the scorching heat, had stubbornly crawled his way back from hell. That indestructible special ability sure is something. Looks like you're in for trouble this time now that Liemo has become a monster with an undying body, Phantom said. When the Gru brothers saw that they were getting a powerful aid on their side, they let loose another raucous laugh. While it was true that the twins could not match Xia Fei and Hala individually, the jury was still out with the abomination Liemo added into the equation. At the very least, no one out there was strong enough to break that indestructible body of his. UTI was also reinvigorated by Liemo's return. He loudly yelled at Liemo to join in the fight, ordering him to kill both Hala and Xia Fei. However, Liemo completely ignored UTI's instructions. His body was now like a heated piece of steel, the ground sizzling and emitting thick smoke with every step he took, searing out two deep holes. No one dared to go anywhere near him. Liemo's bloodshot eyes glared at Xia Fei hatefully as his teeth gnashed in fury. He was blind to everything around him, and the only enemy left in his vision was Xia Fei alone. "I'll leave the Gru brothers to you. Looks like this monster and I have some old scores to settle." Xia Fei flexed his wrist as he coldly remarked. Hala was slightly stunned but promptly nodded. "Take care." Just as the last syllable of the word left his lips, Xia Fei and Liemo attacked. Hala unleashed a mass of darkness which enveloped UTI and the Gru brothers. Then he moved to join them in the darkness. Sounds of fighting reverberated in the massive cavern. No one knew how they were able to fight while blanketed in that darkness, but from the urgent sounds, the fighting must be very intense. On the other side of this battlefield, Xia Fei was holding October flying snow in hand as he ran in circles around Liu Mo. Speed was king in the martial arts world. Liu Mo was wildly swinging his two arms, but he was never able to get anywhere near Xia Fei. October flying snow contained rime frost, and the surrounding air gradually turned cold. Even Liu Mo's body temperature was slowly lowering. Ping, ping, ping. Xia Fei's assault had begun. In the span of a second, Xia Fei rapidly unleashed 763 attacks successively. Every attack was blocked by Liu Mo's body, and though he was unable to deal any damage, a layer of ice had begun to form over his body, which was the unique trait of October flying snow. Furball also fired energy balls relentlessly from the sidelines. With how cumbersome Liu Mo's body was, he was momentarily at a loss on what to do now that he was expected to dodge both Furball's attacks and deal with Xia Fei's pestering. However, Liu Mo did not relent. Now that he had transformed into his monstrous self, he was completely devoid of the concept of death or injury. There was but one thought in his mind. Fight. Fight. Keep fighting. Xia Fei's speed climbed, and a layer of frost was left after October flying snow made contact with Liu Mo's body. In the blink of an eye, Liu Mo had already sustained over 16,000 cuts from Xia Fei, an utterly astounding number of attacks. Though Liu Mo was uninjured by them all, his body was slowly becoming slower and slower. The chill of October flying snow was slowly freezing him. A sinister smirk spread across Xia Fei's face. How would Liu Mo know that? Right from the very start, Xia Fei had already come up with a way to deal with his indestructible body, and that Liu Mo was slowly being led deeper into the abyss Xia Fei had prepared. At this point, Liu Mo had sustained 30,000 cuts. Like a clumsy bear, Liu Mo was fierce and vicious, yet his movement was slowly becoming rigid over time. Zing! Xia Fei leaped away from the fight and arrived next to Furball. He patted his pet on the head. This guy's so slow. If you're unable to hit him, then you can't be my exclusive beast. Furball pouted in disdain and took a deep breath, ready to unleash his energy ball. It was already too late, even if Liu Mo realized what was going on. Xia Fei's continuous attacks were not done in an attempt to kill this monstrosity, but to freeze him in place through the frostiness of October flying snow, so that Furball could calmly unleash its attack. Pew! A small energy ball shot forth and struck Liu Mo right in his chest. Liu Mo rapidly disappeared, beginning from his toes, as his body disintegrated bit by bit. The change sped up, then Liu Mo's body exploded. Quite a lot of energy was contained within Liu Mo's body, but Furball ignored it all. He deemed that energy from Liu Mo as too dirty and was unworthy of consuming. Xia Fei sighed and pulled out a purple heart of spirit, tossing it to Furball. The creature proceeded to very ingratiatingly express his approval to Xia Fei before gobbling it up. On the other side, Hala was still in the middle of an intense fight with the Gru brothers. They were surrounded by a mass of darkness, so there was no way for Xia Fei to jump in and lend a hand. All he could do was watch and wait. Xia Fei tossed 3 white dews into his mouth. While the fight before did not appear to be executed with much difficulty, the fact was that he had devoted every bit of strength in it, and every cut he struck came with the force of 1,000 ton. Were his opponent not Liu Mo and someone else, they would most likely quickly turn into paste. All of a sudden, Hala got expelled from his darkness while coughing fresh blood. There was a gash from his left shoulder down to his waist, the result of a particularly fierce blow landing, practically cleaving him in half. It ought to be known that Hala was wearing an immortal-grade combat suit to protect himself. Xia Fei was slightly shocked, hurriedly approaching to assist him. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Hala struggled to tell Xia Fei something, but he was choking on the blood pooling in his mouth. I originally wanted to keep this secret hidden, but you ended up finding out about this. An icy voice could be heard coming from the darkness. Xia Fei let go of Hala's corpse and turned to that mass of darkness. He had no idea who killed Hala or whom this sinister voice belonged to. Hala was already dead, so the darkness soon dissipated. Xia Fei screwed his eyebrows together as he felt a powerful killing intent, which he could not ignore, coming about. Inconceivably, the insectoid standing before Xia Fei was actually UTI. The Gru brothers were both on the ground, their bodies completely covered in black markings, most likely eaten to death by Hala's darkness ability. Meanwhile, UTI was currently standing there with a small smile. His height barely reached 1 meter, yet in his hand was a 2-meter-long transparent scimitar, forming a bizarre sight. "You're a warrior?" Xia Fei asked skeptically. UTI laughed loudly. "Human, do you find it very strange?" Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed, I do. To think that the Emperor of the Golden Tent is actually an immortal rank warrior. I'm sure that even your fellow insectoids don't know this. You've really managed to hide too deeply. Actually, they know, but what they don't know is that both UTI and Tufu are one and the same insectoid." UTI waxed lyrically. That transparent scimitar suddenly disappeared from his hand, and it was unknown how he had conjured it in the first place. UTI, Tue, Xia Fei muttered to himself. It's really a good name. Even if anyone manages to link the two together, they will never believe that the insectoid is both you. Who made you Emperor of the Golden Tent? UTI chuckled and patted his bald head. You've got no clue? No matter. Those who learned of my secret before ended up dying, and you're no different. Xia Fei's expression hardened. Tuafu, second on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, known as the Supreme War God, a grade 7 Windblade ability user, equivalent to an immortal rank human warrior. I did find it strange how there's not one piece of information about the warrior who stands atop the food chain when I first arrived in the insectoid territory, as if the insectoid doesn't really exist. Now, I finally understand. It's because there are some who don't wish their existence to be known. UTI cackled. Hee. Since you've figured it out, do you still wish to fight me? My ability is the natural bane of any speed ability user. With a cold stare, Xia Fei ran his finger through his hair and plainly stated, "What do you think, UTI, or should I call you His Eminence Tufu?" The entire insectoid race had 2 immortal rank experts. Xia Fei never would have imagined that UTI would actually have 2 identities. He was both the Emperor of the Golden Tent and the second-ranking, immortal expert, Tuafu. Of course, High Priest Ryan was of an even greater rank than immortal. Though that mysterious insectoid would not care to dabble in the day-to-day matters in the insectoid society and could at most be considered as someone born from the race, he was not comparable to Hala or UTI. Hala died by UTI's windblade, and that 1-meter cut, which had fatally wounded him, was the greatest testament to UTI's might. Xia Fei was extremely nervous, and sweat was already seeping out freely from his palm. However, he remained as calm as ever on the outside, looking far more determined than before. Some people were like this, able to demonstrate a level of bravery and determination when backed into a corner. Even though he knew very well that he was no match for the opponent before him, he was not about to admit defeat or simply give up. UTI widened his stance as he limbered up his 2 short legs, seemingly doing some strange exercise. It's been too long since I moved, so even my whole body feels quite lethargic. UTI was speaking to himself aloud. Only fools will depend on martial arts prowess instead of ordering others around, which is why I'd rather win with my intellect. Your teacher ought to have told you before that every warrior should leave themselves with something in their back pocket. So I've kept my special ability hidden until now, only using it as a last-minute killer move. This isn't because I look down on martial arts strength. Rather, my intellect alone has always been enough to solve every issue until today. Just the fact that you've managed to make me reveal my hidden trump card is enough proof to say that you've succeeded. Xia Fei said softly. That's quite the trump card you've kept hidden in your back pocket all this while. The universe is vast. Everyone ought to be cautious. UTI stood firmly as he spoke. His posture was upright, with his 2 legs digging into the ground like steel spikes. He was like a separate insectoid from UTI, whom Xia Fei had seen previously, exuding the air expected of a bona fide martial arts practitioner. You have 2 things of mine in your hands. Hand over the blood demon claw and the black chest, and perhaps I'll let you live, UTI said coldly. Xia Fei shook his head. First off, the blood demon claw isn't on me right now. Second, Xia Fei suddenly made his move as he was in mid-speech. His figure darted to the left, going straight for the nearby 5th floor's teleportation platform at an oblique angle. UTI lightly beckoned with his finger, and a windblade wall formed in midair. Countless invisible short blades went flying out, preventing Xia Fei from getting onto the teleportation platform. Wind blades were short for wind-sharpened blades, and they were actually a form of ability that controlled airflow. Each one of the wind blades that UTI had conjured was as sharp as a honed edge, and it was at a standard that only an immortal rank expert could manifest. Any mortal would not remain standing if they were hit by such blades. Thinking of running away? Not so fast. The path Xia Fei was on made it appear like he was running straight for the teleportation platform, yet his figure suddenly made a sharp turn, as if he was relying on the impetus of his dash to throw his body forward. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Xia Fei, who was originally running obliquely forward, suddenly pounced on UTI. It turned out that the escape attempt was all but a ruse. Xia Fei's goal was to fool UTI into thinking that he was fleeing, as he made use of that extra distance to accelerate further. Also, he could charge right at UTI with his fastest speed. Oblique acceleration. What nimble physical agility. UTI casually commented as he raised a wall of wind blades in front of himself. Like a waterfall that was going upstream, the wind blades surged from the ground to the ceiling of the cavern. The transparent wind blades were both quick and sharp. If Xia Fei were to ram into this wall of wind blades at his present speed, his body would most definitely be minced by the countless wind blades. Whoosh! His figure changed yet again. Xia Fei stomped the ground with one foot and leaped away horizontally, pulling himself back from that wall of wind blades just as he was about to make contact with it. Thousands of meters apart, Xia Fei and UTI were once more standing opposite each other. UTI's eyes flashed as he marveled in delight. What amazing physical agility. No wonder even Nimuni, who possessed a higher speed than you, got defeated. It's rare to find a speed ability user who can maintain their dexterity at top speeds. Just this point alone makes it evident how much stronger you are compared to him. You've got a quick reaction yourself. Xia Fei wiped his forehead with his sleeve as he casually responded. UTI laughed. But of course, the speed ability is hard to cultivate, but once done, the resulting might is startling. Though you're only a grade 5 warrior, your combat strength is well above grade 6, which is why the grade 6 warriors I sent before were all slain by you. However, I hope that you don't forget that I'm a grade 7 warrior, which is equivalent to an immortal rank warrior by human standards. No matter how you look at this, I'm just that bit stronger than you. His expression changed instantaneously. No longer was he showing a cheeky smile. Instead, he was now displaying a sinister countenance. There's a limit to my patience. Hand over that black metal case and the blood demon claw, or else die. The choice is yours. Xia Fei propped up Furball, and then began using his delusion technique, quickly conjuring an energy ball in his right hand. Pat! With a flip of his wrist, Xia Fei injected the ball of energy into Furball's body. He watched as Furball's form rapidly swelled, and in less than a second, the holy beast turned into another Xia Fei. Not only did they look alike, they even wore the same gear. Even their expressions and actions were identical, impossible for anyone to tell them apart. Oh, a cloning technique. UTI exclaimed in surprise. That's indeed a good move, but to me, having one or two of you won't change anything. The outcome is all but decided. Furball seemed to be very uncomfortable with the human form he had morphed into. He tried to limber up his body, but found the movement very stiff. UTI waved his hand and sent two wind blades screeching right over. One was aimed at Xia Fei and another at Furball. Crushed stone went flying in every direction as the sharp blades left two deep gashes on the ground. Whoosh! Furball and Xia Fei ducked to the right and left respectively. Xia Fei was very quick, and he had crafty approach to assist him. He could safely evade this blade, but Furball was not that fortunate. While he managed to dodge most of the attack's brunt, the blade succeeded in cutting his right leg, causing fresh blood to flow freely. Roar! Furball was angered. He was a holy beast, yet a mortal had managed to injure him. This was simply too great an insult. Though Furball was young, far from his peak state, he still had the kingly aura that a holy beast possessed. UTI could not help but take 2 steps backward. He felt an immense pressure coming from Furball's roar, as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. 2 bloodshot eyes. A bright halo glowed from around the Xia Fei that Furball had morphed into. This halo enveloped his body as it constantly orbited and moved. Ping! UTI could feel a powerful threat coming from Furball, so he released 3 wind blades successively, each one larger than the last. Seeing as these wind blades were about to hit him, Furball did not dodge or evade. Instead, he puffed his chest and took them straight on. Ping, ping, ping. These transparent wind blades connected with Furball's halo and instantly shattered. Xia Fei, Furball has been promoted. I felt the energy count in his body doubling. Phantom excitedly announced. Xia Fei nodded vigorously as he joyfully looked at Furball. His pet had always given him the most unexpected surprises in the most coincidental of circumstances. Furball was not at all injured by the wind blades. UTI's attacks were completely useless to him. UTI was, of course, gravely shocked by this turn of events. Roar! Furball was no longer presenting the naivety it used to show, but was now showing a look of sheer savagery. It suddenly accelerated and went pouncing on UTI, with the glowing halo still up. At the same time, he kept firing shot after shot of energy balls from his mouth. Pew pew pew. UTI's wind blades were turned into nothingness upon touching these energy balls, while Furball kept shooting, forcing UTI to send wind blades non-stop in an effort to counter his attacks. Kaboom! Furball collided with UTI. The latter had a wall of wind blades shielding him, while Furball had his glowing halo around him, which was what had come into contact with the said wall. The two were approximately a meter apart when the ear-splitting sound of an explosion rang out. It was as if a pair of bulls had locked horns, neither refusing to let go. This is an opportunity, Xia Fei quickly judged. Furball's sudden promotion and frenzy was actually a close match to the might of the immortal ability, user UTI. However, it was important not to forget that UTI was just by himself, while Xia Fei had himself, a ball, and a phantom. Fearless. Swoosh. The 18 circular blades of Celestial Moon went flying, forming the shape of a cross in midair as they rapidly went for UTI. Boom. Another explosion and the rocks around these combatants began falling. It was as if the very foundation of this entire cavern had been shaken by that explosion. The ocean of lava a good distance away went tumultuous. Furball's glowing halo and Xia Fei's Celestial Moon worked in tandem, pinning down UTI's wall of wind blades. Shatter! Xia Fei yelled, just as Furball let out a sharp screech. Two beings meant two separate forces forcing UTI to retreat. His two arms were already buried deep into the ground. With Xia Fei and Furball's dual effort, UTI's legs struggled to remain rooted, but the rock beneath his feet were cracking and fragmenting. This was the purest form of showdown, the apex display of a clash of strength. UTI kept backing away, leaving behind two potholes with every step he took. Thud! UTI felt himself coming to an abrupt stop. He had been forced to the edge of the cavern. On the other side of this clash, neither Furball nor Xia Fei looked as if they were stopping. The duo was still devoting all their strength in keeping him pinned down. A man, a ball, and an insectoid. All their eyes were bloodshot red. Such a pure clash of strength was very awkward, and there was no technique to speak of. Both sides were unleashing all the strength they had, leaving nothing behind. As long as they continued in such a fashion, the side that led up first would be the one turning into mush by the force of the energy expended. Cough! Xia Fei spat a mouthful of blood. The combat technique, Fearless, strained his physical and mental energy severely. Using this combat skill was already a great pressure on Xia Fei. What was more of the fact that he needed to maintain it for several minutes. This was essentially a very harsh test to him. The test here was not just a matter of cultivation, but also willpower. Whoever could hold on the longest would emerge victorious. The angered Furball made Xia Fei inexplicably realize this side of the beast that would not give up even in the face of death. With their life force intertwined, Xia Fei could sense Furball becoming weaker and weaker, but his willpower was not any inferior to Xia Fei's. Furball and Xia Fei were like two enraged bulls, recklessly increasing their pressure on UTI, completely disregarding all possible consequences. There was no denying that the immortal rank expert, UTI, was way stronger than Xia Fei, but Xia Fei was not taking this battle alone. He still had the holy beast, Shatterstar, on his side. Young as Furball was, no one could deny that he was born to one day be an existence that could rule tens of thousands of beasts all across the universe. A young Shatterstar beast was still a holy beast. UTI was slowly being squeezed down into the rock. As an intellectual, UTI's brain had plenty of thoughts crossing his mind, such as, just how am I going to get myself out of this insane situation? What would happen if I died? What strategies can I employ to make Xia Fei give up, etc.? However, Furball and Xia Fei were like two maniacs who did not care for their lives. Thoughts. Xia Fei and Furball were completely devoid of any. They only had a single shared belief, and that was never to give up. This fight would either end with their deaths or UTIs. This situation was extremely dire. Xia Fei and the young Furball were fighting every fiber of their being against this immortal rank expert before them. Though the two working together were not weaker than UTI, achieving victory was still a distant outcome. Cough. Xia Fei coughed another mouthful of fresh blood. Extended use of psychokinesis's Tier 4 combat technique was causing fairly severe damage to Xia Fei, be it mentally or physically. Therefore, Xia Fei was now on the precipice of collapse. He gritted his teeth once more and endured, his tenacious spirit never giving up on supporting his physical body to keep up with this fight. He was already stepping beyond range that normal people could bear. By his side, Furball was also beginning to weaken, with his breathing labored, but the holy beast's character to destroy everything in his path remained. Perhaps this was because he had spent so much time around Xia Fei, but the usually lazy and crafty Furball began to demonstrate maniacal and relentless traits on this battlefield. A man and a ball. These two maniacs were putting their lives on the line as they clashed against UTI. UTI's expression was ghastly, with him being pressured to the point that he was burrowing several dozens of meters into the ground. It was as if he was manually clearing out an underground tunnel. As the battle progressed, this tunnel was becoming deeper and deeper, which went to show just how brutal this assault from Xia Fei and Furball was. Gradually, Xia Fei's vision began to blur. This was when the tattoo the Black God of Night had imprinted on his left arm started burning painfully again, as if tens of thousands of insects were digging into his skin and flesh. In his state of grogginess, he could vaguely make out a voice saying, "You need to learn how to twist. Chaos itself is originally created out of disorder. Twist it. Twist it." Xia Fei seemed to have an inkling of what this meant, and his palm began to twist slowly. The shape of a cross that Celestial Moon had adopted began to shift and change due to that slight twist of Xia Fei's hand, causing the shape to become more and more peculiar. Kaboom! This small motion actually created an unimaginable effect. UTI's body was pushed backward, the rocks behind him cracking and fragmenting due to the squeezing and crushing pressure. UTI's two arms trembled, clearly feeling the pressure from his opponent heightening by several-fold, way higher and stronger. As a measure of his consciousness returned to Xia Fei, he felt quite stunned. Twist it. Twist it. Xia Fei could hear his mind repeating these two words. His hand movement became faster. Celestial Moon repeatedly formed all sorts of strange and peculiar shapes, its power becoming stronger the more it reordered itself. Boom. When the quantitative change accumulated to a certain extent, it created a qualitative effect to his attack. Like a raging tornado, Celestial Moon forced its way forward. The power within this move was practically unblockable. Furball retracted his attack and turned to stare at Xia Fei in great shock, watching his master becoming stronger and stronger. There was no need for him to lend a hand any longer, as Xia Fei had enough power in his palm to drive UTI deep into the rocks all by himself. A horrible shriek could be heard as the sound of a body getting grounded echoed. Xia Fei could only see darkness around him, but his ears were still working. Cough. He spat another mouthful of blood, though Xia Fei did not feel even the slightest sensation of pain. Instead, his body felt a sort of joy as if he had just finished basking in the sun. In the next second, Xia Fei lost his consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. It was unknown how much time had passed before Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes. Next to him was a warm ball of flesh tightly hugging his face, constantly sticking out a tongue to lick him. "Get off me." Slap. Furball got swatted away by Xia Fei. The latter sat upright and did a stretch. It was as if Xia Fei had awakened after a restful dream, feeling completely comfortable all over. "That was a nice nap," Xia Fei muttered to himself. "Nap?" Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. "Do you know what you've done?" Xia Fei looked completely innocent. "What have I done? Wasn't I taking a..." Xia Fei very quickly recalled what he had been doing before he could even complete his words. He dreamed that he was sound asleep on board Vampire, but the situation he saw before him was most definitely not that. He was in a deep and dark tunnel of about 5 kilometers long. He was lying in the center of this tunnel, and he even noticed that there were traces of blood on the ground. "Oh right, UTI." Xia Fei leaped to his feet, his two eyes widening as he adopted a defensive stance. Furball did not show the least bit of anger after having taken a slap from Xia Fei. He simply jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and licked Xia Fei's ears for a good while, tickling his master relentlessly. "UTI's already dead." "You killed him," Phantom said with his hands behind his back. "I did what?" "That's right. His body is at the end of the tunnel." "Oh right. You're the one who dug out this tunnel, too." Xia Fei was shocked. "This tunnel is at least 5 kilometers long. Did I really create the whole thing? Just how great of a martial arts prowess did it take? When did I become so strong?" Phantom was puzzled. "Did you really forget? When you and Furball were fighting against UTI, and when you couldn't hold on any further, you inexplicably began lightly twisting Celestial Moon, and that ended up causing a tornado-like force. UTI was instantly shoved into this tunnel for 5 kilometers, his entire body squeezed right into the rocks." Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't recall at all. All I remember is a voice in the void telling me to twist, and everything else after that is just a blank." He raised his foot and began making his way to the end of the tunnel. All he saw was a small and skinny organism, which was plastered into the rocks, impossible to differentiate which was rock and which was meat. Like a wall painting, a look of abject fear and incredulity could be seen in its two small and beady eyes. Its mouth was gaping wide, with half an incisor still poking out from the rock wall. Shock. Extreme shock. Xia Fei simply could not believe that he had done this. To have compressed an immortal rank warrior into becoming one with the rock and formed a 5-kilometer-long tunnel with a single strike required an unimaginable amount of power. It was just too damn strong. Next to UTI's corpse was some circular blades, which belonged to Xia Fei's Celestial Moon, also embedded deeply into the rocks. With October flying snow in hand, Xia Fei pried out Celestial Moon one by one. A spark of recognition bloomed in his eyes when Xia Fei discovered that UTI was wearing a triangular metal trinket around his neck, which looked very much like the lock for the metal case. Using his dagger to chip at the rock around, Xia Fei retrieved both the key and a small green spatial ring from UTI before he turned to depart from this tunnel. It was lucky that none of these items had been crushed after that insane attack from Xia Fei. "How long have I been asleep?" Xia Fei asked as he made his way out. "About 20 hours or so." Xia Fei nodded and began examining that metallic triangular key he held in his hand. He noticed a baffling imprint on the back of the item, like a mass of powerful beams shooting across the universe, emanating a startling power. Stepping out of the tunnel, the boiling lava was still thrashing as usual. However, for some reason, Xia Fei did not find the heat as intense as before. In fact, he felt rather relaxed. He took out that mysterious black metal case from within his spatial ring. Because Xia Fei's spatial ring did not have too large of a storage space, he had to take out plenty of items he originally kept inside just so this item could fit. Casually inspecting that small ring he had looted off UTI, he noted that the green spatial stone size was about the size of a soybean and that it was fairly plain-looking. At best, it could be called exquisite, though it lacked the lavish designs that would be expected as an item belonging to an emperor. Xia Fei thought this would not have too large a storage size. Yet the moment his finger touched the spatial stone and his consciousness reached into the space, he was completely stunned. It took him a good, long while before he could recover from his speechlessness. What? Anything good inside? Phantom wondered. After all, UTI was the emperor of the Golden Tent, so it was only natural for him to have some quality items in his personal collection. Xia Fei nodded. There are some, but not a lot. However, it seems that the space of this spatial ring is a little strange. Phantom furrowed his brows. Strange? How so? Let me have a look. Whoosh. Phantom's face turned green as he yelped. Heavens. I'm afraid that the space within this spatial ring is more than 1,000 cubic meters. This is some super spatial product you've got. Xia Fei, you're rich. Most spatial rings would provide at most a single cubic meter of space, and even something a little larger, about 10 cubic meters of space, would be considered a top grade. Meanwhile, this nondescript small ring that UTI used to possess actually had over 1,000 cubic meters of space. It was practically a top-grade item among top-grade items. It was essentially priceless. Transferring all his items into this green spatial ring, Xia Fei twirled his finger gently. The ring's appearance was simple and unassuming, which was perfectly in line with Xia Fei's aesthetic. Furthermore, it had over 1,000 cubic meters of space. Xia Fei would not have to worry about having too many belongings on him anymore. It was most definitely a rare and indispensable tool. Xia Fei, don't you find it very strange? With how powerful UTI was, it took both you and Furball working together just to match him in strength. Yet all you did was twist the position of Celestial Moon, and you actually managed to pull off such an astounding effect. Isn't that a little outrageous? Phantom's brows were wrinkled. Did you feel anything else right when you unleashed that powerful attack? Xia Fei mulled on the question and answered, I did feel excruciating pain from that tattoo the Black God of Night branded me with. With that, Xia Fei took off his combat suit. This combat suit Yuhua gave him had gotten torn in several areas due to the overly powerful force he used, and Xia Fei could feel his heart aching when he saw the damage. That black tattoo on his left arm was still as mysterious as ever, filled with lines that no one could decipher. Furthermore, the design had seeped deeper into Xia Fei's flesh, but nothing else out of the ordinary could be seen from it. Phantom's eyebrows were knitted together for the longest time. Doesn't seem to be anything strange. How about you use Fearless once more? Let's study it closely. All right. Celestial Moon arranged itself into the shape of a cross mid-air, and Xia Fei rotated his wrist to twist it. That's strange. Where has all the power gone to? Can you try that again? Xia Fei also felt that it was strange. While Celestial Moon was indeed twisting, it did not create too great a force, not at all reaching the power required to kill an immortal rank warrior in a single blow. About half an hour later, Xia Fei called back his Celestial Moon. It was clear from this that he had only managed to pull off the move during that desperate situation earlier by chance, and he was unable to reproduce that tyrannical power under normal circumstances. Perhaps unleashing such a burst of power requires me to be on death's throes. Xia Fei wondered to himself darkly. He glanced at the points counter on his wrist. He originally had a total of 2.8 million. With the addition of the 147 insectoid experts and Halas over 1 million points, all transferred to Xia Fei, his total points had now reached 173 million. Master, are we really leaving this place? Mingzhu furrowed his brows and asked. High Priest Ryan rolled his eyes at Mingzhu. A surge of law of chaos power came from the Silent Veil. I believe that it's from that human warrior. If we don't leave now, are we going to wait until that super expert, who has a grasp of the law of chaos, comes knocking at our front door? Quickly pack your things. We'll be leaving first thing tomorrow morning. Mingzhu asked, Is the law of chaos that powerful? I've only heard of law of space, and this is the first time I've heard that such a strange law exists. Slap. Mingzhu took a heavy blow on his head. The universe is vast and filled with wonders, so how will you know just how profound the law of chaos is? Life is split into yin and yang, and even in the universe, there are black and white holes. The law of chaos is a bizarre reversal of yin and yang, a strange law that creates chaos within all things. Only experts who have both a righteous and evil personality are able to learn it. All right, enough with all this nonsense. Anyone who can master the law of chaos is a maniac and doesn't discern between good or bad. Now that your master is at the critical juncture of getting promoted, I have no intentions of making enemies with such a deranged person. Quickly pack your things and follow me. Saving our lives is far more important. A dozen or so white dews and snake-eye berries entered Xia Fei's stomach. Using psychokinesis's Tier 4 technique, Fearless earlier had consumed a great deal of Xia Fei's physical strength. As his rank increased, Xia Fei felt the limits of the energy the white dews could provide him more and more. It was as if this miraculous fruit was becoming less capable of meeting Xia Fei's energy needs. Furball did not have the same problem. It took energy from Purple Hearts of Spirit. Purple Hearts of Spirit were exceptionally valuable, so they naturally had a better effect than the white dews that Xia Fei ate. Alas, the energy within the spirit hearts of purple was too violent for Xia Fei. While the text he had taken from the assassin sect's secret chamber showed him a method for extracting energy from hearts of spirit, it required a complicated energy conversion device, which Xia Fei had never had the time or materials to construct. While his imagination ran wild, Xia Fei took the teleportation array to the 5th floor. The spacious temple was silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 9 round pillars of black stone stood in a row, each one 100 meters tall, and the roof was also round. The walls, pillars, and floor were all covered in mysterious designs, like a constellation. To stand here felt like stargazing during a silent night. 100,000 elite warriors, but in the end, only one lives, and it is a human, a grumbling voice said. It was a very soft voice which sounded as if it had come from a crafty woman. The deep voice of a man spoke. You can't say that. After all, this human possesses techniques handed down by our master. He has a fated connection to us. The god of night is your master, not mine. Why should I care about him? This is clearly a gift left for the insectoids. Is there any reason to hand it over to this human? Xia Fei found it very curious. It seemed that a man and woman were speaking. The man sounded like he was a very simple and honest person, and he seemed stumped on how to respond to the woman's rumbling. But when Xia Fei looked around, he could not see anyone, nor could he tell where the voices were coming from. Just as he was planning on walking out of the temple, 2 giant parrots flew in, one black and one white. They both exceeded 2 meters in height, and their wingspan was at least 10 meters. They had protrusions on their heads which looked like crowns. The black parrot even had a beard under his chin. Discourteous human, you've come to the temple, yet you don't pay respects to the black and white gods. And to think that Master Black gave you the important law of primal chaos. The white parrot landed on the ground and harshly spoke. The black parrot lightly flapped his wings at the white parrot and kindly said, "You said too much." "Oh no." The white parrot hastily covered her mouth, her 2 golden eyes frantically looking about. "Curses. I accidentally told him about the law of primal chaos." The black parrot repeatedly sighed, apparently helpless to do anything about the white parrot's harsh and chatty mouth. The 2 parrots proceeded to bow towards Xia Fei, spreading out their wings and pressing their heads against the ground, appearing very polite. Xia Fei was baffled. These 2 birds had just been criticizing him a moment ago, so why were they being so polite now? Hastily helping the birds rise, he asked, "Honorable birds, what are you saying? Please rise." The white parrot immediately grew frantic, saying in a piercing shrill, "Human, why would we be bowing to someone as rude as you? We're bowing to that one on your show." The black parrot prodded her with his wings before she could finish. The white parrot unwillingly glared at Xia Fei as she used her wings to cover her mouth. Xia Fei understood. These 2 parrots were bowing to Furball. On his shoulder, Furball had a scornful look, its head raised so high that it was practically looking at the ceiling. Furball gave a light cough imposingly, and the 2 parrots immediately stood up straight. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. He looked in shock at Furball, wondering what abilities this fellow had that the pet birds of the black and white gods would be so polite. It was far too bizarre. "Lord Shatterstar, I'm called Blackie, a guardian of this plane left by the god of night. The one next to me is called Whitey, appointed here by the god of day. To guard this domain is our duty. If there's something you find lacking in consideration, Lord Star Shatter, please forgive us," the black parrot respectfully said. Furball gave a slight nod, indicating that he did not care. Xia Fei stared at Furball and asked, "You're called Shatterstar?" Furball's expression immediately changed, putting on a sweet smile as it nuzzled against Xia Fei's neck, appearing incredibly cute. That aloof and imperious appearance it had shown to the 2 parrots was completely gone, the shift so fast that it could make one's jaw drop. "The name Shatterstar doesn't sound nice." "Furball is cuter," said Xia Fei after some thought. Furball repeatedly nodded, believing that Xia Fei's words were as true as could be and showering him with even more favor. The black parrot was flabbergasted by this scene, not at all believing that the mighty sacred beast Shatterstar would be so obedient to a human. Meanwhile, the white parrot was suppressing her rage, muttering to herself, "Giving Lord Shatterstar as crude a name as Furball. This human's brain must be broken. The voice was not loud, but the temple was so quiet that everyone could hear it clearly. Furball glared at the white parrot in displeasure, and the bird frantically lowered her head, not daring to meet Furball's gaze. The black parrot sighed. Whitey had always been a blabbermouth. The two of them had lived together for many years, and he had grown used to it. In their youth, she had caused many problems with that undependable mouth of hers. According to the rules, upon arriving at the temple, you must first pay respects to the black and white gods. Please follow me. The black parrot extended his wings and made a gesture of invitation as if he were a human. He led Xia Fei through an arched door and into a room at the back of the temple. This room was also circular, and it was even larger than the previous room. The domed roof rose to a height of 300 meters, and the floor space covered several square kilometers. Two giant stone statues majestically stood there, one black and one white. Their heights were identical, and both wore masks which covered their faces, while long jackets that tightly covered their bodies. Xia Fei bowed to the statues, his attitude one of deep respect. The black parrot gave a slight nod in praise, while the white parrot continued to be harsh and unforgiving. After giving a cold glance at the statues, Furball ceased to pay attention to them, but the two birds ignored this. It seemed that Furball had a status on par with the black and white gods. Once he had paid his respects, Xia Fei was led by the parrots back to the room before. The black parrot produced a cup of fresh water from out of nowhere, and once Xia Fei drank it down, he became immediately refreshed, an indescribably comfortable feeling spreading throughout his body. Brother Blackie, what did Brother Whitey mean with the law of primal chaos? Xia Fei curiously asked. What, Brother Whitey? Can't you tell that I'm a woman? The white parrot exploded in rage, shrilly rebuking him. Xia Fei hastily bowed in apology, calling her Lady Whitey instead. The bird refused to let the matter go, and it was only after a few furtive glances from Blackie that she finally let Xia Fei off. Her sharp and unkind personality was such that anyone would get a headache when dealing with her. The black parrot looked at Whitey and sighed. Master gave you that tattoo, but he told you nothing about it, so he must have his reasons. Unfortunately, as Whitey exposed it earlier, I presume that the master won't blame me if I tell you the meaning of the tattoo. However, I will only say what is my duty. If it is not what I should say, then I will not speak of it, even if you ask me. Naturally, if it should not be asked, I will not ask, Xia Fei smiled and said. The black parrot pointed at Xia Fei's left arm. This tattoo is called the Law of Primal Chaos, one of the many profound and abstruse laws of the universe. All things in the universe have a yin and a yang. The power of the law of primal chaos is in its ability to reverse this yin and yang, throwing all things into disorder. Thus, it is also called the law of disorder. Xia Fei did not quite understand. The black parrot pointed at Whitey and said, Look here, I was born with black feathers while Whitey was born with white feathers. If you can control the law of primal chaos, you'll be able to turn my feathers white and hers black. Reverse black and white. Doesn't that make it unreasonable? The black parrot heartily laughed. The law of primal chaos is none other than the rudest and most unreasonable law in the universe. In that, you are correct. Whitey, who had not spoken for some time and had long ago reached her breaking point, used this moment to interject. Master Black probably saw that you have the potential to unreasonably break rules, so he placed this most unreasonable law of the universe in your body, hoping that you will one day comprehend the mysteries of the law of primal chaos and become just as unreasonable and unruly existence as Master Black. Xia Fei was speechless, saying to himself, Do I really seem that barbaric? Bystanders could not hear this, but Phantom could. He repeatedly nodded. These birds are quite right. You're truly a person who doesn't follow the rules, and you're also too unreasonable. You really do have potential in that field. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom and refused to respond. The black parrot was clearly displeased by Whitey's words. He solemnly told Xia Fei, The law of primal chaos is not entirely as Whitey described it. The universe has various kinds of rules. Life will emerge, and it will die. The celestial bodies will move, white holes will radiate, and black holes will devour. These are all rules. The common folks only know how to follow the rules, but very few people ever wonder why it is that white holes don't devour or why black holes don't radiate. The law of primal chaos exists to break these rules of the universe, making the impossible possible. Common folks perceive the law of primal chaos as unreasonable, but that's just because they've been deeply influenced by things like reason and rules, so they are unwilling to think about why reasons are what they are and why rules can't be broken. Thus, the law of primal chaos can also be regarded as a sort of rebel spirit, representing a tireless pursuit of the truth, the investigation of the root of all things. It appears like a rebellion against orthodoxy, as departed as it can be from the law of origin. But in truth, the law of primal chaos shares a connection to the most profound law of origin by necessity. Xia Fei slightly nodded. Questioning rules and reasons was something that made sense to him. Xia Fei had always been a person who liked to break the rules and walk the path that had never been walked before. Choosing to become a small librarian upon first entering the universe served as his finest example of breaking the norm. Also, he had proven that breaking the rules and walking alone was not an impossible path to tread, and it was this path that had allowed Xia Fei to see things many others had never seen before and reach his current level. I've only ever heard of the laws of space, time, and matter. This is the first time I've ever heard about the law of primal chaos or the law of origin. Brother Black's words are truly enlightening to Xia Fei, he said sternly. The Black Parrot chuckled. You have yet to interact with the world of law adepts, so it is natural that you wouldn't know. This is all I can tell you. The rest will depend on your efforts and luck. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.